Have His Carcase by Dorothy L. Sayers. Read by Ian Carmichael. Chapter 1. The Evidence of the Corpse. The track was slippery with spouting blood. Rodolph. Thursday, 18 June. The best remedy for a bruised heart is not, as so many people seem to think, repose upon a manly bosom. Much more efficacious are honest work, physical activity, and the sudden acquisition of wealth. After being acquitted of murdering her lover, and indeed in consequence of that acquittal, Harriet Vane found all three specifics abundantly at her disposal. And although Lord Peter Wimsey, with a touching faith in tradition, persisted day in and day out in presenting the bosom for her approval, she showed no inclination to recline upon it. Work she had in abundance. To be tried for murder is a fairly good advertisement for a writer of detective fiction. Harriet Vane thrillers were booming. She had signed up sensational contracts in both continents, and had found herself, consequently, a very much richer woman than she had ever dreamed of becoming. In the interval between finishing Murder by Degrees and embarking on The Fountain Pen Mystery, she had started off on a solitary walking tour. Plenty of exercise, no responsibilities, and no letters forwarded. The time was June, the weather perfect, and if she now and again gave a thought to Lord Peter Wimsey diligently ringing up an empty flat, it did not trouble her or cause her to alter her steady course along the south-west coast of England. On the morning of the 18th June, she set out from Leston Hoe with the intention of walking along the cliffs to Wolvercombe, 16 miles away. Not that she particularly looked forward to Wolvercombe, with its seasonal population of old ladies and invalids, and its subdued attempts at the gay life, seeming somehow themselves all a little invalid and old-ladyish. But the town made a convenient objective, and one could always choose some more rural spot for a night's lodging. The coast road ran pleasantly at the top of a low range of cliffs, from which she could look down upon the long yellow stretch of the beach, broken here and there by scattered rocks, which rose successively, glistening in the sunlight from the reluctant and withdrawing tide. Overhead, the sky arched up to an immense dome of blue, just fretted here and there with faint white clouds, very high and filmy. The wind blew from the west very softly, though the weatherwise might have detected in it a tendency to freshen. The road, narrow and in poor repair, was almost deserted. All the heavy traffic passing by the wider arterial road, which ran importantly inland from town to town, despising the windings of the coast with its few scattered hamlets. Here and there a drover passed her with his dog, man and beast alike, indifferent and preoccupied. Here and there a couple of horses out at grass lifted shy and foolish eyes to look after her. Here and there a herd of cows, rasping their jawbones upon a stone wall, greeted her with heavy snufflings. From time to time the white sail of a fishing boat broke the seaward horizon. Except for an occasional tradesman's van, or a dilapidated Morris, and the intermittent appearance of white smoke from a distant railway engine, the landscape was as rural and solitary as it might have been 200 years before. Harriet walked sturdily onwards, the light pack upon her shoulders interfering little with her progress. She was 28 years old, dark, slight, with a skin naturally a little sallow, but now tanned to an agreeable biscuit colour by sun and wind. Persons of this fortunate complexion are not troubled by midges and sunburn, and Harriet, though not too old to care for her personal appearance, was old enough to prefer convenience to outward display. Consequently, her luggage was not burdened by skin creams, insect lotion, silk frocks, portable electric irons, or other impedimenta beloved of the hiker's column. She was dressed sensibly in a short skirt and thin sweater, and carried, in addition to a change of linen and an extra provision of footwear, little else beyond a pocket edition of Tristram Shandy, a vest pocket camera, a small first-aid outfit, and a sandwich lunch. It was about 1:45 when the matter of the lunch began to loom up importantly in Harriet's mind. She had come about 8 miles on her way to Wolvercombe, having taken things easily and made a day tour to inspect certain Roman remains declared by the guidebook to be of considerable interest. She began to feel both weary and hungry, and looked about her for a suitable lunching place. The tide was nearly out now, and the wet beach shimmered golden and silvery in the lazy noonlight. It would be pleasant, she thought, to go down to the shore, possibly even to bathe, though she did not feel too certain about that, having a wholesome dread of unknown shores and eccentric currents. Still, there was no harm in going to sea. She stepped over the low wall, which bounded the road on the seaward side, and set about looking for a way down. A short scramble among the rocks, tufted with scabious and sea-pink, brought her easily down to the beach. She found herself in a small cove, comfortably screened from the wind by an outstanding mass of cliff, and with a few convenient boulders against which to sit. She selected the cosiest spot, drew out her lunch and Tristram shandy, and settled down. There is no more powerful lure to slumber than hot sunshine on a sea beach after lunch. Nor is the pace of Tristram shandy so swift as to keep the faculties working at high pressure. Harriet found the book escaping from her fingers. Twice she caught it back with a jerk. The third time it eluded her altogether. Her head drooped over at an unbecoming angle. She dozed off. She was awakened suddenly by what seemed to be a shout or cry almost in her ear. As she sat up, blinking, a gull swooped close over her head, squawking and hovering over a stray fragment of sandwich. She shook herself reprovingly and glanced at her wristwatch. Oh, it was 2 o'clock. Realizing with satisfaction that she could not have slept very long, she scrambled to her feet and shook the crumbs from her lap. Even now she did not feel very energetic, and there was plenty of time to make Wilvercombe before evening. She glanced out to sea, where a long belt of shingle and a narrow strip of virgin and shining sand stretched down to the edge of the water. There's something about virgin sand which arouses all the worst instincts of the detective story writer. One feels an irresistible impulse to go and make footprints all over it. The excuse which the professional mind makes to itself is that the sand affords a grand opportunity for observation and experiment. Harriet was no stranger to this impulse. She determined to walk out across that tempting strip of sand. She gathered her various belongings together and started off across the loose shingle, observing, as she had observed before, that footsteps leave no distinguishable traces in the arid region above high water mark. Soon a little belt of broken shells and half-dry seaweed showed that the tide mark had been reached. "I wonder," said Harriet to herself, "whether I ought to be able to deduce something or other about the state of the tides. Let me see. When the tide is at neaps, it doesn't rise or fall so far as when it is at springs. Therefore, if that is the case, there ought to be 2 seaweed marks, one quite dry and farther in, showing the highest point of spring tides, and one damper and farther down, showing today's best effort." She glanced backwards and forwards. No, this is the only tide mark. I deduce, therefore, that I have arrived somewhere about the top of springs, if that's the proper phrase. Perfectly simple, my dear Watson. Below tide mark, I begin to make definite footprints. There are no others anywhere, so that I must be the only person who has patronized this beach since last high tide, which would be about... Yes, there's the difficulty. I know there should be about 12 hours between one high tide and the next, but I haven't the foggiest notion whether the sea is coming in or going out. Still, I do know it was going out most of the time as I came along, and it looks a long way off now. If I say that nobody has been here for the last 5 hours, I shan't be far out. I'm making very pretty footprints now, and the sand is naturally getting wetter. Yes, I'll see how it looks when I run. She capered a few paces accordingly, noticing the greater depth of the toe prints and the little spurt of sand thrown out at each step. This outburst of energy brought her round the point of the cliff and into a much larger bay, the only striking feature of which was a good-sized rock standing down at the sea's edge on the other side of the point. It was roughly triangular in shape, standing about 10 feet out of the water, and seemed to be crowned with a curious lump of black seaweed. A solitary rock is always attractive. All right-minded people feel an overwhelming desire to scale and sit upon it. Harriet made for it without any mental argument, trying to draw a few deductions as she went. Is that rock covered at high tide? Yes, of course, or it wouldn't have seaweed on top. Besides, the slope of the shore proves it. I wish I was better at distances and angles, but I should say it would be covered pretty deep. How odd that it should have seaweed only in that lump at the top. You'd expect it to be at the foot, but the sides seem quite bare, nearly down to the water. I suppose it is seaweed. Very peculiar. Looks almost more like a man lying down. Is it possible for seaweed to be so very localized? She gazed at the rock with a faint stirring of curiosity, and went on talking aloud to herself, as was her rather irritating habit. I'm dashed if it isn't a man lying down. What a silly place to choose. He must feel like a bannock on a hot griddle. I could understand it if he was a sunbathing fan, but he seems to have got all his clothes on. A dark suit at that. He's very quiet. He's probably fallen asleep. If the tide comes in at all fast, he'll be cut off, like the people in the silly magazine stories. Well, I'm not going to rescue him. He'll have to take his socks off and paddle, that's all. There's plenty of time yet. She hesitated whether to go on down to the rock. She did not want to wake the sleeper and be beguiled into conversation. Not but what he would prove to be some perfectly harmless tripper, but he would certainly be somebody quite uninteresting. She went on, however, meditating and drawing a few more deductions by way of practice. He must be a tripper. Local inhabitants don't take their siestas on rocks. They retire indoors and shut all the windows. He can't be a fisherman or anything of that kind. They don't waste time snoozing. Only the black-coated brigade does that. Now let's call him a tradesman or a bank clerk. But then they usually take their holidays complete with family. This is a solitary sort of fowl. A schoolmaster? No, schoolmasters don't get off the lead till the end of July. How about a college undergraduate? It's only just the end of term. A gentleman of no particular occupation, apparently. Possibly a walking tourist like myself. But the costume doesn't look right. She'd come nearer now and could see the sleeper's dark blue suit quite plainly. Well, I can't place him, but no doubt Dr. Thorndyke would do so at once. Oh, of course, how stupid. Yet he must be a literary bloke of some kind. They moon about and don't let their families bother them. She was within a few yards of the rock now, gazing up at the sleeper. He lay uncomfortably bunched up on the extreme seaward edge of the rock, his knees drawn high and showing his pale mauve socks. The head, tucked closely down between the shoulders, was invisible. What a way to sleep, said Harriet. More like a cat than a human being. Oh, God, it's not natural. His head must be almost hanging over the edge. Oh, that's enough to give him apoplexy. Now, if I had any luck, he'd be a corpse, and I should report him and get my name in the papers. That would be something like publicity. Well-known woman detective writer finds mystery corpse on lonely shore. These things never happen to authors. It's always some placid labourer or night watchman who finds corpses. The rock lay tilted like a gigantic wedge of cake, its base standing steeply up to seaward, its surface sloping gently back to where its apex entered the sand. Harriet climbed up over its smooth, dry surface till she stood almost directly over the man. He didn't move at all. Something impelled her to address him. "Oi!" she said protestingly. There was neither movement nor reply. I'd just as soon he didn't wake up, thought Harriet. Can't imagine what I'm shouting for. "Oi!" Oh, perhaps he's in a fit or a faint, she said to herself. Or he's got sunstroke. Now that's quite likely. It is very hot. She looked up, blinking, at the brazen sky, then stooped and laid one hand on the surface of the rock. It almost burnt her. She shouted again, and then, bending over the man, seized his shoulder. "Are you all right?" The man said nothing, and she pulled upon the shoulder. It shifted slightly. A dead weight. She bent over and gently lifted the man's head. Harriet's luck was in. It was a corpse. Not the sort of corpse there would be any doubt about, either. Mr. Samuel Weir of Lyon's Inn, whose throat they cut from ear to ear, could not have been more indubitably a corpse. Indeed, if the head did not come off in Harriet's hands, it was only because the spine was intact, for the larynx and all the great vessels of the neck had been severed to the horse bone, and a frightful stream, bright red and glistening, was running over the surface of the rock and dripping into a little hollow below. Harriet put the head down again and felt suddenly sick. She had written often enough about this kind of corpse, but meeting the thing in the flesh was quite different. She had not realized how butchery the severed vessels would look, and she had not reckoned with the horrid halitus of blood which streamed to her nostrils under the blazing sun. Her hands were red and wet. She looked down at her dress. Oh, that had escaped, thank goodness. Mechanically she stepped down again from the rock and went round to the edge of the sea. There she washed her fingers over and over again, drying them with a ridiculous care upon her handkerchief. She didn't like the look of the red trickle that dripped down the face of the rock into the clear water. Retreating, she sat down rather hastily on some loose boulders. "A dead body," said Harriet aloud to the sun and the seagulls. "A dead body. How how appropriate," she laughed. "The great thing," Harriet found herself saying after a pause, "the great thing is to keep cool. Keep your head, my girl. What would Lord Peter Wimsey do in such a case? Or, of course, Robert Templeton." Robert Templeton was the hero who diligently detected between the covers of her own books. She dismissed the image of Lord Peter Wimsey from her mind and concentrated on that of Robert Templeton. The latter was a gentleman of extraordinary scientific skill, combined with almost fabulous muscular development. He had arms like an orangutan and an ugly but attractive face. She conjured up his phantom before her in the suit of rather loud +4s with which she was accustomed to invest him, and took counsel with him in spirit. Robert Templeton, she felt, would at once ask himself, is it murder or suicide? He would immediately, she supposed, dismiss the idea of an accident. Accidents of that sort did not happen. Robert Templeton would carefully examine the body and pronounce... Quite so. Robert Templeton would examine the body. Yes, he was indeed notorious for the sang-froid with which he examined bodies of the most repulsive description. Bodies reduced to boneless jelly by falling from aeroplanes, bodies charred into unrecognizable lumps by fire, bodies run over by heavy vehicles and needing to be scraped from the road with shovels. Robert Templeton was accustomed to examine them all, without turning a hair. Harriet felt that she had never fully appreciated the superb nonchalance of her literary offspring. Of course, any ordinary person who was not a Robert Templeton would leave the body alone and run for the police. But there were no police. There was not a man, woman, or child within sight. Only a small fishing boat standing out to sea some distance away. Harriet waved wildly in its direction, but its occupants either did not see her or supposed that she was merely doing some kind of reducing exercise. Probably their own sail cut off their view of the shore, for they were tacking up into the wind, with the vessel lying well over. Harriet shouted, but her voice was lost amid the crying of the gulls. As she stood, hopelessly calling, she felt a wet touch on her foot. The tide had undoubtedly turned and was coming in fast. Quite suddenly this fact registered itself in her mind and seemed to clear her brain completely. She was, as she reckoned, at least 8 miles from Wilvercombe, which was the nearest town. There might be a few scattered houses on the road, but they would probably belong to fishermen, and 10 to 1 she would find nobody at home but women and children, who would be useless in the emergency. By the time she'd hunted up the men and brought them down to the shore, the sea would very likely have covered the body. Now, whether this was suicide or murder, it was exceedingly necessary that the body should be examined before everything was soaked with water or washed away. She pulled herself sharply together and walked firmly up to the body. It was that of a young man, dressed in a neat suit of dark blue serge, with rather over-elegant, narrow-soled brown shoes, mauve socks, and a tie which had also been mauve before it had been horribly stained red. The hat, a grey soft felt, had fallen off. No, had been taken off and laid down upon the rock. She picked it up and looked inside, but saw nothing but the maker's name. She recognized it as that of a well-known, but not in the best sense famous firm of hatters. The head which it had adorned was covered with a thick and slightly too long crop of dark curly hair, carefully trimmed and smelling of brilliantine. The complexion was, she thought, naturally rather white and showed no sign of sunburn. The eyes, fixed open in a disagreeable stare, were blue. The mouth had fallen open, showing 2 rows of carefully tended and very white teeth. There were no gaps in the rows, but she noticed that one of the 13-year-old molars had been crowned. She tried to guess the exact age of the man. It was difficult, because he wore very unexpectedly a short, dark beard trimmed to a neat point. This made him look older, besides giving him a somewhat foreign appearance, but it seemed to her that he was a very young man nevertheless. Something immature about the lines of the nose and face suggested that he was not much more than 20 years old. From the face she passed on to the hands, and here she was again surprised. Robert Templeton or no Robert Templeton, she had taken for granted that this elegantly dressed youth had come to this incongruous and solitary spot to commit suicide. That being so, it was surely odd that he should be wearing gloves. He'd lain doubled up with his arms beneath him, and the gloves were very much stained. Harriet began to draw off one of them, but was overcome by the old feeling of distaste. She saw that they were loose chamois gloves of good quality, suitable to the rest of the costume. Suicide with gloves on? Why had she been so certain that it was suicide? She felt sure she had a reason. Well, of course, if it was not suicide, where had the murderer gone? She knew he'd not come along the beach from the direction of Leston Hoe, for she remembered that bare and shining strip of sand. There was her own solitary line of footprints leading across from the shingle. In the Woolcombe direction the sand was again bare, except for a single track of footmarks, presumably those of the corpse. The man, then, had come down to the beach, and he had come alone. Unless his murderer had come by sea, he had been alone when he died. How long had he been dead? The tide had only turned recently, and there were no keel marks on the sand. No one, surely, would have climbed the seaward face of the rock. How long was it since there had been a sufficient depth of water to bring a boat within easy reach of the body? Harriet wished she knew more about times and tides. If Robert Templeton had happened, in the course of his brilliant career, to investigate a sea mystery, she would, of course, have had to look up information on this point. But she'd always avoided sea and shore problems, just precisely on account of the labour involved. No doubt the perfect archetypal Robert Templeton knew all about it, but the knowledge was locked up within his shadowy and ideal brain. Well, how long had the man been dead in any case? This was a thing Robert Templeton would have known too, for he had been through a course of medical studies, among other things, and moreover never went out without a clinical thermometer and other suitable apparatus for testing the freshness or otherwise of bodies. But Harriet had no thermometer, nor, if she had had one, would she have known how to use it for the purpose. Robert Templeton was accustomed to say airily, "Judging by the amount of rigour and the temperature of the body, I should put the time of death at such and such," without going into fiddling details about the degrees Fahrenheit registered by the instrument. As for rigour, there certainly was not a trace of it present. Naturally, since rigour, Harriet did know this bit, does not usually set in until from 4 to 10 hours after death. The blue suit and brown shoes showed no signs of having been wet by sea water. That hat was still lying on the rock. But 4 hours earlier the water must have been over the rock and over the footprints. The tragedy must be more recent than that. She put her hand on the body. It seemed quite warm. But anything would be warm on such a scorching day. The back and the top of the head were almost as hot as the surface of the rock. The undersurface, being in shadow, felt cooler, but no cooler than her own hands, which she dipped in the sea-water. Yes, but there was one criterion she could apply: the weapon. No weapon, no suicide. That was a law of the Medes and Persians. There was nothing in the hands, no signs of that obliging death grip which so frequently preserves evidence for the benefit of detectives. The man had slumped forward, one arm between his body and the rock, the other, the right, hanging over the rock edge just beneath his face. It was directly below this hand that the stream of blood ran down so uninvitingly, streaking the water. If the weapon was anywhere, it would be here. Taking off her shoes and stockings and turning her sleeve up to the elbow, Harriet groped cautiously in the water, which was about 18 inches deep at the base of the rock. She stepped warily for fear of treading on a knife edge, and it was as well that she did, for presently her hand encountered something hard and sharp. At the cost of a slight cut on her finger, she drew up an open cut-throat razor, already partially buried in the sand. Ah, the weapon was there, then. Suicide seemed to be the solution after all. Harriet stood with the razor in her hand, wondering whether she was leaving fingerprints on the wet surface. The suicide, of course, would have left none, since he was wearing gloves. But once again, why that precaution? It's reasonable to wear gloves to commit a murder, but not to commit suicide. Harriet dismissed this problem for future consideration and wrapped her handkerchief round the razor. The tide was coming in inexorably. What else could she do? Ought she to search any pockets? She had not the strength of a Robert Templeton to haul the body above high water mark. That was really a business for the police when the body was removed, but it was just possible that there might be papers which the water would render illegible. She gingerly felt the jacket pockets, but the dead man had obviously attached too much importance to the set of his clothes to carry very much in them. She found only a silk handkerchief with a laundry mark, and a thin gold cigarette case in the right-hand pocket. The other was empty. The outside breast pocket held a mauve silk handkerchief, obviously intended for display rather than for use. The hip pocket was empty. She could not get at the trouser pockets without lifting the corpse, which, for many reasons, she did not want to do. The inner breast pocket, of course, was the one for papers, but Harriet felt a deep repugnance to handling the inner breast pocket. It appeared to have received the full gush of blood from the throat. Harriet excused herself by thinking that any papers in that pocket would be illegible already. A cowardly excuse, possibly, but there it was. She could not bring herself to touch it. She secured the handkerchief in the cigarette case and once more looked around her. Sea and sand were as deserted as ever. The sun still shone brightly, but a mass of cloud was beginning to pile up on the seaward horizon. The wind, too, had hauled round to the southwest and was strengthening every moment. It looked as though the beauty of the day would not last. She still had to look at the dead man's footprints before the advancing water obliterated them. Then suddenly she remembered that she had a camera. It was a small one, but it did include a focusing adjustment for objects up to 6 feet from the lens. She extracted the camera from her pack and took 3 snapshots of the rock and the body from different viewpoints. The dead man's head lay still as it had fallen when she moved it, canted over a little sideways so that it was just possible to secure a photograph of the features. She expended a film on this, racking the camera out to the 6-foot mark. She now had 4 exposures left in the camera. On one she took a general view of the coast with the body in the foreground, stepping a little way back from the rock for the purpose. On the second she took a closer view of the line of footprints, stretching from the rock across the sand in the direction of Wilvercombe. On the third she made a close-up of one of the footprints, holding the camera set to 6 feet, at arm's length above her head, and pointing the lens directly downwards to the best of her judgment. She looked at her watch. All this had taken her about 20 minutes from the time she first saw the body. She thought she had better, while she was about it, spare time to make sure that the footprints belonged to the body. She removed one shoe from the foot of the corpse, noticing as she did so that, though the sole bore traces of sand, there were no stains of sea-water upon the leather of the uppers. Inserting the shoe into one of the footprints, she observed that they corresponded perfectly. She did not care for the job of replacing the shoe, and therefore took it with her, pausing as she regained the shingle to take a view of the rock from the landward side. The day was certainly clouding over, and the wind getting up. Looking out beyond the rock, she saw a line of little swirls and eddies, which broke from time to time into angry-looking spurts of foam, as though breaking about the tops of hidden rocks. The waves everywhere were showing feathers of foam, and dull yellow streaks reflected the gathering cloud masses further out to sea. The fishing boat was almost out of sight, making for Wolvercombe. Not quite sure whether she'd done the right thing or the wrong, Harriet gathered up her belongings, including the shoe, hat, razor, cigarette case and handkerchief, and started to scramble up the face of the cliff. It was then just after 2:30. Chapter 2. The Evidence of the Road. None sit indoors except the babe and his forgotten grandsire, and such as, out of life, each side do lie against the shutter of the grave or womb. The second brother. Thursday, 18 June. The road, when Harriet reached it, seemed as solitary as before. She turned in the direction of Wolvercombe and strode along at a good steady pace. Her instinct was to run, but she knew that she would gain nothing by pumping herself out. After about a mile she was delighted by the sight of a fellow traveller, a girl about 17 driving a couple of cows. She stopped the girl and asked the way to the nearest house. The girl stared at her. Harriet repeated her request. The reply came in so strong a West Country accent that Harriet could make little of it, but at length she gathered that Will Coffin's over to Brennerton was the nearest habitation, and that it could be reached by following a winding lane on the right. "How far is it?" asked Harriet. The girl opined that it was a good piece, but declined to commit herself in yards or miles. "Well, I'll try there," said Harriet. "And if you meet anybody on the road, will you tell them there's a dead man on the beach about a mile back, and that the police ought to be told?" The girl stared dumbly. Harriet repeated the message, adding, "Do you understand?" "Yes, miss," said the girl, in the tone of voice which makes it quite clear that the hearer understands nothing. As Harriet hurried away up the lane, she saw the girl still staring after her. Will Coffin's proved to be a small farmhouse. It took Harriet 20 minutes to reach it, and when she did reach it, it appeared to be deserted. She knocked at the door without result, pushed it open and shouted, still without result. Then she went round to the back. When she had again shouted several times, a woman in an apron emerged from an outbuilding and stood gazing at her. "Are any of the men about?" asked Harriet. The woman replied that they were all up to the 7-acre field getting the hay in. Harriet explained that there was a dead man lying on the shore, and that the police ought to be informed. "Oh, that do be terrible, surely," said the woman. "Will it be Joe Smith? He was out with his boat this morning, and the rocks be very dangerous thereabouts. The grinders, we call 'em." "No," said Harriet, "no, it isn't a fisherman. It looks like somebody from the town, and he isn't drowned. He's cut his throat." "Cut his throat?" said the woman with relish. "Oh, well now, what a terrible thing to be sure." "I want to let the police know," said Harriet, "before the tide comes in and covers the body." "The police?" The woman considered this. "Oh, yes, she said, after mature thought, yes. The police ought to be told about it." Harriet asked if one of the men could be found and sent with a message. The woman shook her head. They were getting in the hay, and the weather did look to be changing. She doubted if anybody could be spared. "You're not on the telephone, I suppose?" asked Harriet. They were not on the telephone, but Mr. Carey at the Red Farm, he was on the telephone. To get to the Red Farm, the woman added, under interrogation, you would have to go back to the road and take the next turning, and then it was about a mile or maybe 2. Was there a car Harriet could borrow? The woman was sorry, but there was no car. At least there was one, but her daughter had gone over to Heathbury Market and wouldn't be back till late. Well, then I must try and get to the Red Farm, said Harriet rather wearily. Look, if you do see anybody who could take a message, would you tell them that there's a dead man on the shore near the grinders, and that the police ought to be informed? Oh, I'll tell them sure enough, said the woman brightly. Oh, it's a very terrible thing, isn't it? Police did ought to know about it. Yeah, you're looking very tired, miss. Would you like a cup of tea? Harriet refused the tea and said she ought to be getting on. As she passed through the gate, the woman called her back. Harriet turned hopefully. Was it you that found him, miss? Yes, I found him. Lying there dead? Yes. With his throat cut? Yes. Dear, dear, said the woman. 'Tis a terrible thing to be sure. Back on the main road, Harriet hesitated. She'd lost a good deal of time on this expedition. Would it be better to turn aside again in search of the Red Farm, or to keep to the main road where there was more chance of meeting a passer-by? While still undecided, she arrived at the turn. An aged man was hoeing turnips in a field close by. She hailed him. Is this the way to the Red Farm? He paid no attention, but went on hoeing turnips. Oh, he must be deaf, muttered Harriet, hailing him again. He continued to hoe turnips. She was looking about for the gate into the field when the aged man paused to straighten his back and spit on his hands, and in so doing brought her into his line of vision. Harriet beckoned him, and he hobbled slowly up to the wall, supporting himself on the hoe as he went. Is this the way to the Red Farm? She pointed up the lane. No, said the old man. No, he ain't at home. Has he got a telephone? Asked Harriet. Not till tonight, replied the ancient. He's over to Heathbury Market. A telephone, repeated Harriet. Has he got a telephone? Oh, aye, said the old man. Yeah, you'll find her somewhere about. While Harriet was wondering whether the pronoun was the one usually applied in that county to telephones, he dashed her hopes by adding, "Her leg's bad again." "How far is it to the farm?" shouted Harriet desperately. "Oh, I shouldn't wonder if 'twas," said the old man, resting on the hoe and lifting up his hat to admit the breeze to his head. "I telled her on Saturday night she hadn't no call to do it." Harriet, leaning far over the wall, advanced her mouth to within an inch of his ear. "How far is it?" she bawled. There ain't no need to shout," said the old man. "I be deaf. 82 come Michaelmas, and all my faculties, thank God." "Look, how far?" began Harriet. "Look, I'm telling you, ain't I? 1.5 miles by the lane. But if you was to take the short cut through the field where the old bull is—" A car came suddenly down the road at considerable speed and vanished into the distance. Bother," muttered Harriet. "I might have stopped that if I hadn't wasted my time on this old idiot." "You're quite right, miss," agreed old Father William, catching the last word with the usual perversity of the deaf. "Madmen, I calls 'em. There ain't no sense in reckoning along at that pace. My niece's young man—" The glimpse of the car was a deciding factor in Harriet's mind. Far better to stick to the road. If once she began losing herself in byways on the chance of finding an elusive farm and a hypothetical telephone, she might wander about till dinner-time. She started off again, cutting Father William's story off abruptly at the middle, and did another dusty half-mile without further encounter. It was odd, she thought. During the morning she had seen several people, and quite a number, comparatively, of tradesmen's vans. What had happened to them all? Robert Templeton, or possibly even Lord Peter Wimsey, who had been brought up in the country, would have promptly enough found the answer to the riddle. It was market day at Heathbury, and early closing day at Wilvercombe, and Leston Hoe, the two phenomena being indeed interrelated so as to permit the inhabitants of the two watering places to attend the important function at the market town. Therefore there were no more tradesmen's deliveries along the coast road, and therefore all the local traffic to Heathbury was already well away inland. Such of the aborigines as remained were at work in the hayfields. She did indeed discover a man and a youth at work with a 2-horse hay-cutter, but they stared aghast at her suggestion that they should leave their work and their horses to look for the police. The farmer himself was, naturally, at Heathbury Market. Harriet rather hopelessly left a message with them and trudged on. Presently there came slogging into view a figure which appeared rather more hopeful, a man clad in shorts and carrying a pack on his back. A hiker like herself. She hailed him imperiously. "I say, can you tell me where I can get hold of somebody with a car or a telephone? It's frightfully important." The man, a weedy, sandy-haired person with a bulging brow and thick spectacles, gazed at her with courteous incompetence. "I'm afraid I can't tell you. You see, I'm a stranger here myself." "Well, look, could you—" began Harriet and paused. After all, what could he do? He was in exactly the same boat as herself. With a foolish relic of Victorianism, she had somehow imagined that a man would display superior energy and resourcefulness, but after all he was only a human being, and with the usual outfit of legs and brains. "You see," she explained, "there's a dead man on the beach over there." She pointed vaguely behind her. "No, really?" exclaimed the young man. "I say, that's a bit thick, isn't it? Friend of yours?" "Certainly not," retorted Harriet. "I don't know him from Adam, but the police ought to know about it." Police? Oh, yeah, of course, police. Well, look, you find them in Wilvercombe, you know. There's a police station there." "Look, I know," said Harriet, "but the body's right down near the low water mark, and if I can't get somebody along pretty quick, the tide may wash him away. In fact, it's probably done so already. Good Lord, it's almost 4 o'clock. The tide? Oh, yes, I suppose it would. If—" he brightened up with a new thought. "If it's coming in, but it might be going out, you know, mightn't it?" "It might, but it isn't," said Harriet grimly. "It's been coming in since 2 o'clock. Haven't you noticed?" Well, no, of course I have. No, I'm short-sighted, and I don't know much about it. I live in London, you see. I'm afraid I can't quite see what I can do about it. There don't seem to be any police about here, do there?" He gazed round about as though he expected to sight a constable on point duty in the middle distance. "Have you passed any cottages lately?" asked Harriet. Cottages? Oh, yes. I believe I did see some cottages a little way back. Oh, yes, I'm sure I did. You'll find somebody there." "Well, I'll try there, then. And if you meet anybody, would you mind telling them about it? A man on the beach with his throat cut?" "His throat?" "Yes. Near some rocks they call the Grinders." "Who cut his throat?" "Look, how should I know? I should think he probably did it himself." Yes, oh, naturally, yes. Yeah, otherwise it would be murder, wouldn't it?" "Well, it may be murder, of course." The hiker clutched his staff nervously. "Oh, I shouldn't think so, should you?" "You never know," said Harriet, exasperated. "If I were you, I'd be getting along quickly. The murderer may be somewhere about, you know." "Oh, good heavens," said the young man from London. "Yeah, but that would be awfully dangerous." "Wouldn't it? Yeah, well, I'll be pushing on. Now, don't forget, will you? A man with his throat cut near the Grinders." "The Grinders? Oh, yeah. Yes, I'll remember, yeah. But I say, yes. Look, don't you think I'd better come along with you, to protect you, you know, and that sort of thing?" Harriet laughed. She felt convinced that the young man was not keen on passing the Grinders. "Well, as you like," she said indifferently, walking on. "Well, I could show you the cottages," suggested the young man. "Very well," said Harriet. "Come along. We'll have to be as quick as we can." A quarter of an hour's walk brought them to the cottages, 2 low, thatched buildings standing on the right-hand side of the road. In front of them a high hedge had been planted, screening them from the sea gales and, incidentally, helping to cut off all view of the shore. Opposite them, on the other side of the road, a narrow walled lane twisted down to the sea's edge. From Harriet's point of view, the cottages were a disappointment. They were inhabited by an aged crone, 2 youngish women, and some small children. But the men were all out fishing. They were late back today, but were expected on the evening tide. Harriet's story was listened to with flattering interest and enthusiasm, and the wives promised to tell their husbands about it when they came in. They also offered refreshment, which this time Harriet accepted. She felt pretty sure that the body would by now be covered by the tide, and that half an hour could make no real difference. Excitement had made her weary. She drank the tea and was thankful. The companions then resumed their walk. The gentleman from London, whose name was Perkins, complaining of a blistered heel. Harriet ignored him. Surely something would soon come along. The only thing that came was a fast saloon car which overtook them about half a mile further on. The proud chauffeur, seeing two dusty trampers signalling, as it appeared to him, for a lift, put his stern foot down on the accelerator and drove on. "Beastly road hog," said Mr. Perkins, pausing to caress his blistered heel. "Saloons with chauffeurs are never any good," said Harriet. "What we want is a lorry, or a 7-year-old Ford. Yeah, oh, look, what's that?" That was a pair of gates across the road and a little cottage standing beside it. A level crossing by all that's lucky. Harriet's sinking courage revived. There must be somebody here. There was. There were, in fact, two people, a cripple and a small girl. Harriet eagerly asked where she could get hold of a car or a telephone. "Oh, you'll find that all right in the village, miss," said the cripple. "Leastways, it ain't what you'd call a village exactly, but Mr. Hearn, that keeps the grocery, he's got a telephone. This here's Darley Holt, and Darley is about 10 minutes' walk. You'll find somebody there all right, miss, for certain. Excuse me a minute, miss. Liz, the gates." The child ran out to open the gates to let through a small boy leading an immense cart-horse. "Is there a train coming through?" asked Harriet idly, as the gates were pushed across the road again. "Oh, not for half an hour, miss. We keeps the gate shut most of the time. There ain't a deal of traffic along this road, and they keeps the cattle from straying onto the line. There's a good many trains in the day. It's the main line from Wolvercombe to Eastbury. Of course, the expresses don't stop here, only the locals, and they only stops twice a day, except market days. No, I see." Harriet wondered why she was asking about the trains, and then suddenly realized that, with her professional interest in timetables, she was instinctively checking up the ways and means of approaching the grinders. Train, car, boat. How had the dead man got there? What time? No, it didn't matter. The police could check up on that. She thanked the gatekeeper, pushed her way through the side wickets, and strode on, with Mr. Perkins limping after her. The road still ran beside the coast, but the cliffs were gradually sloped down almost to sea level. They saw a clump of trees and a hedge and a little lane curving away past the ruins of an abandoned cottage to a wide space of green on which stood a tent close by the sandy beach, with smoke going up from a campus fire beside it. As they passed the head of this lane, a man emerged from it carrying a petrol tin. He wore a pair of old flannel slacks and a khaki shirt with sleeves rolled up to the elbow. His soft hat was pulled down rather low over his eyes, which were further protected by a pair of dark spectacles. Harriet stopped him and asked if they were anywhere near the village. A few minutes further on," he replied briefly, but civilly enough. "Look, I want a telephone," went on Harriet. "I'm told I can do so at the grocer's. Is that right?" "Oh, yes, just across on the other side of the green. You can't mistake it. It's the only shop there is." "Oh, thank you. Yeah, oh, by the way, I suppose there isn't a policeman in the village?" The man halted as he was about to turn away and stared at her, shading his eyes from the sun's glare. She noticed a snake tattoo in red and blue upon his forearm, and wondered whether he might perhaps have been a sailor. "No, there's no policeman living in Darley. We share a constable with the next village, I believe. He floats round on a bicycle occasionally. Anything wrong?" "There's been an accident along the coast," said Harriet. "I found a dead man." "Good Lord! Well, you better telephone through to Wolvercombe." "Yes, I will, thanks. Come along, Mr. Perkins." Oh, he's gone. Harriet caught up her companion, rather annoyed by his patent eagerness to disassociate himself from her and her errand. "There's no need to stop and speak to everybody," complained Mr. Perkins peevishly. "I don't like the look of that fella, and we're quite near the place now. I came through here this morning, you know." "Look, I only wanted to ask if there was a policeman," explained Harriet peaceably. She did not want to argue with Mr. Perkins. She had other things to think of. Cottages had begun to appear, small, sturdy buildings surrounded by little patches of gay garden. The road turned suddenly inland, and she observed with joy telegraph poles, more houses, and at length a little green, with a smithy at one corner and children playing cricket on the grass. In the centre of the green stood an ancient elm, with a seat round it, and an ancient man basking in the sunshine. And on the opposite side was a shop with Joe Hearn, Grocers, displayed on a side above it. "Oh, thank goodness," said Harriet. She almost ran across the little green and into the village shop, which was festooned with boots and frying pans, and appeared to sell everything from acid drops to corduroy trousers. A bald-headed man advanced helpfully from behind a pyramid of canned goods. "Can I use your telephone, please?" Certainly, miss. What number?" "I want the Wilvercombe police station." "Police station?" Grocer looked puzzled, almost shocked. "Well, I'll have to look up the number for you then," he said, hesitatingly. "Will you step into the parlour, miss? And sir?" "Thank you," said Mr. Perkins, "but really, I mean, it's the ladies' business, really. I mean to say, look, if there's any sort of atelier about, I think I'd better, well, let's just say, good evening." He melted unobtrusively out of the shop. Harriet, who had already forgotten his existence, followed the grocer into the back room and watched him with impatience as he put on his spectacles and struggled with the telephone directory. Chapter 3. The Evidence of the Hotel. Little and grisly, or bony and big, white and clattering, grassy and yellow. The partners are waiting, so strike up a jig, dance and be merry, for Death's a droll fellow. Where's Death and his sweetheart? We want to begin. Death's Jest Book. Thursday, 18 June. It was 5:15 when the grocer announced that Harriet's call was through. Allowing for stoppages and for going out of her way to the Brennerton farm, she had covered rather more than 4 miles of the distance between the Grinders and Wilvercombe in very nearly 3 hours. True, she'd actually walked 6 miles or more, but she felt that a shocking amount of time had been wasted. Well, she'd done her best, but fate had been against her. "Hello," she said wearily. "Hello," said an official voice. "Is that the Wilvercombe police?" "Speaking. Who are you?" "Well, I'm speaking from Mr. Hearn's shop at Darley. I want to tell you that this afternoon at about 2 o'clock I found the dead body of a man lying on the beach near the Grinders." "Oh," said the voice. "One moment, please." Yes, the dead body of a man at the Grinders, yes." "He's got his throat cut," said Harriet. "Throat cut," said the official voice. "Yes." "I also found a razor," said Harriet. "A razor?" The voice seemed rather pleased, she thought, by this detail. "Oh, is it speaking?" it went on. "My name is Vane, Miss Harriet Vane. I am on a walking tour and happened to find him. Can you send somebody out to fetch me, or shall I— just a moment. Name of Vane. V-A-N-E. Yes. Found at 2 o'clock, you say? You're a bit late in letting us know, aren't you?" Harriet explained that she'd had difficulty in getting through to them. "I see," said the voice. "All right, miss. Well, we'll be sending a car along. You just stay where you are till we come. You'll have to go along with us and show us the body." "Well, I'm afraid there won't be any body by now," said Harriet. "You see, it was down quite close to the sea on that big rock, you know, and the tide—" "We'll see to that, miss," replied the voice confidently, as though the nautical almanac might be expected to conform to police regulations. "The car'll be along in about 10 minutes or so." The receiver clicked and was silent. Harriet replaced her end of the instrument and stood for a few minutes hesitating. Then she took the receiver off again. "Give me Ludgate 6000, quick as ever you can. Urgent, press call. I must have it within 5 minutes." The operator began to make objections. "Listen. This is the number of the Morning Star. It's a priority call." "Well," said the operator dubiously, "I'll see what I can do." Harriet waited. 3 minutes passed, 4, 5, 6. Then the bell rang. Harriet snatched the receiver down. "Morning Star. Give me the newsroom, quick." Buzz, click. "Morning Star news editor." Harriet gathered herself together to cram her story into the fewest and most telling words. "I'm speaking from Darley near Wilvercombe. The dead body of a man was found at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, all right, ready? On the coast this afternoon with his throat cut from ear to ear. The discovery was made by Miss Harriet Vane, the well-known detective novelist." Yes, that's right, yes, the Harriet Vane, Who was tried for murder 2 years ago, yes. The dead man appears to be about 20 years of age, blue eyes, short dark beard, dressed in a dark blue lounge suit with brown shoes and chamois leather gloves. A razor was found near the body. Probably suicide. Oh, yes, it might be murder. Or call it mysterious circumstances, yes. Miss Vane, who is on a walking tour gathering material for her forthcoming book, The Fountain Pen Mystery, was obliged to walk for several miles before getting help. No, the police haven't seen the body yet. It's probably under water by now, but I suppose they'll get it at low tide. I'll ring you later. Yes. Sorry, what? Oh, look, this is Miss Vane speaking. Yes. No, I'm giving you this exclusively. Well, I suppose it'll be all over the place presently, but I'm giving you my story exclusively. Provided, of course, you give me a good show. Yes, of course. Oh, well, I suppose I shall be staying in Wilvercombe. I don't know. Look, I'll ring you up when I know where I'm staying. Right. Goodbye. As she rang off, she heard a car draw up to the door and emerged through the little shop to encounter a large man in a grey suit, who began impatiently. I am Inspector Umplety. What's all this about? Oh, Inspector, I'm so glad to see you. I began to think I should never get hold of anybody with any common sense about them. Look, I've had a trunk call, Mr. Hearn. I don't know what it cost, but here's the 10-bob note. I'll call for the change another time. I've told my friends I shall be stuck in Wilvercombe for a few days, Inspector. I suppose that's right, isn't it? This was disingenuous, but novelists and police inspectors do not always see eye to eye as regards publicity. That's right, miss. I have to ask you to stay on a bit while we look into this. Better jump into the car and we'll run out where you say you saw the body. This gentleman is Dr. Fenchurch. This is Sergeant Saunders. Harriet acknowledged the introduction. Why I've been brought along I don't know, said the police surgeon in an aggrieved voice. If this man was down near low water mark at 2 o'clock, we shan't see much of him tonight. Tide's more than half full now, and a strong wind blowing. That's the devil of it, agreed the inspector. I know, said Harriet mournfully, but really I did my best. She recounted the details of her odyssey, mentioning everything she had done at the rock, producing the shoe, the cigarette case, the hat, the handkerchief, and the razor. Well, there, said the inspector, you seem to have done a pretty tidy job, miss. Anybody'd think you'd made a study of it. Taking photographs and all. Oh. Not but what, he added sternly, if you'd started sooner you'd have been here before. I didn't waste much time, pleaded Harriet, and I thought, supposing the body got washed away or anything, it would be better to have some record of it. That's very true, miss. Now, you shouldn't wonder but what you did the right thing. Looks like a big wind rising, and that'll hold the tide up. Due southwest it is, put in the policeman who was driving the car. That there rock will be awash next low tide if it goes on like this, and with the sea running it'll be a bit of a job to get out there. Yes, said the inspector. The current sets very strong around the bay, and you can't get a boat in past the grinders, not without you want her bottom stove in. Indeed, when they arrived at Murder Bay, as Harriet had mentally christened it, there were no signs of the rock, still less of the body. The sea was halfway up the sand, rolling in heavily. The little line of breakers that had shown the hidden tops of the Grinder's Reef had disappeared. The wind was freshening still more, and the sun gleamed in spasms of brilliance between thickening banks of cloud. "That's the place, miss, is it?" asked the inspector. "Oh, yes, that's the place," replied Harriet confidently. The inspector shook his head. Well, there's 17 feet of water over that rock by now," he said. "Tide'll be full in another hour. Can't do anything about it now. Have to wait for low tide. That'll be 2 Emmer or thereabouts. Have to see if there's any chance of getting out to it then. But if you ask me, it's working up for roughish weather. There's the chance, of course, that the body may get washed off and come ashore somewhere. I'll run you to Brenneton, Saunders. Try and get some of the men there to keep a lookout up and down the shore, and I'll cut along back to Wilvercombe and see what I can arrange about getting a boat out. You'll have to come along with me, miss, and make a statement." "By all means," said Harriet rather faintly. The inspector turned round and took a look at her. "I expect you're feeling a bit upset, miss," he said kindly. "And no wonder. Not a pleasant thing for a young lady to have to deal with. It's
a miracle to me the way you handled it. Why, most young ladies would have run away, let alone taken away all these boots and things." "Well, you see," explained Harriet, "I know what ought to be done. I write detective stories, you know," she added, feeling as she spoke that this must appear to the inspector an idle and foolish occupation. "There now," said the inspector. "Oh, it ain't often that I dare say you get a chance of putting your own stories into practice, as you might say. What did you say your name was, miss?" "Not that I read those sort of books much, except it might be Edgar Wallace now and again. But I'll have to know your name, of course, in any case."
Harriet gave her name and her London address. The inspector seemed to come to attention rather suddenly.
Oh, I fancy I've heard that name before," he remarked.
"Yes," said Harriet, a little grimly, "I expect you have. I am—" She laughed rather uncomfortably. "I am the notorious Harriet Vane, who was tried for poisoning Philip Boyes 2 years ago."
Ah, just so," replied the inspector. Yes, they got the fellow who did it too, didn't they? Arsenic case. Yes, of course, yes. There was some very pretty medical evidence at that trial, if I remember rightly. Smart piece of work. Lord Peter Wimsey had something to do with it, didn't he?"
"Quite a lot," said Harriet.
"Ah, he seems to be a clever gentleman," observed the inspector. "One's always hearing of him doing something or other."
"Yes," agreed Harriet. "He's full of activities."
"You know him very well, then, I expect," pursued the inspector, filled with what Harriet felt to be unnecessary curiosity.
"Oh, yes, quite well. Yes, of course." It struck her that this sounded ungracious, seeing that Wimsey had undoubtedly saved her from a very disagreeable position, if not from an ignominious death, and she went on hastily and stiltedly. "I have a great deal to thank him for."
"Oh, naturally," replied the inspector. "Not but what, loyally, Scotland Yard would probably have got the right man in the end. Still," here local patriotism seemed to take the upper hand, "they haven't the advantages in some ways that we have. They can't know all the people in London same as we know everybody hereabouts. Stands to reason they couldn't. Now, in a case like this one here, 10 to 1, we shall be able to find all about the young man in a turn of the hand, as you might say."
"He may be a visitor," said Harriet.
"Oh, very likely," said the inspector. "But I expect there'll be somebody that knows about him all the same. This is where you get off, Saunders. Raise all the help you can, and get Mr. Coffin to run you over to Wilvercombe when you're through. Now then, miss, what did you say this young chap was like?"
Harriet again described the corpse.
"Bearded, eh?" said the inspector. Sounds like a foreigner, doesn't it? I can't just place him for the moment, but there's not much doubt he'll be pretty easily traced. Now, here we are at the police station, miss. If you'll just step in here for a minute, the superintendent would like to see you."
Harriet accordingly stepped in and told her story once again, this time in minute detail to Superintendent Glacier, who received it with flattering interest. She handed over the various things taken from the body and her roll of film, and was then questioned exhaustively as to how she had spent the day, both before and after finding the body. "By the way," said the superintendent, "this young fellow you met on the road, what's become of him?" Harriet stared about her as though she expected to find Mr. Perkins still at her elbow. "I haven't the slightest idea. I'd forgotten all about him. He must have gone off while I was ringing you up."
"Ah, that's odd," said Glacier, making a note to inquire after Mr. Perkins.
But he can't possibly know anything about it," said Harriet. "He was fearfully surprised and frightened. That's why he came back with me." "Well, we'll have to check up on him, though, as a matter of routine," said the superintendent. Harriet was about to protest that this was a waste of time when she suddenly realized that in all probability it was her own story that was due to be checked up on. She was silent, and the superintendent went on. "Well, now, Miss Vane, I'm afraid we shall have to ask you to stay within reach for a few days. What were you thinking of doing?" "Oh, I quite understand that. Well, I suppose I had better put up somewhere in Wilvercombe. You needn't be afraid of my running away. I want to be in on this thing." The policeman looked a little disapproving. Everybody is, of course, only too delighted to take the limelight in a gruesome tragedy, but a lady ought surely to pretend the contrary. Inspector Umplety, however, merely replied with a modest suggestion that Clegg's Temperance Hostel was generally reckoned to be as cheap and comfortable as you could require. Harriet laughed, remembering suddenly that a novelist owes a duty to her newspaper reporters. Miss Harriet Vane, when interviewed by our correspondent at Clegg's Temperance Hostel,
That would never do. Look, I don't care for temperance hostels, she said firmly. What's the best hotel in the town? The Resplendent is the largest, said Glacier. Then you will find me at the Resplendent, said Harriet, picking up her dusty knapsack and preparing for action. Inspector Umplety will run you down there in the car, said the superintendent, with a little nod to Umplety. Oh, very good of him, answered Harriet, amused. Within a very few minutes the car deposited her at one of those monster seaside palaces which look as though they'd been designed by a German manufacturer of children's cardboard toys. Its glass porch was crowded with hothouse plants, and the lofty dome of its reception hall was supported on gilt pilasters rising out of an ocean of blue plush. Harriet tramped heedlessly through its spacious splendours and demanded a large single bedroom with private bath on the first floor and overlooking the sea. "Oh, well, I'm afraid," said the receptionist, casting a languid glance of disfavour at Harriet's knapsack and shoes, "that all our rooms are engaged." "Oh, surely not," said Harriet, "so early in the season? Just ask the manager to come and speak to me for a moment." She sat down with a determined air in the nearest well-stuffed armchair, and, hailing a waiter, demanded a cocktail. "Will you join me, Inspector?" The inspector thanked her, but explained that a certain discretion was due to his position. "Another time, then," said Harriet, smiling, and dropping a pound note on the waiter's tray with a somewhat ostentatious display of a well-filled note-case. Inspector Umplety grinned faintly as he saw the receptionist beckon to the waiter. Then he moved gently across to the desk and spoke a few words. Presently the assistant receptionist approached Harriet with a deprecating smile. "We find, madam, that we can, after all, accommodate you. An American gentleman has informed us that he is vacating his room on the first floor. It overlooks the esplanade. I think you'll find it quite satisfactory." "Has it a private bath?" demanded Harriet without enthusiasm. "Oh, yes, madam, and a balcony." "All right," said Harriet. "What's the number?" 23. "It has a telephone, I suppose?" "Well, Inspector, you'll know where to find me." She grinned a friendly grin at him. Yes, miss," said Inspector Umplety, grinning also. He had his private cause for amusement. If Harriet's note-case had ensured her reception at the Resplendent, it was his own private whisper of "friend of Lord Peter Wimsey" that had produced the view over the sea, the bath, and the balcony. It was just as well that Harriet did not know this. It would have annoyed her. Curiously enough, however, the image of Lord Peter Wimsey kept intruding upon her mind while she was telephoning her address to the Morning Star, and even while she was working her way through the Resplendent's expensive and admirable dinner. If the relations between them had not been what they were, it would have been only fair to ring him up and tell him about the corpse with the cut throat. But under the circumstances, the action might be misinterpreted, and in any case the thing was probably only the dullest kind of suicide not worth bringing to his attention. Not nearly so complicated and interesting a problem, for instance, as the central situation in the Fountain Pen mystery. In that absorbing mystery, the villain was at the moment engaged in committing a crime in Edinburgh, while constructing an ingenious alibi involving a steam yacht, a wireless time signal, 5 clocks, and the change from summer to winter time. Apparently the cutthroat gentleman had come from the Wolvercombe direction by road, by train. Had he walked from Darley Holt? If not, who brought him? Really, she must try and concentrate on this alibi. The town clock was the great difficulty. How could that be altered? And altered it must be, for the whole alibi depended on its being heard to strike midnight at the appropriate moment. Could the man who looked after it be made into an accomplice? Who did look after town hall clocks? White gloves. And had she left her own fingerprints on the razor? Was it, after all, going to be necessary to go to Edinburgh? Perhaps there was no town hall and no clock. A church clock would do, of course, but church clocks and bodies and belfries had been rather overdone lately. It was odd about Mr. Perkins. If the solution was murder after all, could not the murderer have walked through the water to some point? Perhaps she ought to have followed the shore, not the coast road. Oh, too late now, in any case. Look, and she had not properly worked out the speed of the steam yacht. One ought to know about these things. Lord Peter would know, of course. He must have sailed in plenty of steam yachts. It must be nice to be really rich. Anybody who married Lord Peter would be rich, of course. And he was amusing. Nobody could say he would be dull to live with. But the trouble was that you never knew what anybody was like to live with except by living with them. Wasn't worth it. Not even to know all about steam yachts. A novelist couldn't possibly marry all the people from whom she wanted specialized information. Harriet pleased herself all over the coffee with sketching out the career of an American detective novelist who contracted a fresh marriage for each new book. For a book about poisons, she would marry an analytical chemist. For a book about somebody's will, a solicitor. For a book about strangling, a hangman, of course. Well, there might be something in it. A spoof book, of course. And the villainess might do away with each husband by the method described in the book she was working on at the time. Too obvious? Well, perhaps. She got up from the table and made her way into a kind of large lounge where the middle space was cleared for dancing. A select orchestra occupied a platform at one end, and small tables were arranged all around the sides of the room, where visitors could drink coffee or liqueurs and watch the dancing. While she took her place and gave her order, the floor was occupied by a pair of obviously professional dancers giving an exhibition waltz. The man was tall and fair, with sleek hair plastered closely to his head, and a queer, unhealthy face with a wide, melancholy mouth. The girl, in an exaggerated gown of petunia satin with an enormous bustle and a train, exhibited a mask of Victorian coyness as she revolved languidly in her partner's arms to the strains of the Blue Danube. Autre temps, autre mœurs, thought Harriet. She looked about the room. Long skirts and costumes of the 70s were in evidence, and even ostrich feathers and fans. Even the coyness had its imitators, but it was so obvious an imitation. The slender-seeming waists were made so not by savage tight lacing, but by sheer expensive dressmaking. Tomorrow, on the tennis court, the short, loose tunic frock would reveal them as the waists of muscular young women of the day, despising all bonds. And the sidelong glances, the downcast eyes, the mock modesty, masks only. If this was the return to womanliness hailed by the fashion correspondents, it was to a quite different kind of womanliness, set on a basis of economic independence. Were men really stupid enough to believe that good old days of submissive womanhood could be brought back by milliners' fashions? Hardly, thought Harriet, when they know perfectly well that one has only to remove the train and the bustle, get into a short skirt, and walk off with a job to do and money in one's pocket. Ah, well, it's a game, and presumably they all know the rules. The dancers twirled to a standstill with the conclusion of the waltz. The instrumentalists tweaked a string and tightened a peg here and there, and rearranged their music under cover of perfunctory applause. Then the male dancer selected a partner from one of the nearest tables, while the petunia-clad girl obeyed a summons from a stout manufacturer in tweeds on the other side of the room. Another girl, a blonde in pale blue, rose from her solitary table near the platform and led out an elderly man. Other visitors rose, accompanied by their own partners, and took the floor to the strains of another waltz. Harriet beckoned to the waiter and asked for more coffee. Men, she thought, like the illusion that woman is dependent on their approbation and favour for her whole interest in life. But do they like the reality? Not, thought Harriet bitterly, when one is past one's first youth. The girl over there, exercising SA on a group of rather possessive-looking males, will turn into a predatory hag, like the woman at the next table, if she doesn't find something to occupy her mind, always supposing that she has a mind. Then, the men will say, she puts the wind up them. The predatory hag was a lean woman, pathetically made up, dressed in an exaggeration of the fashion which it would have been difficult for a girl of 19 to carry off successfully. She'd caught Harriet's attention earlier by her look of radiant, almost bridal exultation. She was alone, but seemed to be expecting somebody, for her gaze roamed incessantly about the room, concentrating itself chiefly on the professionals' table near the platform. Now she appeared to be getting anxious. Her ringed hands twitched nervously, and she lighted one cigarette after another, only to stub it out, half-smoked, snatch at the mirror in her handbag, readjust her makeup, fidget, and then begin the whole process again with another cigarette. Waiting for her gigolo, diagnosed Harriet, with a kind of pitiful disgust. The frog-mouthed gentleman, I suppose. He seems to have better fish to fry. The waiter brought the coffee, and the woman at the next table caught him on his way back. Is Mr. Alexis here tonight?" "No, madam, no. No, the waiter looked a little nervous. No, he is unavoidably absent." "Is he ill?" I do not think so, madam, no. The manager has just said he will not be coming." "Did he send no message?" "I couldn't say, madam." The waiter was fidgeting with his feet. "Mr. Antoine will no doubt be happy—" "Oh, never mind. No, never mind. I am accustomed to Mr. Alexis. His step suits me. It doesn't matter." "No, madam, no. Thank you, madam." The waiter escaped. Harriet saw him exchange a word and a shrug with the head waiter. Lips and eyebrows were eloquent. Harriet felt annoyed. Did one come to this, then, if one didn't marry? Making a public scorn of oneself before the waiters? She glanced again at the woman who was rising to leave the lounge. She wore a wedding ring. Marriage did not save one, apparently. Single, married, widowed, divorced, one came to the same end. She shivered a little and suddenly felt fed up with the lounge and the dance floor. She finished her coffee and retired to the smaller lounge, where three stout women were engaged in an interminable conversation about illness, children, and servants. "Poor Muriel! Quite an invalid since the birth of her last baby. I spoke quite firmly. I said, 'Now you quite understand? If you leave before your month, you will be liable to me for the money.' 12 guineas a week, and the surgeon's fee was 100 guineas. Beautiful boys, both of them, but with Ronnie at Eton and Wilfred at Oxford. They oughtn't to let boys run up these bills. My dear Poundsterer, I hardly knew her, but I wouldn't care to— Some kind of electric heat treatment, too marvellous, and what with rates and taxes, and all this terrible unemployment. You can't argue with nervous dyspepsia, but it makes things very difficult. Left me high and dry with a house full of people. Oh, these girls have no gratitude." And these, thought Harriet, are the happy ones, I suppose. Well, dash it. How about that town clock? Chapter 4. The Evidence of the Razor. "Well, thou art a useful tool sometimes. Thy tooth works quickly, and if thou knowest a secret from the heart, thou tellest it not again." Death's Jest Book. Friday, 19 June. In spite of the horrors she had witnessed, which ought to have driven all sleep away from the eyelids of any self-respecting female, Harriet slept profoundly in her first-floor bedroom, with bathroom, balcony, and view over the esplanade, and came down to breakfast with a hearty appetite. She secured a copy of the Morning Star and was deep in the perusal of her own interview, with photograph, on the front page, when a familiar voice addressed her. "Morning, Sherlock. Where's the dressing-gown? How many pipes of shag have you consumed? The hypodermic is on the dressing-room table." "How in the world," demanded Harriet, "did you get here?" "Car," said Lord Peter briefly. "Have they produced the body?" "Who told you about the body?" "I nosed it from afar. Where the carcass is, there shall be eagles gathered together. May I join you over the bacon and eggs?" "By all means," said Harriet. "Where did you come from?" "From London, like a bird that hears the call of its mate." "I didn't," began Harriet. "I didn't mean you. I meant the corpse. But still, talking of mates, will you marry me?" "Certainly not." "I thought not, but I felt I might as well ask the question. Did you say that they had found the body?" "Not that I know of." "Ah, well, I don't expect they will then for a bit. There's a regular sou'wester blowing great guns. Tiresome for them. Can't have an inquest without a body. You must produce the body, as it says in the Have His Carcase Act." "No, but really," protested Harriet, "how did you hear about it?" "Salcombe Hardy rang me up from the Morning Star. Said my Miss Vane had found a corpse, and did I know anything about it. I said I knew nothing about it, and that Miss Vane was unhappily not mine. Yet. So I buzzed off, and here I am. I brought Sally Hardy down with me. I expect that's what he really rang me up for. Smart old bird. Ha, ha, ha. Sally always on the spot. He told you where to find me, I suppose? Yes. He seemed to know all about it. I was rather hurt. Fancy having to ask the morning star where the pole star of one's own heaven has gone to. Hardy seemed to know all about it. How do these things get into the papers? I rang them up myself, replied Harriet. First-class publicity, you know, and all that. Oh, so it is, agreed Wimsey, helping himself lavishly to butter. Rang them up, did you? With all the gory details? Well, naturally. That was the first thing I thought of. Ah, you're a woman of business. But does it not, pardon me, indicate a certain coarsening of the fibres? Obviously, said Harriet. My fibres at this moment resemble coconut matting, without even welcome written across them. But look here, beloved, bearing in mind that I am a corpse fan, don't you think you might, as man to man, have let me in on the ground floor? If you put it that way, admitted Harriet, rather ashamed of herself, I certainly might, but I thought, women will let the personal element creep in, said Wimsey acutely. Well, all I can say is you owe it to me to make up for it now. All the details, please. Oh, I'm tired of giving details, grumbled Harriet perversely. You'll be tireder before the police and the newspaper lads have finished with you. I've been staving off Salcombe Hardy with the greatest difficulty. He's in the lounge. The Banner and the Clarion are in the smoking-room. They had a fast car. The Courier is coming by train. It's a nice, respectable, old-fashioned paper. And the Thunderer and the Comet are hanging about outside the bar, hoping you may be persuaded to offer them something. The three people arguing with the commissionaire are, I fancy, local men. The photographic contingent have gone down en masse, packed in a single Morris, to record the place where the body was found, which, as the tide is well up, they will not see. Tell me all, here and now, and I will organise your publicity for you. Very well, said Harriet. I tell thee all, I can no more. She pushed her plate aside and took up a clean knife. This, she said, is the coast road from Leston Hoe to Wilvercombe. The shore bends about like this. She took up the pepper pot. Try salt, suggested Wimsey, less irritating to the nasal tissues. Thank you. This line of salt is the beach, and this piece of bread is a rock at low water level. Wimsey twitched his chair closer to the table. And this salt spoon, he said, with childlike enjoyment, can be the body. He made no comment while Harriet told her story, only interrupting once or twice with a question about times and distances. He sat drooping above the sketch map she was laying out among the breakfast things, his eyes invisible, his long nose seeming to twitch like a rabbit's with concentration. When she'd finished, he sat silent for a moment and then said, Let's get this clear. You got to the place where you had lunch. When exactly? Just 1 o'clock. I looked at my watch. As you came along the cliffs, you could see the whole shore, including the rock where you found the body. Yes, I suppose I could. Was anybody on the rock then? I really don't know. I don't even specially remember noticing the rock. I was thinking about my grub, you see, and I was really looking about at the side of the road for a suitable spot to scramble down the cliff. My eyes weren't focused for distance. I see. Oh, that's rather a pity in a way. Yes, it is. But I can tell you one thing. I am quite sure there was nothing moving on the shore. I did give one glance round just before I decided to climb down. I distinctly remember thinking that the beach seemed absolutely and gloriously deserted. A perfect spot for a picnic. I hate picnicking in a crowd. And a single person on a lonely beach would be a crowd? For picnicking purposes, yes. You know what people are. The minute they see anyone having a peaceful feed, they gather in from the 4 points of the compass and sit down beside one, and the place is like the corner house in the rush hour. So they do. Oh, well, that must be the symbolism of the Miss Muffet legend. I'm positive there wasn't a living soul, walking or standing or sitting, anywhere within eyeshot. But as to the bodies being already on the rock, I wouldn't swear one way or the other. It was a goodish way out, you know, and when I saw it from the beach, I took the body for seaweed just at first. I shouldn't make a mental note of seaweed. Good. Then at 1 o'clock the beach was deserted, except possibly for the body, which may have been there making a noise like seaweed. When you got down the side of the cliff, was the rock visible from where you had lunch? No, not at all. There's a sort of little bay there. Well, scarcely that. The cliff juts out a bit, and I was sitting close up against the foot of the rock so as to have something to lean against. I had my lunch. It took about half an hour altogether. You heard nothing then? No footsteps or anything? No car? Not a thing? And then, well, then I'm afraid I dozed off. What could be more natural? For how long? About half an hour. When I woke, I looked at my watch again. What woke you? A seagull squawking round after bits of my sandwich. That makes it 2 o'clock. Yes. Look, just a minute. When I arrived here this morning, it was a bit early for calling on one's lady friends, so I toddled down to the beach and made friends with one of the fishermen. He happened to mention that it was low tide off the grinders yesterday afternoon at 1:15. Therefore, when you arrived, the tide was practically out. When you woke, it had turned and had been coming in for about 45 minutes. The foot of your rock, which, by the way, is locally named the Devil's Flatiron, is only uncovered for about half an hour between tide and tide, and that only at the top of the springs, if you understand that expression. I understand perfectly, but I don't see what that has to do with it. Well, this, that if anybody had come walking along the edge of the water to the rock, he could have got there without leaving any footprints. But he did leave footprints. Oh, I see. Oh, you're thinking of a possible murderer. I should prefer it to be murder, naturally. Shouldn't you? Yes, of course. Well, that's a fact. A murderer might have walked along from either direction, if he did it that way. If he came from Leston Hoe, he must have arrived after me, because I could see the shore as I walked along, and there was no one walking there then. But he could have come at any time from the Wilvercombe side. Oh, no, he couldn't, said Wimsey. He wasn't there, you said, at 1 o'clock. He might have been standing on the seaward side of the Flatiron. So he might. Now, how about the corpse? We can tell pretty close when he came. How? Well, you said there were no wet stains on his shoes. Therefore he went dry-shod to the rock. We only have to find out exactly when the sand on the landward side of the rock is uncovered. Ah, of course. How stupid of me. Well, we can easily find that out. Where had I got to? You had been awakened by the cry of a seagull. Yes. Yes. Well, then, I walked round the point of the cliff and out to the rock, and there he was. And at that moment there was nobody within sight, not a single soul. Except a man in a boat. Yes, the boat. Now, supposing the boat had come in when the tide was out, and the occupant had walked or waded up to the rock. Oh, that's possible, of course. The boat was some way out. Well, it all seems to depend on when the corpse got there. We must find that out. You're determined it should be murder. Well, suicide seems so dull. And why go all that way to commit suicide? Why not? Much tidier than doing it in your bedroom or anywhere like that. Aren't we beginning at the wrong end? If we knew who the man was, we might find he'd left an explanatory note behind him to say why he was doing it. I dare say the police know all about it by now. Possibly, said Wimsey in a dissatisfied tone. What's worrying you? 2 things. The gloves. Why should anybody cut his throat in gloves? I know, that bothered me too. Well, perhaps he had some sort of skin disease and was accustomed to wearing gloves for everything. I ought to have looked. I did start to take the gloves off, but they were, messy. I see you still retain a few female frailties. The second point that troubles me is the weapon. Why should a gentleman with a beard sport a cut-throat razor? Bought for the purpose. Yes. After all, why not? My dear Harriet, I think you are right. The man cut his throat, and that's all there is to it. I am disappointed. Well, it is disappointing, but he can't be helped. Oh, hello, here's my friend the inspector. It was, indeed, Inspector Umplety who was threading his way between the tables. He was in mufti, a large, comfortable-looking, tweed-clad figure. He greeted Harriet pleasantly. I thought you might like to see how your snaps have turned out, Miss Vane, and we've identified the man. No, have you? Oh, good work. This is Inspector Umplety, Lord Peter Wimsey. The inspector appeared gratified by the introduction. Ah, you're early on the job, my lord. But I don't know that you'll find anything very mysterious about this case. Just a plain suicide, I fancy. Well, we had regretfully come to that conclusion, admitted Wimsey. Though why he should have done it, I don't know. But you never can tell with these foreigners, can you? I thought he looked rather foreign, said Harriet. Yes, he's a Russian, or something like that. Paul Alexis Goldschmidt, his name. Known as Paul Alexis. Comes from this very hotel, as a matter of fact, one of the professional dancing partners in the lounge here. You know the sort. They don't seem to know much about him. Turned up here just over a year ago and asked for a job. Seemed to be a good dancer and all that, and they had a vacancy, so they took him on. Age 22 or thereabouts. Unmarried, lived in rooms, nothing known against him. Papers in order? Naturalised British subject. Said to have escaped from Russia at the Revolution. He must have been a kid of about 9, but we haven't found out yet who had charge of him. He was alone when he turned up here, and his landlady doesn't ever seem to have heard of anybody belonging to him. But we'll soon find out when we go through his stuff. He didn't leave any letters for the coroner or anything? Ah, well, we've found nothing so far. And as regards the coroner, that's a bit of a bother, that is. I don't know how long it'll be, miss, before you're wanted. You see, we can't find the body. You don't mean to tell me, said Wimsey, that the evil-eyed doctor and the mysterious Chinaman have already conveyed it to the lone house on the moor? You will have your fun, my lord, I see. No, it's a bit simpler than that. You see, the current sets northwards round the bay there, and with this sou'wester blowing, the body will have been washed off the Flatiron. It'll either come ashore somewhere off Sandy Point, or it'll have got carried out and caught up in the grinders. If that's where it is, we'll have to wait till the wind goes down. You can't take a boat in there with this sea running, and you can't dive off the rocks, even supposing you knew whereabouts to dive. It's a nuisance, but it can't be helped. Said Wimsey. Just as well you took those photographs, Sherlock, or we'd have no proof that there ever had been a body. Coroner can't sit on a photograph, though, said the inspector gloomily. Howsoever, it looks like a plain suicide, so it don't matter such a lot. Still, it's annoying. We like to get these things tied up as we go along. Naturally, said Wimsey. Well, I'm sure if anybody can tidy up, you can, Inspector. You impress me as being a man with an essentially tidy mind. I will engage to prophesy, Sherlock, that before lunchtime Inspector Umplety will have sorted out the dead man's papers, got the entire story from the hotel manager, identified the place where the razor was bought, and explained the mysterious presence of the gloves. The inspector laughed. I don't think there's much to be got out of the manager, my lord. As for the razor, well, that's neither here nor there. But the gloves? Ah, well, my lord, I expect the only person that could tell us about that is the poor blighter himself, and he's dead. But as regards the papers, you're dead right. I'm looking along there now. He paused doubtfully and looked from Harriet to Wimsey and back again. No, said Wimsey, set your mind at rest. We're not going to ask to come with you. I know that the amateur detective has a habit of embarrassing the police in the execution of their duty. We are going out to view the town, like a perfect little lady and gentleman. There's only one thing I should like to have a look at, if it ain't troubling you too much, and that's the razor. The inspector was very willing that Lord Peter should see the razor. And if you like to come along with me, he added kindly, you'll dodge all the reporters. Not me, said Harriet. I've got to see them and tell them all about my new book. A razor is only a razor, but good advance publicity means sales. You two run along. I'll follow you down. She strolled away in search of the reporters. The inspector grinned uneasily. No flies on that young lady, he observed, but can she be trusted to hold her tongue? Oh, she won't chuck away a good plot, said Wimsey lightly. Come and have a drink. Too soon after breakfast, objected the inspector. Or a smoke, suggested Wimsey. The inspector declined. Or a nice sit-down in the lounge, said Wimsey, sitting down. Excuse me, said Inspector Umplety, I must be getting along. I'll tell him at the station about you wanting to look at the razor. Fair tied to that young woman's apron strings, he reflected, as he shouldered his bulky way through the revolving doors. The poor mutt. Harriet, escaping half an hour later from Salcombe Hardy and his colleagues, found Wimsey faithfully in attendance. "I've got rid of the inspector," observed that gentleman cheerfully. "Get your hat on and we'll go." Their simultaneous exit from the Resplendent was observed and recorded by the photographic contingent, who had just returned from the shore. Between an avenue of clicking shutters they descended the marble steps and climbed into Wimsey's Daimler. "I feel," said Harriet maliciously, "as if we had just been married at St. George's, Hanover Square." "Oh, no, you don't, Dorothy Wimsey. If we had, you would be trembling like a fluttered partridge. Being married to me is a tremendous experience. You've no idea. We'll be all right at the police station, provided the super doesn't turn sticky on us." Superintendent Glacier was conveniently engaged, and Sergeant Saunders was deputed to show them the razor. "Has it been examined for fingerprints?" asked Wimsey. "Yes, my lord." "Any results?" "Oh, I couldn't exactly say, my lord, but I believe not." "Well, anyway, one is allowed to handle it." Wimsey turned it over in his fingers, inspecting it carefully, first with the naked eye, and secondly with a watchmaker's lens. Beyond a very slight crack on the ivory handle, it showed no very striking peculiarities. "If there's any blood left on it, it'll be hanging about the joint," he observed, "but the sea seems to have done its work pretty thoroughly." "Are you suggesting," said Harriet, "that the weapon isn't really the weapon after all?" "I should like to," said Wimsey. "The weapon never is the weapon, is it?" "No, of course not. And the corpse is never the corpse. The body is obviously not that of Peter Alexis, but the Prime Minister of Ruritania. It did not die of a cut-throat, but of an obscure poison known only to the bushmen of Central Australia. And the throat was cut after death by a middle-aged man of short temper and careless habits, with a stiff beard and expensive tastes, recently returned from China," finished up Harriet triumphantly. The sergeant, who had gaped in astonishment at the beginning of this exchange, now burst into a hearty guffaw. Oh, that's very good," he said indulgently. "Comic, ain't it, the stuff these writer fellows put into their books? Would your lordship like to see the other exhibits?" Wimsey replied gravely that he should very much, and the hat, cigarette case, shoe, and handkerchief were produced. Said Wimsey. "Hat fair to middling, but not exclusive. Cranial capacity on the small side. Brilliantine, ordinary sticking variety. Physical condition pretty fair. The man was a dancer. I thought we agreed he was a Prime Minister. Hair dark, curly, and rather on the long side. And last year's hat, reblocked with a new ribbon. Shape a little more emphatic than is quite necessary. Deduction, not wealthy, but keen on his personal appearance. Do we conclude that the hat belongs to the corpse? Yes, I think so. The brilliantine corresponds all right. Cigarette case? Now this is different. 15-carat gold, plain and fairly new, with monogram P.A., and containing 6 Tereskis. The case is pucker, all right. Probably a gift from some wealthy female admirer. Or, of course, a cigarette case appropriate to a Prime Minister. As you say. Handkerchief, silk, but not from Burlington Arcade. Colour beastly. Laundry mark. Laundry mark's all right, put in the policeman. Wolvercombe Sanitary Steam Laundry. Mark OK for this fellow Alexis. Suspicious circumstance, said Harriet, shaking her head. I've got 3 handkerchiefs in my pack with not only the laundry marks, but the initials of total strangers. It's the Prime Minister, all right, agreed Wimsey, with a doleful nod. Prime Ministers, especially Ruritanian ones, are notoriously careless about their laundry. Now the shoe. Oh, yes, nearly new. Thin sole, foul colour, and worse shape. Handmade, so that the horrid appearance is due to malice aforethought. Not the shoe of a man who does much walking. Made, I observe, in Wolvercombe. That's OK, too, put in the sergeant. We've seen the man, and he made that shoe for Mr. Alexis all right. Knows him well. And you took this actually off the foot of the corpse? These are deep waters, Watson. Another man's handkerchief is nothing but a Prime Minister in another fellow's shoes. Ha, 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 you will have your little joke, my lord, said the sergeant, with another hoot of laughter. I never joke, said Wimsey. He brought the lens to bear on the sole of the shoe. Slight traces of salt water here, but none on the uppers. Inference. He walked over the sand when it was very wet, but did not actually wade through the salt water. 2 or 3 scratches on the toe cap. Probably got when clambering up the rock. Well, thanks awfully, Sergeant. You are quite at liberty to inform Inspector Umplety of all the valuable deductions we have drawn. Have a drink? Thank you very much, my lord. Wimsey said nothing more till they were in the car again. I'm sorry, he then announced, as they threaded their way through the side streets, to renounce our little programme of viewing the town. I should have enjoyed that simple pleasure, but unless I start at once, I shan't get to town and back tonight. Harriet, who had been preparing to say that she had work to do and could not waste time rubbernecking around Wilvercombe with Lord Peter, experienced an unreasonable feeling of having been cheated. To town, she repeated. It will not have escaped your notice, said Wimsey, skimming with horrible dexterity between a bath chair and a butcher's van, that the matter of the razor requires investigation. Well, of course. A visit to the Ruritanian legation is indicated? Well, I don't know that I shall get any farther than Jermyn Street. In search of the middle-aged man of careless habits? Yes, ultimately. He really exists, then? Well, I wouldn't swear to his exact age. Or his habits? No, they might be the habits of his valet. Or his stiff beard and short temper? Well, I think one may be reasonably certain about the beard. I give in, said Harriet meekly. Please explain. Wimsey drew up the car at the entrance to the Hotel Resplendent and looked at his watch. I can give you 10 minutes, he remarked, in an aloof tone. Let us take a seat in the lounge and order some refreshment. It's a little early, to be sure, but I always drive more mellowly on a pint of beer. Good. Now, as to the razor, you will have observed that it is an instrument of excellent and expensive quality by a first-class maker, and that in addition to the name of the manufacturer, it is engraved on the reverse side with the mystic word Endicott. Yes. What is Endicott? Endicott is, or was, one of the most exclusive hairdressers in the West End. So fearfully exclusive and grand that he won't even call himself a hairdresser in the snobbish modern way, but prefers to be known by the old-world epithet of barber. He will, or would, hardly condescend to shave anybody who has not been in Debrett for the last 300 years. Other people, however rich or titled, have the misfortune to find his chair always occupied and his business engaged. His shop has the rarefied atmosphere of one of the more aristocratic mid-Victorian clubs. It is said of Endicott's that a certain peer, who made his money during the war by cornering bootlaces or buttons or something, was once accidentally admitted to one of the sacred chairs by a new assistant who had been most unfortunately taken on with insufficient West End experience during the temporary wartime shortage of barbers. After 10 minutes in that dreadful atmosphere, his hair froze, his limbs became perfectly petrified, and he had to be removed to the Crystal Palace and placed among the antediluvian monsters. Well? Well, consider first of all the anomaly of the man who buys his razor from Endicott's, and yet wears the regrettable shoes and mass-production millinery found on the corpse. Mind you, added Wimsey, it is not a question of expense exactly. The shoes are handmade, which merely proves that a dancer has to take care of his feet. But could a man who is shaved by Endicott possibly deliberately order, shoes of that colour and shape? A thing imagination boggles at. I'm afraid, admitted Harriet, that I have never managed to learn all the subtle rules and regulations about male clothing. That's why I made Robert Templeton one of those untidy dresses. Robert Templeton's clothes have always pained me, confessed Wimsey. The one blot on your otherwise fascinating tales. But to leave the distressing subject and come back to the razor, that razor has seen a good deal of hard wear. It's been reground a considerable number of times, as you can tell by the edge. Now, a really first-class razor like that needs very little in the way of grinding and setting, provided it is mercifully used and kept carefully stropped. Therefore, either the man who used it was very clumsy and careless about using the strop, or his beard was abnormally stiff, or both. Probably both. I visualize him as one of those men who are heavy-handed with tools. You know the kind. Their fountain pens always make blots, and their watches get overwound. They neglect to strop their razors until the strop gets hard and dry, and then they strop them ferociously and jag the edge of the blade. Then they lose their tempers and curse the razor and send it away to be ground and set. The new edge only lasts for them a few weeks, and then back the razor goes again, accompanied by a rude message. I see. Well, I didn't know all that. But why did you say the man was middle-aged? Ah, now that was rather guesswork. But I suggest that a young man who had so much difficulty with his razor would be more likely to change over to a safety and use a new blade every few days. But a man of middle age would not be so likely to change his habits. In any case, I'm sure that razor has had more than 3 years' hard wear. And if the dead man is only 22 now and has a full beard, then I don't see how he could very well have worn the blade down to that extent with any amount of grinding and setting. We must find out from the hotel manager here whether he was already wearing the beard when he came a year ago. That would narrow the time down still further. But the first thing to do is to trace old Endicott and find out from him whether it was possible for one of his razors to have been sold later than 1925. Why 1925? Because that was the date at which old Endicott sold his premises and retired with varicose veins and a small fortune. And who kept on the business? Nobody. The shop is now a place where you buy the most recherché kind of hams and potted meats. There were no sons to carry on. The only young Endicott was killed in the salient, poor chap. Old Endicott said he wouldn't sell his name to anybody. And anyhow, Endicotts without an Endicott wouldn't be Endicotts, so that was that. But he might have sold the stock. Ah, now that's what I want to find out. I'll have to be off now. I'll try and be back tonight, so don't worry. I'm not worrying, retorted Harriet indignantly. I'm perfectly happy. Splendid. Oh, while I'm about it, shall I see about getting a marriage license? Don't trouble, thank you. Oh, very well. I just thought I'd ask. I say, while I'm away, how would it be if you put in some good work with the other professional dancers here? You might get hold of some gossip about poor Alexis. Well, there's something in that. But I have to get a decent frock, if there is such a thing in Wolvercombe. Well, get a wine-coloured one, then. I've always wanted to see you in wine-colour. It suits people with honey-coloured skin. Oh, what an ugly word skin is. Blossoms of the honey-sweet and honey-coloured menufar. I always have a quotation for everything. Saves original thinking. Blast the man, said Harriet, left abruptly alone in the blue plush lounge. Then she suddenly ran out down the steps and leapt upon the Daimler's running board. Port or sherry, she demanded. What? Said Wimsey, taken aback. The frock. Port or sherry? Ah, claret, said Wimsey. Chateau Margaux, 1893 or thereabouts. I'm not particular to a year or two. He raised his hat and slipped in the clutch. As Harriet turned back, a voice, faintly familiar, accosted her. Miss Vane? Might I speak to you for a moment? It was the predatory hag whom she'd seen the evening before in the dance lounge of the Resplendent. Chapter 5. The Evidence of the Betrothed. He said, dear mother, I should be his countess. Today he'd come to fetch me. But with day I've laid my expectations in its grave. The Bride's Tragedy. Friday, 19 June. Harriet had almost forgotten the woman's existence, but now the whole of the little episode came back to her, and she wondered how she could have been so stupid. The nervous waiting, the vague enraptured look, changing gradually to peevish impatience, the inquiry for Mr. Alexis, the hasty and chagrined departure from the room. Glancing at the woman's face now, she saw it so old, so ravaged with grief and fear, that a kind of awkward delicacy made her avert her eyes and answer rather briskly, Yes, certainly, come up to my room. Oh, it's very good of you, said the woman. She paused a moment and then added, as they walked across to the lift, My name is Weldon, Mrs. Weldon. I've been staying here some time. Mr. Greeley, the manager, that is, knows me very well. Oh, that's all right, said Harriet. She realized that Mrs. Weldon was trying to explain that she was not a confidence trickster or an hotel crook or a white slave agent. and was herself trying to make it clear that she did not suppose Mrs. Weldon to be any of these things. She felt shy, and this made her speak gruffly. She saw a scene looming ahead, and she was not one of those women who enjoy scenes. She led the way in a glum silence to number 23 and begged her visitor to sit down. "It's about," said Mrs. Weldon, sinking into an armchair and clasping her lean hands over her expensive handbag. "It's about Mr. Alexis. The chambermaid told me a horrible story. I went to the manager. He wouldn't tell me anything. I saw you with the police, and all those reporters were talking. They pointed you out. Oh, Miss Vane, please tell me what has happened." Harriet cleared her throat and began searching her pockets instinctively for cigarettes. "I'm awfully sorry," she began. "I'm afraid something rather beastly has happened. You see, I happened to be down on the shore yesterday afternoon, and I found a man lying there dead. And from what they say, I'm dreadfully afraid it was Mr. Alexis. No use beating about the bush. This forlorn creature with the dyed hair and haggard, painted face would have to know the truth." She struck a match and kept her eye on the flame. "That's what I heard. Was it, do you know, was it a heart attack?" "I'm afraid not, no. No, they seem to think he, what was the gentlest form of words, did it himself. At any rate, that avoided the word suicide." "Oh, he couldn't have. He couldn't have. Indeed, Miss Vane, there must be a mistake. He must have had an accident." Harriet shook her head. But you don't know. How could you? Oh, how impossible it all is. The people shouldn't say such cruel things. He was so perfectly happy. He couldn't have done a thing like that. Why, he—" Mrs. Weldon stopped, searching Harriet's face with her famished eyes. "I heard them saying something about a razor. Miss Vane, what killed him?" There were no kindly words for this, not even a long scientific Latin name. "His throat was cut, Mrs. Weldon." Brutal Saxon monosyllables. "Oh!" Mrs. Weldon seemed to shrink into a mere set of eyes and bones. Yes, they said... Well, I couldn't hear properly. I didn't like to ask, and they all seemed so pleased about it." "I know," said Harriet. "You see, these newspaper men, it's what they live by. They don't mean anything. It's bread and butter to them. They can't help it. And they couldn't possibly know that it meant anything to you." "No, but it does. But you... Oh, look, you don't want to make it out worse than it is. I can trust you." "You can trust me," said Harriet slowly, "but really and truly it could not have been an accident. I don't want to give you the details, but believe me, there is no possibility of accident." "Then it can't be Mr. Alexis. Where is he? Can I see him?" Harriet explained that the body had not been recovered. "Then it must be somebody else. How do they know it's Paul?" Harriet reluctantly mentioned the photograph, knowing what the next request would be. "Show me the photograph." It isn't very pleasant to look at. Show me the photograph. I couldn't be deceived about it." Better, perhaps, to set all doubt at rest. Harriet slowly produced the print. Mrs. Weldon snatched it from her hand. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" Harriet rang the bell, and stepping out into the corridor, caught the waiter and asked for a stiff whisky and soda. When it came, she took it in herself and made Mrs. Weldon drink it. Then she fetched a clean handkerchief and waited for the storm to subside. She sat on the arm of the chair and patted Mrs. Weldon rather helplessly on the shoulder. Mercifully, the crisis took the form of violent sobbing and not of hysterics. She felt an increased respect for Mrs. Weldon. When the sobs had subsided a little and the groping fingers began to fumble with the handbag, Harriet pushed the handkerchief into them. "Thank you, my dear," said Mrs. Weldon meekly. She began to wipe her eyes, daubing the linen with red and black streaks from her make-up. Then she blew her nose and sat up. "I'm sorry," she began forlornly. "That's all right," said Harriet again. "I'm afraid you've had rather a shock. Perhaps you'd like to bathe your eyes a bit. It'll make you feel better, don't you think?" She supplied a sponge and towel. Mrs. Weldon removed the grotesque traces of her grief and made her appearance from within the folds of the towel as a sallow-faced woman of between 50 and 60, infinitely more dignified in her natural complexion. She made an instinctive movement towards her handbag, and then abandoned it. "Oh, I look awful," she said, with a dreary little laugh. "But what's it matter now?" "I shouldn't mind about it," said Harriet. "You look quite nice, really and truly. Look, come and sit down. Have a cigarette, and let me give you a phenacetin or something. I expect you've got a bit of a headache." "Thank you. You're very kind. I won't be stupid again. I'm giving you a lot of trouble." "Not a bit. I only wish I could help you." "You can, if you only would. I'm sure you're clever. You look clever. I'm not clever. I do wish I was. I think I should have been happier if I'd been clever. It must be nice to do things. I've so often thought that if I could have painted pictures or ridden a motorcycle or something, I should have got more out of life." Harriet agreed gravely that it was perhaps a good thing to have an occupation of some sort. "But of course," said Mrs. Weldon, "I was never brought up to that. I have lived for my emotions. I can't help it. I suppose I am made that way. Of course, my married life was a tragedy, but that's all over now. And my son, yes, you might not think I was old enough to have a grown-up son, my dear, but I was married scandalously young. My son has been a sad disappointment to me. He has no heart, and that does seem strange, seeing that I am really all heart myself. I'm devoted to my son, dear Miss Vane, but young people are so unsympathetic. If only he had been kinder to me, I could have lived in and for him. Everybody always said what a wonderful mother I was. But it's terribly lonely when one's own child deserts one, and one can't be blamed for snatching a little happiness, can one?" "I know that," said Harriet. "I've tried snatching. It didn't work, though." "Didn't it?" "No. No, we quarrelled, and then, well, he died, and they thought I'd murdered him. I didn't, as a matter of fact. Somebody else did. But it was all very disagreeable." "You poor thing. Oh, but of course you're clever. You do things. That must make it easier. But what am I to do? I don't even know how to set about clearing up all this terrible business about Paul. But you are clever, and you will help me, won't you?" "Suppose you tell me just exactly what you want done." "Yes, of course. Yes, I'm so stupid. I can't even explain things properly. But you see, Miss Vane, I know absolutely that poor Paul couldn't have done anything rash. He couldn't. He was so utterly happy with me and looking forward to it all." "To what?" asked Harriet. "Why, to our marriage," said Mrs. Weldon, as though the matter was self-evident. "Oh, I see. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were going to be married." "When?" "In a fortnight's time. As soon as I could be ready for it. We were so happy, like children." Tears gathered again in Mrs. Weldon's eyes. "I will tell you all about it. I came here last January. I had been very ill, and the doctor said I needed a mild climate, and I was so tired of the Riviera. I thought I'd try Wilvercombe just for a change. I came here. It really is a very nice hotel, you know, and I'd been here once before with Lady Hartlepool, but she died last year, you know. The very first night I was here, Paul came over and asked me to dance. We seemed to be drawn together. From the moment our eyes met, we knew we'd found one another. He was lonely, too. We danced together every night. We went for long drives together, and he told me all about his sad life. We were both exiles in our own way. Oh, yes, he came from Russia. Yes, as a tiny boy, poor little soul. He was really a prince, you know, but he never liked to say too much about that. Just a hint here and there. He felt it very much being reduced to being a professional dancer. I told him, when we got to know one another better, that he was a prince in my heart now, and he said that that was better to him than an imperial crown. Oh, poor boy. He loved me terribly. He quite frightened me sometimes. Russians are so passionate, you know. Of course, said Harriet. You didn't have any misunderstanding or anything that might have led him— Oh, no. No, we were too marvellously at one together. We danced together that last night, and he whispered to me that there was a great and wonderful change coming into his life. He was all eagerness and excitement. He used to get terribly excited over the least little thing, of course. But this was a real big excitement and happiness. He danced so wonderfully that night. He told me it was because his heart was so full of joy that he felt as if he was dancing on air. He said, "I may have to go away tomorrow, but I can't tell you yet where or why." I didn't ask him anything more, because that would have spoilt it. But naturally I knew what he meant. He had been getting the license, and we should be married in a fortnight after that. Where were you going to be married? In London. Oh, in church, of course, because I think a registrar's office is so depressing, don't you? Of course, he'd have to go and stay in the parish. That was what he meant by going away. We didn't want anybody here to know our secret beforehand, because there might have been unkind talk. You see, I'm a little bit older than he was, and people say such horrid things. I was a little worried about it myself, but Paul always said, "It is the heart that counts, little flower." He called me that because my name is Flora. Oh, such a dreadful name. I can't think how my poor dear parents came to choose it. It is the heart that counts, and your heart is just 17. It was beautiful of him, but quite true. I felt 17 when I was with him. Harriet murmured something inaudible. This conversation was dreadful to her. It was nauseating, pitiful, artificial, yet horribly real. Grotesquely comic and worse than tragic. She wanted to stop it all at all costs, and she wanted at all costs to go on and disentangle the few threads of fact from the gaudy tangle of absurdity. "He had never loved anybody till he met me," went on Mrs. Weldon. "There is something so fresh and sacred in a young man's first love. One feels, well, almost reverent. He was jealous of my former marriage, but I told him he need not be. I was such a child when I married John Weldon, far too young to realize what love meant. I was utterly unawakened till I met Paul. There had been other men, I don't say there hadn't, who wanted to marry me. I was left a widow very early, but they meant nothing to me, nothing at all. The heart of a girl with the experience of a woman. That was Paul's lovely way of putting it, and it was true, my dear, indeed it was." "I'm sure it was," said Harriet, trying to put conviction into her tone. "Paul, he was so handsome and so graceful. If you could have seen him as he was. And he was very modest and not the least bit spoilt, though all the women ran after him. He was afraid to speak to me for a long time, to tell me how he felt about me, I mean. As a matter of fact, I had to take the first step, or he never would have dared to speak, though it was quite obvious how he felt. In fact, though we got engaged in February, he suggested putting the wedding off until June. He felt, so sweet and thoughtful of him, that we ought to wait and try to overcome my son's opposition. Of course, Paul's position made him very sensitive. You see, I'm rather well off, and of course he hadn't a penny, poor boy, and he always refused to take any presents from me before we were married. He'd had to make his own way all alone because those horrible Bolsheviks didn't leave him anything. Who looked after him when he first came to England? The woman who brought him over. He called her old Natasha, and said she was a peasant woman and absolutely devoted to him. But she died very soon, and then a Jewish tailor and his family were kind to him. They adopted him and made him a British subject, and gave him their own name of Goldschmidt. After that, their business failed somehow, and they were terribly poor. Paul had to run errands and sell newspapers. Then they tried emigrating to New York, but that was still worse. Then they died, and Paul had to look after himself. Paul didn't like to say very much about that part of his life. It was all so terrible to him, like a bad dream. I suppose he went to school somewhere. Oh, yes. Yet he went to the ordinary state school with all the poor little East Side children. But he hated it. They used to laugh at him because he was delicate. They were rough with him, and once he got knocked down in the playground and was ill for a long time, and he was terribly lonely. What did he do when he left school? Well, he got work at a nightclub, washing up glasses. He says the girls were kind to him, but of course he never talked much about that time. He was sensitive, you see. He thought people would look down on him if they knew he'd done that kind of work. I suppose that was where he learnt to dance, said Harriet thoughtfully. Oh, yes. Yet he was a marvellous dancer. It was in his blood, you know. When he was old enough, he got work as a professional partner and did very well, though, of course, it wasn't the kind of life he wanted. He managed to make quite a good living at it, said Harriet thoughtfully, thinking of the too smart clothes and the handmade shoes. Oh, yes, he worked very hard. But he never was strong, and he told me that he wouldn't be able to keep on much longer with the dancing. He had some trouble in one of his knees, arthritis or something, and he was afraid it would get worse and cripple him. Isn't it all terribly pathetic? Paul was so romantic, you know, and he wrote beautiful poetry. He loved everything that was beautiful. What brought him to Wilvercombe? Oh, well, he came back to England when he was 17 and got work in London. But the place went bankrupt or got shut up by the police or something, and he came here for a little holiday on what he'd saved. Then he found they wanted a dancer here, and he took the job temporarily, and he was so brilliant that the management kept him on. I see. Harriet reflected that it was going to be too difficult to trace these movements of Alexis through the ghetto of New York and the mushroom clubs of the West End. Yes, Paul used to say it was the hand of destiny that brought him and me here together. It does seem strange, doesn't it? We both just happened to come, by accident, just as though we were fated to meet. And now— The tears ran down Mrs. Weldon's cheeks, and she gazed up helplessly at Harriet. We were both so sad and lonely, and we were going to be happy together. It's frightfully sad, said Harriet inadequately. I suppose Mr. Alexis was rather temperamental. Oh, if you mean, said Mrs. Weldon, that he did this awful thing himself. No, never. I know he didn't. He was temperamental, of course, but he was radiantly happy with me. I'll never believe he just went away like that without even saying good-bye to me. Oh, it isn't possible, Miss Vane. Look, you've got to prove that it wasn't possible. You're so clever. I know you can do it. That's why I wanted to see you and tell you about Paul. You realize, said Harriet slowly, that if he didn't do it himself, somebody else must have done it. Why not? Cried Mrs. Weldon eagerly. Somebody must have envied our happiness. Paul was so handsome and romantic, there must have been people who were jealous of us. Or it may have been the Bolsheviks. Those horrible men would do anything, and I was only reading in the paper yesterday that England was simply swarming with them. They say all this business about passports isn't a bit of good to keep them out. I call it absolutely wicked the way we let them come over here and plot against everybody's safety, and this government simply encourages them. They've killed Paul, and I shouldn't wonder if they started throwing bombs at the King and Queen next. Oh, it ought to be stopped, or we shall have a revolution. Why, they even distribute their disgusting pamphlets to the Navy. Well, said Harriet, we must wait and see what they find out. I'm afraid you may have to tell the police about some of this. It won't be very pleasant for you, I'm afraid, but they'll want to know everything they can. Oh, I'm sure I don't mind what I have to go through, said Mrs. Weldon, wiping her eyes resolutely. If only I can help to clear Paul's memory. Thank you very much, Miss Vane. I'm afraid I've taken up your time. You've been very kind. Not at all, said Harriet. We'll do our best. She escorted her visitor to the door, and then returned to an armchair and a thoughtful cigarette.
Was the imminent prospect of matrimony with Mrs. Weldon a sufficient motive for suicide? She was inclined to think not. One could always take flight from these things. But with temperamental people, of course, you never can tell. Chapter 6. The Evidence of the First Barber. Old Benevolent Man. The Second Brother. Friday, 19 June, afternoon and evening. "Can you tell me," inquired Lord Peter, "what has become of old Mr. Endicott these days?" The manager of the ham shop, who liked to attend personally to distinguished customers, arrested his skewer in the very act of thrusting it into the interior of a ham. "Oh, yes, my lord. Yes, he has a house at Ealing. He occasionally looks in here for a jar of our gentleman's special pickle. A very remarkable old gentleman, Mr. Endicott." "Yes, indeed. I hadn't seen him about lately. I was afraid perhaps something had happened to him." "Oh, dear, no, my lord. No, he keeps his health wonderfully. He's taken up golf at 76 and collects papier-mâché articles. Nothing like an interest in life, he says, to keep you hearty." "Oh, very true," replied Wimsey. "Well, I must run out and see him sometime. What's his address?" The manager gave the information, and then, returning to the matter in hand, plunged the skewer into the ham close to the bone, twirled it expertly, and, withdrawing it, presented it politely by the handle. Wimsey sniffed it gravely, said, "Ah," with appropriate relish, and pronounced a solemn benediction upon the ham. "Thank you, my lord. I think you'll find it very tasty. Shall I send it? I'll take it with me." The manager waved forward an attendant, who swathed the article impressively in various layers of greaseproof paper, white paper and brown paper, corded it up with best quality string, worked the free end of the string into an ingenious handle, and stood dandling the parcel like a nurse with a swaddled princeling. "My car is outside," said Wimsey. The assistant beamed gratification. A little ritual procession streamed out into Jermyn Street, comprising the assistant carrying the ham, Lord Peter drawing on his driving gloves, the manager murmuring a ceremonial formula, the second assistant opening the door and emerging from behind it to bow upon the threshold. And eventually the car glided away amid the reverent murmurings of a congregation of persons gathered in the street to admire its streamlining and dispute about the number of its cylinders. Mr. Endicott's house at Ealing was easily found. The owner was at home, and the presentation of the ham and reciprocal offer of a glass of old sherry proceeded with the cheerful dignity suitable to an exchange of gifts among equal but friendly potentates. Lord Peter inspected the collection of papier-mâché trays, conversed agreeably about golf handicaps, and then, without unseemly haste, opened up the subject of his inquiry. "I've just come across one of your razors, Endicott, in rather peculiar circumstances. I wonder if you could tell me anything about it." Mr. Endicott, with a gracious smile upon his rosy countenance, poured out another glass of sherry, and said he would be happy to assist if he could. Wimsey described the make and appearance of the razor, and asked if it would be possible to trace the buyer. "Ah," said Mr. Endicott, "with an ivory handle, you say? Ah, well, now, it's rather fortunate it should be one of that lot, because we only have the 3 dozen of them, most of our customers preferring black handles. Yes, I can tell you a bit about them. That particular razor came in during the war, 1916, I think it was. It wasn't too easy to get a first-class pay just then, but these were very good. Still, the white handle was against them, and I remember we were glad when we were able to send off a dozen of them to an old customer in Bombay, Captain Francis Edgerton that was. He asked us to send some out for himself and friends. That would be in 1920. Bombay? Oh, that's a bit far off, but you never know. How about the rest?" Mr. Endicott, who seemed to have a memory like an encyclopedia, plunged his thoughts into the past and said, "Well, there was Commander Mellon. Yet, now, he had 2 of them, but it wouldn't be him because his ship was blown up and sank with all hands, and his kit went down with him. In 1917, that would be. A very gallant gentleman was the commander, and of good family, one of the Dorset Mellons. The Duke of Wetherby, he had one, and he was telling me the other day that he still had it. It wouldn't be him. And Mr. Pritchard,
he had a remarkable experience with his. His personal man went off his head and attacked him with his own razor, but fortunately Mr. Pritchard was able to overpower him. They brought him in guilty of attempted murder, but insane, and the razor was an exhibit at the trial. I know Mr. Pritchard came in afterwards and bought a new razor, a black one, because the other one had struck the back of a chair during the struggle and had a piece chipped out of the edge. He said he was going to keep it as a memento of the narrowest shave of his life. Oh, that was very good, I thought, yes. Mr. Pritchard was always a very amusing gentleman. Colonel Grimes, now, he had one, but he had to abandon all his kit in the retreat over the Marne. I couldn't say what happened to that one. He liked that razor and came back for another one similar, and he has it yet. That makes 6 out of the second dozen. Now, what happened to the others? I know. There was a very funny story about one of them. Young Mr. Ratcliffe, the Honourable Henry Ratcliffe, he came in one day in a great state. Endicott, he said, just you look at my razor. Oh, bless me, sir, I said. It looks as if somebody had been sawing wood with it. That's a very near guess, Endicott, he said. My sister-in-law and some of that bright crowd of hers in her studio got the idea that they'd have some private theatricals, and used my best razor to cut out the scenery with. Oh, my goodness, he was wild about it. Of course, the blade was ruined forever. He had a different one after that, a very fine French razor which we were trying out at the time. Then, yes, there was poor Lord Blackfriars. Oh, a sad business that was. He married one of these film stars, and she ran through his money and went off with a dago. Now, you'll remember that, my lord. Blew his brains out, poor gentleman. He left his pair of razors to his personal man, who wouldn't part with them on any account. Major Hartley had 2, and, so did Colonel Belfridge. They've left town and gone to live in the country. I could give you their addresses. Sir John Westlock? Well, now, I couldn't say for certain about him. There was some sort of trouble, and he went abroad at the time of the Megatherium scandal. Early in the 20s, wasn't it? Oh, my memory isn't what it was. He had a pair of razors. Oh, very fond of a good blade he was, and looked after them very carefully. Mr. Alec Baring? Oh, that was sad, too. They said it was in the family, but I always thought that flying crash had something to do with it. I suppose they wouldn't let him have razors where he is now. He only had one of that set, as a replacement for one he left in a hotel. How many does that make? 16 altogether, not counting the dozen that went to Bombay. Well, that's nearly the lot, because I gave a round half-dozen to my late head assistant when we broke up the business. He has an establishment of his own in Eastbourne, and is doing very well there, I'm told. 22. Now, what about the last pair? Mr. Endicott scratched his head with a pained look. Sometimes I think I'm beginning to fail a bit, he said, though my handicap is getting shorter and my wind's as good as ever it was. Now, who did have that pair of razors? Well, there, could it have been Sir William Jones? No, it couldn't. Or the Marquis of... Oh, no, stop a minute. Stop. Yes, that was the pair Sir Harry Ringwood bought for his son. Young Mr. Ringwood, up at Magdalen College. No, I knew I hadn't seen them about. He had them in 1925, and the young gentleman went out to British East Africa under the Colonial Office when he left the university. There. I knew I should get it in time. Ha, ha, ha. Well, that's the lot, my lord. Endicott, said Lord Peter, I think you are marvellous. You're the youngest man of your age I ever struck, and I should like to meet your wine merchant. Mr. Endicott, gratified, pushed the decanter across the table and mentioned the name of the vendor. A lot of these people we can dismiss at once, said Lord Peter. Colonel Grimes is a problem. Goodness knows what happened to the kit he left in France, but I expect somebody out there got hold of it. The razor may have returned to this country. He's a possibility. Major Hartley and Colonel Belfridge will have to be traced. I shouldn't think it would be Sir John Westlock. If he was a careful sort of blighter, he probably took his razors with him and cherished them. We'll have to inquire about poor Baring. His razor may have been sold or given away, and we might just ask about young Ringwood, though we can probably count him out. Then there's your head assistant. Would he be likely to have sold any of them, do you think? Oh, well, no, my lord. No, I shouldn't think he would. He told me that he should keep them for his own use and for use on his own premises. He liked having the old name on them, you see. But for sale to his customers, he would have his razors marked with his own name. That has a certain value, you see, my lord. It's only if you're in a good way of business and can order in razors in 3 dozen lots that you get your own name put on them. He started off very well with a new 3 dozen crop blades, for he told me about it, and things being equal, those are what he would supply his customers with. Quite. Any likelihood of his selling the others second-hand? That, said Mr. Endicott, I could not say. There isn't a great deal of business done in second-hand razors. Without it's one of these tramp hairdressers now and again. What's a tramp hairdresser? Well, my lord, they're hairdressers out of a job, and they go about from place to place, looking to be taken on as extra hands when there's a press of work. We didn't see much of them in our place, of course. They're not first-class men as a rule, and I wouldn't have taken it upon me to engage any but a first-class man for my gentleman. But in a place like Eastbourne, where there's a big seasonal custom, you would have them around pretty frequently. It might be worthwhile asking my late assistant, a Plummer his name is, in Belvedere Road. If you like, I'll send him a line. Don't bother. I'll run down and see him. Just one other thing. Was any of the customers you've mentioned a clumsy-handed fellow who took a lot out of his razor and was always sending it back to be reset? Oh, Mr. Endicott chuckled. Oh, yeah, now you're talking, he said. Colonel Belfridge. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. He was a terribly hard man on his razors. Is still, for all I know. Time and again he'd say to me, "'Pon my word, Endicott, I don't know what you do to my razors. They won't keep their edge a week. Steel isn't what it was before the war." But it wasn't the steel, or the war either. He was always the same. I think he took the edge off with the strop instead of putting it on, I do indeed. He didn't keep a man, you know. The Colonel belongs to one of our best families, but not a wealthy man by any means. A very fine soldier, I believe. One of the old school, said Wimsey. Good-hearted but peppery, I know. Where did you say he was living now? Stamford, replied Mr. Endicott promptly. He sent me a card last Christmas. Very kind of him, I thought it, to remember me. But my old customers are very thoughtful in those ways. They know I value their kind remembrance. Well, my lord, I'm exceedingly pleased to have seen you, he added as Wimsey rose and took up his hat, and I hope I may have been of some assistance to you. You keep very fit, I hope. You're looking well. I'm getting old, said Lord Peter. My hair is turning grey over the temples. Mr. Endicott emitted a concerned cluck. Oh, that's nothing, he hastened to assure his visitor. Many ladies think it looks more distinguished that way. Not getting thin on top, I hope and trust? Not that I know of, no. Take a look at it. Mr. Endicott pushed the straw-coloured thatch apart and peered earnestly at the roots. No sign of it, he pronounced confidently. Never saw a healthier scalp. At the same time, my lord, if you should notice any slight weakening or falling off, let me know. I shall be proud to advise you. I've still got the recipe for Endicott's special tonic, and though I say so myself, I've never found anything to beat it. Wimsey laughed and promised to call on Mr. Endicott for help at the first symptom of trouble. The old barber saw him to the door, clasping his hand affectionately and begging him to come again. Mrs. Endicott would be so sorry to have missed him. Seated behind the steering wheel, Wimsey debated the 3 courses open to him. He could go to Eastbourne, he could go to Stamford, he could return to Wilvercombe. A natural inclination pointed to Wilvercombe. It was surely only justifiable to return at once to the scene of the crime, if it was a crime. The fact that Harriet was also there was a purely accidental complication. On the other hand, his obvious duty was to clear up this razor business as quickly as possible. Musing, he drove to his own flat in Piccadilly, where he found his man Bunter mounting photographs in a large album. To Bunter he laid bare his problem, requesting his advice. Bunter, revolving the matter in his mind, took a little time for consideration, and then delivered himself respectfully of his opinion. "In your lordship's place, my lord, I fancy I should be inclined to go to Stamford, for a variety of reasons. You would you? Yes, my lord. Well, perhaps you're right, Bunter. Yes, thank you, my lord. Would your lordship wish me to accompany you? No, said Wimsey. No, you can go down to Eastbourne. Very good, my lord. Tomorrow morning. I shall stay the night in town. You might send off a telegram for me. No, on second thoughts I'll send it myself. Telegram from Lord Peter Wimsey to Miss Harriet Vane. Following razor clue to Stamford. Refuse resemble thriller hero who hangs round heroine to neglect of duty, but will you marry me? Peter. Telegram from Miss Harriet Vane to Lord Peter Wimsey. Good hunting? Certainly not. Some developments here. Vane. Chapter 7. The Evidence of the Gigolos. A worthless life, a life ridiculous. Death's Jest Book. Friday, 19 June, evening. Miss Harriet Vane, in a claret-coloured frock, swayed round the dance lounge of the Hotel Resplendent in the arms of Mr. Antoine, the fair-haired gigolo. "I'm afraid I'm not a very good dancer," she remarked apologetically. Mr. Antoine, who was rather surprisingly neither Jew nor South American dago, nor Central European mongrel, but French, clasped her a very little more firmly in his competent professional arms and replied, "You dance very correctly, mademoiselle. It is only the entrain that is a little lacking. It is possible that you are awaiting the perfect partner. When the art dances with the feet, then it will be à merveille." He met her eyes with a delicate, calculated expression of encouragement. "Is that the kind of thing you have to say to all these old ladies?" asked Harriet, smiling. Antoine opened his eyes a trifle, and then, mocking back to her mockery, said, "I am afraid so. That is part of our job, you know. It must be very tedious." Antoine contrived to shrug his exquisite shoulders without in any way affecting the lithe grace of his motion. "Que voulez-vous? All work has its tedious moments, which are repaid by those that are more agreeable. One may say truthfully to mademoiselle what might in another case be a mere politeness." "Don't bother about me," said Harriet. "There's something else I want to talk about. I want to ask you about Mr. Alexis." "Oh, ce pauvre Alexis. It was mademoiselle who found him, I understand." "Yes, I just wondered what sort of a person he was, and why he should have done away with himself like that." "Ah, that is what we are all wondering. It is no doubt the Russian temperament." "I had heard," Harriet felt that she must tread cautiously here, "that he was engaged to be married." "Oh, yes, to the English lady. That was understood." "Was he happy about it?" "Mademoiselle, Alexis was poor, and the English lady is very rich. It was advantageous to him to marry her. At first, no doubt, it might offer a little désagrément, but afterwards, you understand, mademoiselle, these matters arrange themselves." "You don't think that he suddenly felt he couldn't face it and took this way out?" "Ah, that is difficult to say, but no, I do not think so. He had, after all, only to go away. He was a very good dancer and very popular. He would easily have found another situation, provided his health would permit him to continue. I wonder whether there was any other attachment to make things more difficult. From what he said to us, mademoiselle, I know of nothing, which could not easily have been arranged." "Women like him, I suppose?" demanded Harriet bluntly. Antoine's smile was a sufficient answer. "There wasn't any disappointment of any kind?" "I did not hear of any. But of course one does not tell one's friends everything." "No, of course not. Look, I don't mean to be inquisitive, but it all seems to be rather odd." The music stopped. "What is the arrangement?" asked Harriet. "Do we go on, or have you other engagements?" "Well, there is no reason why we should not continue for the next dance. After that, unless mademoiselle wishes to make a special arrangement with the management, I am expected to attend to my other patrons." No," said Harriet. "No, I don't want to upset things. Is there any reason why you and the two young ladies should not have a little supper with me later on?" "None at all. It is very kind, very amiable. Leave it to me, mademoiselle. I will arrange it all. It is natural that mademoiselle should take an interest." "Yes, but I don't want the manager to think that I'm interrogating his staff behind his back. N'ayez pas peur, je m'en charge. I will ask you to dance again in a little time, and then I will tell you what I have contrived." He handed her back to her table with a smile, and she saw him gather up a vast and billowy lady in a tightly fitting gown and move smoothly away with her, the eternal semi-sensuous smile fixed upon his lips, as though it was painted there. About 6 dances later, the smile reappeared beside her, and Antoine, guiding her steps through a waltz, informed her that if, at 11:30, when the dancing was over, she would be good enough to seek out a small restaurant a few streets away, he, with Doris and Charis, would be there to meet her. It was only a small restaurant, but very good, and the proprietor knew them very well. Moreover, Antoine himself lodged in the little hotel attached to the restaurant, and would give himself the pleasure of offering Mademoiselle a glass of wine. They would be private there, and could speak quite freely. Harriet assented, with the proviso that she should pay for the supper, and accordingly, shortly before midnight, found herself seated on a red-plush settee beneath a row of gilded mirrors over a pleasant little supper of the continental sort. Doris, the blonde, and Charis, the brunette, were only too delighted to discuss the affairs of the late Mr. Alexis. Doris appeared to be the official confidante. She could give inside information about her late partner's affairs of the heart. He had had a girl, oh yes, but some weeks earlier this connection had come to an end rather mysteriously. It was nothing to do with Mrs. Weldon. That matter had been, in Mr. Micawber's phrase, already provided for. No, it was apparently a breaking off by mutual consent, and nobody seemed to have been much upset by it. Certainly not Alexis, who, though expressing a great deal of conventional regret, had seemed to be rather pleased about it, as though he had brought off a smart piece of business. And since then, the young lady in question had been seen going about with another man who was supposed to be a friend of Alexis. "And if you ask me," said Doris, in a voice whose fundamental cockney was overlaid by a veneer of intense refinement, "Alexis pushed her off onto this chap on purpose to get her out of the way of his other little plans." "What other little plans?" "Oh, I'm sure I don't know. But he had something up his sleeve these last few weeks. Very grand he was about it. I'm sure one was almost afraid to speak to his high-mightiness. 'You'll see,' he said. 'Just you wait a little bit.' Well, I'm sure, I said, 'I have no wish to intrude. You can keep your secrets,' I said, 'for I don't want to know them. It's my belief he was up to some game or other. Whatever it was, he was like a dog with 2 tails about it.'" Mrs. Weldon, too, thought Harriet, and said the same thing. Alexis was going to have some news for her, though Mrs. Weldon had put her own interpretation on the remark. Harriet put out another feeler of inquiry. "Marriage licence," said Charis. "Oh, no, he wouldn't be putting up any flags about that. He couldn't very well like the idea of marrying that dreadful old woman. Well, it serves her right now she got left. I think that sort of thing's disgusting." "I am sorry for her," said Antoine. "Oh, you're always sorry for people. I don't think it's beastly. I think these horrible fat men are beastly, too, always pawing a girl about. If Greeley wasn't a decent sort, I'd shut the whole thing, but I will say he does see to it that they behave themselves. But an old woman! Oh!" Charis, superb in her vigorous youth, expressed contempt by voice and gesture. "I suppose," suggested Harriet, "that Alexis wanted to feel safe and settled financially. I mean, a dancer can't go on dancing all his life, can he? Particularly if he isn't very strong." She spoke with hesitation, but to her relief, Antoine immediately and emphatically agreed with her. "You are right. While we are young and gay, it is all very good. But presently the head grows bald, the legs grow stiff, and poof, finish. The manager says, 'It is all very well, you are a good dancer, but my clients prefer a younger man, huh?' And goodbye is a first-class establishment. We go, what you call, down the hill. I tell you, it is a great temptation when somebody comes and says, 'Look, you have only to marry me, and I will make you rich and comfortable for life.' And what is it? Only to tell lies to one's wife every night instead of to 20 or 30 silly old ladies. Both are done for money. Where is the difference?" "Yes, I suppose we shall all come to it," said Charis with a grimace. "Only from the way Alexis talked, you'd think he'd have wanted a little more poetry about it. All that rubbish about his noble birth and fallen fortunes. Like something out of those stories he was so potty about. Quite a hero of romance, according to him. Always wanted to take the spotlight, did Mr. Paul Alexis. You'd think he did the floor a favour by dancing on it. And then the fairy prince comes down to marrying an old woman for her money. Oh, he wasn't so bad, protested Doris. You oughtn't to talk that way, my dear. It's not so easy for we dancers, the way everybody treats us like dirt, though they're willing enough to take advantage of you if you give them half a chance. Why shouldn't Alexis or any of us get a bit of our own back? Anyhow, he's dead, poor boy, and you oughtn't to run him down. Ah, voilà, said Antoine. He is dead. Why is he dead? One does not cut one's throat pour s'amuser? That's another thing, said Charis, that I can't quite make out. The minute I heard about it, I said to myself, that's not like Alexis. He hadn't the nerve to do a thing like that. Why, he was terrified of pricking his little finger. Now, you needn't frown, dear. Alexis was a regular bamby-pamby, and if he was dead 10 times over, it wouldn't make any difference. You used to laugh at him yourself. I cannot climb that step-ladder. I'm afraid to fall. I do not like to go to the dentist. He might pull my teeth out. Do not shake me when I am cutting the bread. I might cut my fingers. Really, Mr. Alexis, I used to say to him, anybody would think you was made of glass. I know what mademoiselle is thinking, said Antoine, his melancholy mouth curling. She thinks, voila, that is the gigolo. He is not a man, he is a doll stuffed with sawdust. He is bought, he is sold, and sometimes there is an unpleasantness. Then the English husband, he say, well, what can you expect? This fellow, he is a nasty piece of work. He lives on foolish women, and he does not play the cricket. Sometimes he's not very nice, but one must live. Que voulez-vous? Ce n'est pas rigolo que d'être gigolo. Harriet blushed. I wasn't thinking of that, she said. But you were, mademoiselle, and it is very natural. Antoine doesn't play cricket, put in Doris kindly, but he plays tennis and swims very well. It is not me that is in question, said Antoine, and truly I cannot understand this business of throat-cutting. It is not reasonable. Why did Alexis go all that distance away? He never walked. He found the walking fatigued him. If he had decided to suicide himself, he would have done it at home. And he'd have taken some sleeping stuff, said Doris, nodding her golden head. I know that because he showed it to me once when he was in one of his blue fits. That is my way out of the bad world, he said, when he talked a lot of poetry. I told him not to be silly, and of course in half an hour he got over it. He was like that, but cutting his throat with a razor, oh, no. That's awfully interesting, said Harriet. By the way, she went on, remembering her conversation with Wimsey, did he have anything the matter with his skin? I mean, did he always have to wear gloves or anything of that sort? Oh, no, said Antoine. The gigolo must not have things the matter with his skin. That would not do at all. Alexis had very elegant hands. He was vain of them. He said his skin was sensitive, and that's why he didn't shave, put in Doris. Ah, yes, I can tell you about that. Antoine took up his cue. When he came here about a year ago, he asked for a job. Mr. Greeley, he said to me, see him dance. Because you see, mademoiselle, the other dancer had just left us, all of a sudden, comme ça, without the proper notice. I see him dance, and I say to Mr. Greeley, that is very good. The manager say, very well, I take you on a trial a little time, but I must not have the beard. The ladies will not like it. It is unheard of, a gigolo with a beard. Alexis say, but if I shave the beard, I come out all over buttons. Pimples, suggested Harriet. Pardon, pimples. Well, the gigolo with pimples, that is unheard of also, you understand. Well, says the manager, you can come a little time with the beard till we are suited, but if you want to stay, you remove the beard. Very well. Alexis come and dance, and the ladies are delighted. The beard is so distinguished, so romantic, so unusual. They come a very long distance express to dance with the beard. Mr. Greeley say, oh, it is good. I was mistaken. You stay, and the beard stay too. Oh, my God, what will these ladies want next? The long whiskers, perhaps? Antoine, he said to me, you grow the long whiskers, and maybe you get off still better. But me, no. No, God has not given me the hair to make whiskers. Did Alexis have a razor at all? Oh, how should I know? If he knew that the shaving made the pimples, he must have tried to shave, n'est-ce pas? But as to the razor, I cannot tell. Do you know Doris? Me? Oh, I like that. Alexit never was my fancy man, but I'll ask Leela Garland. She ought to know. Ah, sa maîtresse, explained Antoine. Yes, ask her, Doris, because evidently that is of a considerable importance. I have not thought of that, monsieur. You've told me a lot of interesting things, said Harriet. I'm very much obliged to you, and I'd be still more obliged if you didn't mention that I've been asking you, because what with the newspaper reporters and so on— Oh, said Antoine, listen, mademoiselle, you must not think that because we are the dolls that are bought and sold, we have neither eyes nor ears. This gentleman that arrived this morning, do you think we do not know who he is? This Lord Peter, so celebrated? He does not come here for nothing, huh? It is not for nothing he talks to you and asks questions. Ha, 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 ha. He is not interested because a foreign dancer has cut his throat in a tantrum. No. But equally we know how to be discreet. Ma foi, if we did not, we should not keep our jobs, you understand. We tell you what we know, and the lady who writes the roman policier and the lord who is connoisseur in mysteries, they make the investigations. But we say nothing. It is our business to say nothing. That is understood. That's right, said Charis. We don't let on. Not that there's a great deal to tell anybody. We've had the police asking questions, of course, but they never believe anything one says. I'm sure they all think it's something to do with Leela. These policemen always think that if anything happens to a fella, there must be a girl at the bottom of it. But that, said Antoine, is a compliment.
Chapter 8. The Evidence of the Second Barber. Send him back again, an unmasked braggart to his bankrupt den. Letter from Göttingen. Saturday, 20 June, Sunday, 21st June. Wimsey, sleek with breakfast, sunshine, and sentiment, strolled peacefully upon the close-clipped lawn of the George at Stamford, pausing now and again to inhale the scent of a crimson rose, or to marvel at the age and extent of the wisteria, trailing its lacy tendrils along the grey stone wall. He had covenanted with himself to interview Colonel Belfridge at 11 o'clock. By that time both of them would have digested their breakfasts and be ready for a small, companionable spot of something. He had a pleasurable interior certainty that he was on the track of a nice, difficult, meaty problem, investigated under agreeable conditions. He lit up a well-seasoned pipe. Life felt good to him. At 10 minutes past 11, life felt slightly less good. Colonel Belfridge, who looked as though he had been designed by H.M. Bateman in a moment of more than ordinary inspiration, was extremely indignant. It seemed to him that it was an ungentlemanly action to go and interrogate a man's barber, about a man's personal belongings, and he resented the insinuation that a man could possibly be mixed up in the decease of a damned dago, in an adjectival 4x3 watering place like Wilvercombe. Wimsey ought to be ashamed, woof, of interfering in what was probably the business of the police, damn it, sir. If the police didn't know their own damn business, what did we pay rates and taxes for? Tell me that, sir. Wimsey apologised for worrying Colonel Belfridge and protested that a man must take up some sort of hobby. The Colonel intimated that golf or breeding spaniels would be a more seemly amusement for a gentleman. Wimsey said that, having engaged in a spot of intelligence work during the war, he had acquired a kind of taste for that kind of thing. The Colonel pounced on this remark immediately, turned Wimsey's war record inside out, discovered a number of military experiences common to both of them, and presently found himself walking with his visitor down the pansy-edged path of his little garden to display a litter of puppies. "My dear boy," said Colonel Belfridge, "I shall only be too happy to help you in any way I can. You're not in a hurry, are you? Stay to lunch, and we can talk it over afterwards. Mabel!" In a stentorian shout, a middle-aged woman appeared in the back doorway and waddled hastily down the path towards them. "Gentlemen for lunch," bawled the Colonel, "and decant a bottle of the 04. Careful now, damn it. I wonder now," he added, turning to Wimsey, "if you recollect a fellow called Stokes." It was with very great difficulty that Wimsey detached the Colonel's mind from the events of the Great War and led it back to the subject of races. Once his attention was captured, however,
Colonel Belfridge proved to be a good and reliable witness. He remembered the pair of razors perfectly. Had a lot of trouble with those razors. Woof. Razors were not what they had been in his young days. Nothing was, sir, damn it. Steel wouldn't stand up to the work. What with these damn foreigners and mass production, our industries were going to the dogs. He remembered during the Boer War.
Wimsey, after a quarter of an hour, mentioned the subject of razors.
"Ah, yes," said the Colonel,
smoothing his vast white moustache down and up at the ends with a vast curving gesture.
Yes. The razors, of course. Now, what do you want to know about 'em?"
"Have you still got them, sir?"
No, sir, I have not. I got rid of 'em, sir. Poor lot they were, too. I told Endicott I was surprised at his stocking such inferior stuff. Wanted resetting every other week. But it's the same story with all of 'em. Can't get a decent blade anywhere nowadays. And we shan't, sir, we shan't, unless we get a strong Conservative government. And I say strong government, sir, that will have the guts to protect the iron and steel industry. But will they do it? Oh, no, damn it, sir, no. They're afraid of losing their miserable votes. Flapper votes. How can you expect a pack of women to understand the importance of iron and steel? Now tell me that, what?
Wimsey asked what he'd done with the razors.
"Gave 'em to the gardener," said the Colonel. "Very decent man. Comes in twice a week, wife and family. War pensioner with a gammy leg. Helps with the dogs. Quite a good man, name was Summers."
"When was that, sir?"
"What? Oh, well, when did I give 'em to him, you mean? Well, let me see now, that was after Diana had whelped. Near thing, that. Nearly lost her that time, poor bitch. She died 2 years ago. Killed, run over by a damn motorcyclist. Best bitch I ever had. I had him in court for it, made him pay. Careless young devil. No consideration for anybody. And now they've abolished the speed limit."
Wimsey reminded the Colonel that they were talking about razors. After further consideration, the Colonel narrowed down the period to the year 1926. He was sure about it because of the spaniel's illness, which had given Summers considerable trouble. He'd made the man a present of money and had added the razors, having just purchased a new pair for himself. Owing to the illness of the mother, only one puppy out of the litter had been successfully reared, and that was Stamford Royal, who had proved a very good dog. A reference to the stud-book clinched the date conclusively. Wimsey thanked the Colonel and asked whether he could interview Summers.
"By all means."
It was not one of Summers' days, but he lived in a little cottage near the bridge. Wimsey could go and see him and mention the Colonel's name. Should the Colonel walk down with Wimsey? Lord Peter was grateful, but begged the Colonel would not take the trouble. He felt, indeed, that Summers might be more communicative in Colonel Belfridge's absence. With some trouble, he disengaged himself from the old soldier's office of hospitality and purred away through the picturesque streets of Stamford to the cottage by the bridge. Summers was an easy man to question, alert, prompt and exact. It was very kind of Colonel Belfridge to give him the razors. He himself could not make use of them, preferring the safety instrument. But of course he'd not told the Colonel that, not wishing to hurt his feelings. He'd given the razors to his sister's husband, who kept a hairdressing establishment in Seahampton. Seahampton? Less than 50 miles from Wolvercombe. Had Wimsey struck it lucky with his first shot? He was turning away when it occurred to him to ask whether there was any special mark by which either of the razors might be recognized. Yes, there was. One of them had been accidentally dropped on the stone floor of the cottage, and there was a slight, very slight crack across the ivory. You wouldn't hardly notice it without you looked closely. The other razor was, so far as Summers knew, quite perfect. Wimsey thanked his informant and rewarded him suitably. He returned to the car and set his course southward. He'd always thought Stamford a beautiful town, and now, with its grey stone houses and oriel windows bathed in the mellow afternoon sunshine, it seemed to him the loveliest jewel in the English crown. He slept that night in Seahampton, and on the Sunday morning set forth in search of Summers' brother-in-law, whose name was Merryweather, a name of happy omen. The shop turned out to be a small one in the neighbourhood of the docks. Mr. Merryweather lived above his premises, and was delighted to give Wimsey information about the razors. He had had them in 1927, and they were good razors, though they had been badly treated and were considerably worn when they came into his hands. He had one of them still, and it was doing good service. Perhaps his lordship would like to look at it. Here it was. Wimsey, with a beating heart, turned it over in his hands. It was the exact duplicate of the razor that Harriet had found on the shore. He examined it carefully, but found no crack in the ivory. But what, he asked, almost afraid to put the question for fear of disappointment, what had become of the fellow to it? "Ah, now that, my lord," said Mr. Merryweather, "I unfortunately cannot show you. Had I known it would be wanted, I certainly would never have parted with it. I sold that razor, my lord, only a few weeks ago to one of these tramping fellows that came here looking for a job. I had no work for him here, and to tell you the truth, my lord, I wouldn't have given it to him if I had. You'd be surprised the number of these men who come round, and half of them are no more skilled hairdressers than my tom-cat. Just out for what they can pick up, that's what they are. We generally give them a few razors to set, just to see what they're made of, and the way they set about it. You can tell 9 times out of 10 when they've never set a razor in their lives. Well, this one was like that, and I told him he could push off. Then he asked me if I could sell him a second-hand razor. So I sold him this one to get rid of him. He paid for it, and away he went, and that's the last I saw of him. What was he like? Oh, little rat of a fellow. Sandy-haired and too smooth in his manner by half. Not so tall as your lordship, he wasn't, and if I remember rightly, he was a bit, well, not deformed, but what I might call crooked. He might have had one shoulder a trifle higher than the other. Nothing very noticeable, but he gave me that impression. No, he wasn't lame or anything of that kind. Quite spry, he seemed, and quick in his movements. He'd rather pale eyes with sandy eyelashes. Oh, an ugly little devil, if you'll excuse me. Very well-kept hands. One notices that because, of course, when a man asks for a job in this kind of establishment, that's one of the first things one looks for. Dirty or bitten nails, for instance, are what one couldn't stand for a moment. Let me see now. Oh, yes, he spoke very well. Spoke like a gentleman. Very refined and quiet. That's a thing one notices, too. Not that it's of any great account in a neighbourhood like this. Our customers are sometimes a roughish lot, but one can't help notice, you see, when one's been used to it. Besides, it gives one an idea what kind of place a man has been used to. Did this man say anything about where he'd been employed previously? Not that I remember. My impression of him was that he'd been out of employment for a goodish time and wasn't too keen on giving details. He said he was on his own. There's plenty of them who do that. Want you to believe they've their own place in Bond Street and only lost their money through unexampled misfortunes. You know the sort, I expect, my lord. But I didn't pay a lot of attention to the man. Not liking the look of him. I suppose he gave a name. Or I suppose he did, come to think of it, but I'm dashed if I know what it was. Henry? What did that sneaking little red-haired fellow that came here the other day say his name was? The man that bought that razor off me. Henry, a youth with a crest like a cockatoo, who apparently lodged with his employer, laid aside the Sunday paper, which he'd been unsuccessfully pretending to read. "Well, now," he said, "I don't remember, Mr. Merryweather. Some ordinary name. Was it Brown, now? I think it was Brown." "No, it wasn't," said Mr. Merryweather, suddenly enlightened. "No, it was Bright. That was it. Because don't you remember me saying he didn't act up to his name when he came to setting razors?" "Oh, yes, that's right," said Henry. "Of course, Bright. What's the matter with him? Been getting into trouble?" "I shouldn't wonder if he had," said Wimsey. "Police?" suggested Henry, with a sparkling countenance. "Now, Henry," said Mr. Merryweather, "does his lordship here look as if he was the police?" "I'm surprised at you. You'll never make a way in this profession if you don't know better than that." Henry blushed. "No, I'm not the police," said Wimsey, "but I shouldn't be surprised if the police didn't want to get hold of Mr. Bright one of these days. But don't you say anything about that. Only if you should happen to see Mr. Bright again at any time, you might let me know. I'm staying at Wolvercombe at the moment at the Bellevue. But in case I'm not there, this address will always find me." He proffered a card, thanked Mr. Merryweather and Henry, and withdrew triumphant. He felt that he had made progress. Surely there could not be 2 white endicott razors bearing the same evidence of misuse and the same little crack in the ivory. Surely he had tracked down the right one. And if so, well then, he'd only to find Mr. Bright. A tramp barber with sandy hair and a crooked shoulder ought not to be so difficult to find. But there was always the disagreeable possibility that Mr. Bright had been a barber for that one performance only.
in which case his name was almost certainly not Bright. He thought for a moment, then went into a telephone call box and rang up the Wolvercombe police. Superintendent Glacier answered him. He was interested to hear that Wimsey had traced the early history of the razor. He'd not personally observed the crack in the ivory, but if his lordship would hold the line for a moment— "Hello? Was Wimsey there?" "Yes, his lordship was quite right. There was a crack. Almost indistinguishable, but it was there." Certainly it was an odd coincidence. It really looked as though it might bear investigation. Wimsey spoke again. "Yes, by all means. The Seahampton police should be asked to trace Bright. No doubt it would turn out that Alexis had got the razor off Bright, but it was funny that he couldn't have bought one in Wolvercombe if he'd wanted one. About 3 weeks ago, was it? Very good. He would see what could be done. He would also find out whether Alexis had been to Seahampton within that period, or whether, alternatively, Bright had been seen in Wolvercombe. He was obliged to Lord Peter for the trouble he'd taken in the matter, and if his lordship thought of coming back to Wolvercombe, there had been recent developments which might interest him. It was now pretty certain that it was a case of suicide. Still, one had to go into these matters pretty carefully. Had the body been found? No. The body had not come ashore, and the wind was still holding the tide up and making it impossible to undertake any operations off the grinders. Chapter 9. The Evidence of the Flatiron. Come, tell me now, how sits this ring? The Bride's Tragedy. Sunday, 21st June. Harriet Vane and Lord Peter Wimsey sat side by side on the beach, looking out towards the Devil's Flatiron. The fresh salt wind blew strongly in from the sea, ruffling Harriet's dark hair. The weather was fine, but the sunshine came only in brilliant bursts as the driven clouds rolled tumultuously across the bellowing vault of the sky. Over the grinders the sea broke in furious patches of white. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the tide was at its lowest, but even so, the Flatiron was hardly uncovered, and the Atlantic waves roaring in made a heavy breach against its foot. A basket of food lay between the pair, not yet unpacked. Wimsey was drawing plans in the damp sand. "The thing we want to get," he said, "is the time of the death. The police are quite clear about how Alexis came here, and there doesn't seem to be any doubt in the matter, which is a blessing. There's a train from Wolvercombe that stops at Darley Halt on Thursdays at 10:15 to take people into Heathbury Market. Alexis travelled by that train and got out at the halt. I think it must have been Alexis, all right. He was pretty conspicuous with his black beard and his natty gent's outfitting. I think we can take that bit as proved. The guard on the train remembered him, and so did 3 or 4 of his fellow passengers. What's more, his landlady says he left his rooms in time to catch the train, and the booking clerk remembers him at Wolvercombe. And, dear Harriet, there is a first return ticket from Wolvercombe to that halt that was never given up and never accounted for." "A return ticket?" asked Harriet. "A return ticket. And that, as you so acutely remark, Sherlock, seems to knock the suicide theory on the head. I said as much to the super, and what was his reply? That suicides, let alone foreign suicides, were that inconsistent there was no accounting for them." "So they may be in real life," observed Harriet thoughtfully. "One wouldn't make an intending suicide take a return ticket in a book, but real people are different. It might have been a slip, or just habit. Or he may not have quite made up his mind to the suicide business. I thought my friend Chief Inspector Parker was the most cautious beggar on the face of the earth, but you beat him. You can knock out habit. I refuse to believe that our dainty Alexis made a habit of travelling to the halt in order to walk 4.5 miles to weep by the sad sea waves. However, we'll just note the return half of the ticket as something that needs explaining. Very good. Well now, there was nobody else got off at the halt, though quite a bunch of people got in, so we don't know what happened to Alexis. But if we allow that he could walk at the moderate rate of 3 miles an hour, he can't have got to the Flatiron later than, say, 11:45. Look, stop a minute. How about the tide? When was low water on Thursday? At 1:15. I've been into all that. At 11:45 there would be about 5 feet of water at the foot of the Flatiron, but the rock is 10 feet high and rises gradually from the landward side. At 11:45, or very shortly after, our friend could have walked out dry-shod to the rock and sat upon it. Good. We know that he did go out dry-shod, so that all fits in nicely. What next? Well, what? Whether he cut his own throat or somebody cut it for him, when did he die? It's an awful pity we've lost the body. Even if it turns up now, it won't tell us a thing. It wasn't stiff, of course, when you saw it, and you say you couldn't tell if it was cold. If, said Harriet, there had been a block of ice on that rock at that time, you could have boiled an egg on it. Ah, tiresome, tiresome. Oh, wait a minute. The blood. How about that? Did you notice whether it was in thick red clots, or whether it was a sort of jelly of white serum, with the red part at the bottom, or anything? Harriet shook her head. It wasn't. It was liquid. It was what? Liquid. When I put my hand into it, it was quite wet. Great Scott! Look, half a sec. Where was the blood? Splashed all over the place, I suppose. Oh, not exactly. There's a big pool of it underneath the body, just as though he'd leaned over and cut his throat into a basin. It had collected in a sort of hollow in the rock. Oh, I see. Ah, well, that explains it. I expect the hollow was full of seawater left by the tide, and what looked like blood was a mixture of blood and water. I began to think, but listen, it was quite liquid everywhere. It dripped out of his neck. And when I lifted his head up and disturbed the body, it dripped some more. Oh, horrid. But, my darling girl, yes, and listen again. When I tried to take his glove off, the leather wasn't stiff. It was soft and wet. His hands had been lying right under his throat. Oh, Lord. But that was the left hand. The right hand was hanging over the side of the rock, and I couldn't get at it without clambering over him, which I didn't fancy somehow. Otherwise, I should have tried that. I was wondering, you see, why the gloves? Yes, I know. But we know there was nothing wrong with his hands. That doesn't matter now. It's the blood. Do you realize that? If the blood was still liquid, he can only have been dead a few minutes. Oh. Harriet paused in consternation. What a fool I am. Oh, I ought to have known that. And I thought I was deducing things so nicely. He couldn't have been bleeding slowly to death for some time, I suppose. With his throat cut to the neck bone? Oh, dear child, pull yourself together. Look here. Blood clots very quickly, more quickly, of course, on a cold surface. In the ordinary way, it will clot almost instantaneously on exposure to the air. I dare say it might take a little longer on a hot surface, like the rock you described so graphically, but it couldn't take more than a few minutes. Say 10 to give it an outside limit. 10 minutes? Oh, Peter. Yes? That noise that woke me up. I thought it was a seagull. They sound so human, but suppose it must have been. When was that? 2 o'clock. I looked at my watch, and I shouldn't think it took me more than 10 minutes to reach the rock. But I say, well, how about your murder theory? That's done it in absolutely. If Alexis was murdered at 2 o'clock, and I was there 10 minutes after, what became of the murderer? Wimsey sat up as suddenly as though he'd been stung. Oh, hell, he explained. Harriet, dear, sweet, beautiful Harriet, say you were mistaken. We can't be wrong about the murder. I've staked my reputation with Inspector Umplety that it couldn't have been suicide. I shall have to leave the country. I shall never hold my head up again. I shall have to go and shoot tigers in fever-haunted jungles and die babbling of murder between my swollen and blackened lips. Say the blood was clotted, or say there were footprints you overlooked, or that there was a boat within hail. Say something. There was a boat, but not within hail, because I hailed it. Thank God there was a boat. Perhaps I may leave my bones in old England yet. Look, what do you mean, not within hail? Because you hailed it? If the murderer was in the boat, naturally he wouldn't have put back if it had hailed sweet potatoes. I wish you wouldn't give me such shocks. My nerves are not what they were. I don't know much about boats, but this one looked to me a pretty good way out. The wind was blowing inshore, you know. Look, it doesn't matter. So long as there was a good stiff wind and he could sail close enough to it, he might have made quite a good way in 10 minutes. What sort of a boat was it? Here Harriet's knowledge failed her. She'd put it down as a fishing boat, not because she could scientifically distinguish a fishing boat from a 5-metre yacht, but because one naturally, when visiting the seaside, puts down all boats as fishing boats, unless otherwise instructed. She thought it had a pointed sort of sail, or sails. She couldn't be sure. She was sure it was not, for example, a fully rigged 4-masted schooner, but otherwise one sailing boat was to her exactly like any other, as it is to most town-bred persons, especially to literary young women. Look, never mind, said Wimsey. We'll be able to trace it all right. All boats must come to shore somewhere, thank goodness, and they're all well known to people along the coast. I only wanted to know what sort of draught the boat was likely to have. You see, if the boat couldn't come right into the rock, the fellow would have had to row himself in, or swim for it, and that would delay him a good bit. And he'd have to have somebody standing on and off with the boat while he did it, unless he stopped to take in sail and all that. I mean, you can't just stop a sailing boat and step out of it like a motor car, leaving it on its own, all ready to start. You'd get into difficulties. But that makes no odds. Why shouldn't the murderer have an accomplice? It's frequently happened before. We'd better assume that there were at least 2 men in a small boat with a very light draught. Then they could bring her close in, and one of the men would bring her round to the wind, while the other waded or rowed alone, did the murder and got back, so that they could make off again without wasting a moment. You see, they've got to do the murder, get back to the boat, and clear out to where you saw them within 10 minutes, between the cry you heard and the time of your arrival. So we can't allow a lot of time for pulling the boat to shore and making fast and pushing off again and setting sail and all that. Hence, I suggest the accomplice. But how about the grinders? Asked Harriet, rather diffidently. I thought it was very dangerous to bring boats close to shore at that point. Blow it. So it is. Well, they must have been very skilful sailors, but that would mean further to row or wade, as the case may be. Oh, bother it. I wish we could allow them rather more time. You don't think, began Harriet. A very unpleasant idea had just struck her. You don't think the murderer could have been there quite close all the time, swimming under water or something? Well, you had to come up to breathe. Yes, but I might not have noticed him. There were lots of times when I wasn't looking at the sea at all. He would have heard me coming, and he might have ducked down close under the rock and waited there till I came down to look for the razor. Then he might have dived and swum away while my back was turned. I don't know if it's possible, and I hope it isn't, because I should hate to think he was there all the time, watching me. It's a nasty thought, said Wimsey. I rather hope he was there, though. It will give him a beast of a shock to see you hopping round and taking photographs and things. I wonder if there's any cleft in the Flatiron where he might have hidden himself. Oh, curse the rock! Why can't it come out and show itself like a man? I say, I'm going down to have a look at it. Turn your modest eyes seaward while I have climbed into a bathing suit, and I'll go down and explore. Not content with this programme, unsuited to a person of her active temperament, Harriet removed not only her glance but her person to the shelter of a handy rock, and emerged bathing-suited in time to catch Wimsey as he ran down over the sand. And he strips better than I should have expected, she admitted candidly to herself. Better shoulders than I had realized, and, thank heaven, calves to his legs. Wimsey, who was rather proud of his figure, would hardly have been flattered could he have heard this modified rapture, but for the moment he was happily unconcerned about himself. He entered the sea near the Flatiron with caution, not knowing what bumps and boulders he might encounter, swam a few strokes to encourage himself, and then popped his head out to remark that the water was beastly cold and that it would do Harriet good to come in. Harriet came in, and agreed that the water was cold and the wind icy. Agreed on this point, they returned to the Flatiron and felt their way carefully round it. Presently Wimsey, who had been doing some underwater investigation on the Wolvercombe side of the rock, came out spluttering and asked if Harriet had come down on that side or on the other to hunt for the razor. "On the other," said Harriet. "It was like this. I was up on top of the rock with the body like this." She climbed out, walked up to the top of the rock, and stood shivering in the wind. I looked round on both sides of me like this. "You didn't look down in this direction by any chance?" inquired Wimsey's head, standing up sleek as a seal's out of the water. "No, I don't think so. Then, after I'd fussed about with the corpse a bit, I got down this way. I sat on something just about here and took my shoes and stockings off and tucked my things up. Then I came round in this direction and groped about under the rock. There was about 18 inches of water then. There are about 5 feet now, I should think." "Can you—" began Wimsey. A wave slopped suddenly over his head and extinguished him. Harriet laughed. "Look, can you see me?" he went on, blowing the water out of his nostrils. "I can't, but I heard you. It was very amusing." "Well, restrain your sense of humour. You can't see me." "No, there's a bulge in the rock. Where exactly are you, by the way?" "Standing in a little niche, like a saint over a cathedral door. Just about the size of a coffin, 6 feet high or thereabouts, with a pretty little roof and room to squeeze in rather tightly sideways if you're not what the leopard called too vulgar big. Come round and try it for yourself." "What a sweet little spot," said Harriet, scrambling round and taking Wimsey's place in the niche. "Beautifully screened from all sides, except from the sea. Even at quite low tide one couldn't be seen, unless, of course, somebody happened to come round and stand just opposite the opening. I certainly didn't do that." "Oh, how horrible! The man must have been in here all the time." "Yes, I think it's more plausible than the boat idea." "Bright," said Harriet. I'm so glad you think so. No, I didn't mean that. It was my idea in the first place. I meant Bright, the man who bought the razor. Didn't the hairdresser person say he was a small man, smaller than you anyway?" "So he did. One up to you. Ha, ha, ha. I wish we could get hold of Bright. I wonder if— Oh, I say, I found something." "Oh, what?" "It's a ring. The sort of thing you tie boats up to, driven right into the rock. It's under water, and I can't see it properly, but it's about 5 feet off the ground, and it feels smooth and new, not corroded. Does that help with our boat theory at all, I wonder?" "Well," said Harriet, looking round at the lonely sea and shore, "there doesn't seem to be much reason why anyone should habitually tie a boat up here." "No, there doesn't. In that case, the murderer, if there was one— Look, we are taking him for granted, aren't we? Yes. He may have put this here for his own private use. Either he tied a boat up here, or he didn't. Yeah, I was going to say, used it for something else. I'm dashed if I know what." "Well, that's fearfully helpful. Oh, I say, I'm getting cold. Let's swim about a bit and then get dressed and discuss it." Whether it was the swim or the subsequent race over the sands to get warm that stimulated Harriet's brain is not certain, but when they were again sitting by the lunch-basket, she found herself full of ideas. "Look here. If you were a murderer, and you saw an interfering woman pottering about among the evidence, and then going off in search of help, what would you do? Leg it in the opposite direction. I wonder, would you? Wouldn't you like to keep an eye on her? Or possibly even do away with her? You know, it would have been fearfully easy for Bright, if we may call him so for the moment, to slaughter me then and there. But why should he? Of course he wouldn't. He was trying to make the murder look like suicide. In fact, you were a very valuable witness for him. You'd seen the body, and you could prove that there really was a body, in case of its subsequently getting lost. And you could prove that there actually was a weapon there, and that therefore suicide was more likely than not. And you could swear to the absence of footprints, another point in favour of suicide. No, my dear gal, oh, no. The murderer would cherish you as the apple of his eye." "Yeah, you're right, he would. Always supposing he wanted the body found. Of course, there are lots of reasons why he should want it found. If he inherited under a will, for instance, and had to prove the death— I don't fancy friend Alexis will have left much in his will. In fact, I'm pretty sure he didn't, and there might be other reasons for wanting to tell the world he was dead." "Then you think that when I'd gone, the murderer just totted off home to Leston Hoe?" He can't have gone the other way unless he deliberately kept behind me. Do you think he did that? He may have followed me up to see what I was going to do about it. He might. You can't say he didn't, especially as you left the main road quite soon after to go up to the farm. Look, suppose he missed me there and went on ahead of me along the road to Wilvercombe. Would it be possible to find out if he'd passed over the level crossing at the halt, for instance, or— Oh, I say! Look, suppose he'd gone along the main road and then turned back again so as to pretend he'd come from Wilvercombe. Then you'd have met him. Well, suppose I did. But— Oh, Lord, yes. Mr. What's-his-name from London, by Jove. Perkins. Yes. I wonder. Could anybody be genuinely as foolish as Perkins appeared? He was a rat of a man, too, quite small, and he was sandy-haired. He was short-sighted, didn't you say, and wore glasses? Merryweather didn't say anything about Bright's wearing them. It may have been a disguise. They may have been quite plain glass. I didn't examine them, a la Dr. Thorndyke, to see whether they reflected a candle flame upside down or right way up. And, you know, I do think it's awfully funny the way Mr. Perkins simply evaporated when we got to the village shops. He was keen enough to come with me before, and then, just as I'd got in touch with civilization, he went and vanished. It does look queer. If it was Bright, he might just have hung round to get some idea of what I was going to say to the police, and then removed himself before the inquiry. Good Lord! Fancy me meekly trotting along for 1.5 miles hand in hand with a murderer. Juicy, said Wimsey, very juicy. Ah, we'll have to look more carefully into Mr. Perkins. Can that name be real? Seems almost too suitable. You know where he went? No. He hired a car in the village and got himself driven to Wilvercombe railway station. He is thought to have taken a train to somewhere, but the place was full of hikers and trampers and trippers that day, and so far they haven't traced him further. Well, they'll have to try again. This thing is getting to look almost too neat. Now, let's see how it goes. First of all, Alexis arrives by the 10:15 at the halt and proceeds on foot or otherwise to the Flatiron. Why, by the way? To keep an appointment with Perkins, presumably. Alexis wasn't the sort to take a long country walk for the intoxicating pleasure of sitting on a rock. True, O Queen, live for ever. He went to keep an appointment with Perkins at 2 o'clock. Earlier, surely, or why arrive by the 10:15? No, that's easy. The 10:15 is the only train that stops there during the morning. Then why not go by car? Yes, indeed. Why not? Well, I imagine it was because he had no car of his own and didn't want anybody to know where he was going. Then why didn't he hire a car and drive it himself? I couldn't drive a car. Or his credit is bad in Wilvercombe, or— Oh, no! What? I was going to say because he didn't intend to come back, but that won't work because of the return ticket. Unless he took the ticket absent-mindedly, he did mean to come back. Or perhaps he just wasn't certain about it. He might take a return ticket on the off chance. It would only be a matter of a few pence one way or the other, but he couldn't very well just take a hired car and leave it there. No. Well, he could if he wasn't particular about other people's property. But I can think of another reason for it. He'd have to leave the car on top of the cliff where it could be seen. Perhaps he didn't want people to know that anybody was down on the Flatiron at all. That won't do. 2 people having a chat on the Flatiron would be conspicuous objects from the cliff, car or no car. Yes, but unless you went down close to them, you wouldn't know who they were. Whereas you can always check up on a car by the number plates. That's a fact. But it seems to be rather a thin explanation all the same. Still, let it stand. For some reason, Alexis thought he would attract less attention if he went by train. In that case, I suppose he walked along the road. He wouldn't want to invite inquiry by taking a lift from anybody. Certainly not. Only why in the world he should have picked such an exposed place for the appointment? You think they ought to have had their chat behind a rock? Or under some trees? Or in a disused shed? Or a chalk quarry? Or something like that? Wouldn't it seem more natural? No. Not if you didn't want to be overheard. If you ever need to talk secrets, be sure you avoid the blasted oak, the privet hedge, and the old summer house in the Italian garden. All the places where people can stealthily creep up under cover with their ears flapping. You choose the middle of a nice open field, or the centre of a lake, or a rock like the Flatiron, where you can have half an hour's notice of anyone's arrival. And that reminds me, in one of your books— oh, well, bother my books. I quite see what you mean. Well, then, some time or other, Bright arrives to keep his appointment. How and when? By walking through the edge of the water from any point you like to suggest. As for the time, I can only suggest that it was while you, my child, were snoozing over Tristram Shandy. And I fancy he must have come from the Wolverhampton side, otherwise he would have seen you. He'd hardly have taken the risk of committing a murder if he knew positively that somebody was lying within a few yards of him. I think it was pretty careless of him not to take a look around the rocks in any case. True, but apparently he didn't do it. He commits the murder anyhow, and the time of that is fixed at 2 o'clock, so he must have reached the Flatiron between 1:30 and 2, or possibly between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, because if you were lunching and reading in your cosy corner, you probably wouldn't have seen or heard of him come. It couldn't be earlier than 1 p.m. because you looked along the shore and then were positive that there wasn't any living soul visible from the cliffs. Quite right. Good. He commits the murder. Poor old Alexis lets out a yell when he sees the razor, and you wake up. Did you shout then or anything? No. Or burst into song? No. Or run about with little ripples of girlish laughter? No. At least I ran about a few minutes later, but I wasn't making a loud noise. I wonder why the murderer didn't start off home again at once. If he had, you'd have seen him. And let me see. I was forgetting the papers. He had to get the papers. What papers? Well, I won't swear it was papers, but it may have been the Rogers diamond or something. He wanted something off the body, of course, and just as he was stooping over his victim, he heard you skipping about among the shingle. Sound carries a long way by the water. The baffled villain pauses, and then, as the sounds come nearer, he hurries down to the seaward side of the Flatiron and hides there. With all his clothes on— I'd forgotten that. He'd be a bit damp-looking when he came out, wouldn't he? No, without his clothes. He left his clothes at wherever it was he started to walk along the shore. He probably put on a bathing dress, so that if anybody saw him, he would just be a harmless sunbather paddling about in the surf. Did he put the razor in the pocket of his regulation suit? No. No, he had it in his hand, or slung around his neck. Don't ask silly questions. He'd wait in his little niche until you'd gone. Then he'd hurry back along the shore. Not in the direction of Wolverhampton. Blow. Obviously. You'd have seen him. But not if he kept close to the cliff. He wouldn't have to bother so much about footprints when the tide was coming in. You could manage that all right. Then he'd come up the cliff at the point where he originally got down, follow the main road towards Wolverhampton, turn back at some point or other, and meet you on the way back. How's that? It's very neat. The more I look at it, the more I like it. I adore the thought of Brightsby and Perkins. I say, though, how about this lopsided hunchback business? Was Perkins upright as a willow wand, or how? Not by any means. But I shouldn't have called him actually crooked. More sloppy and round-shouldered. He had a rucksack on his back, and he was walking a bit lame, but he said he had a blister on his foot. Ah, that would be a good way of disguising any one-sidedness in his appearance. You're always apt to hunch up a bit on the lame side. Bright-Perkins is our man. We ought to get the police onto this right away, only I do so want my lunch. What time is it? 4 o'clock. I'll slip along in the car and telephone to Glacier and then come back. Why should we give up our picnic for any number of murderers?
Chapter 10. The Evidence of the Police Inspector. My life upon't, some miser, who in the secret hour creeps to his hoard, and, kneeling at the altar of his love, worships that yellow devil Gold. The Bride's Tragedy. Monday, 22nd June. You may say what you like, my lord, said Inspector Amplety, and I don't mind admitting that the super is a bit inclined to your way of thinking, but it was suicide for all that, and if I was a sporting man, I wouldn't mind having a bet on it.
There's no harm done by tracing this fellow Bright, because if the identification of the razor is correct, that's who this Alexis must have bought it from. But there's no doubt in my mind that when the poor chap left his lodgings on Thursday, he never meant to come back. You only got to look at the place. Everything tidied away, bills all paid up, papers burnt in the grate. You might say he'd regular said goodbye and kissed his hand to everything. Did he take his latchkey with him, Master Wimsey? Yes, he did, but that's nothing. A man keeps his key in his pocket, and he mightn't think to put it out. But he left pretty well everything else in order. Ah, you'd be surprised. Not so much as an envelope there wasn't. Must have had a regular old bonfire there. Not a photograph, not a line that would tell you anything about who he was or where he came from. Clean sweep of the lot. No hope of recovering anything from the ashes, not a thing. Naturally, Mrs. Lefranc, that's the landlady, that had the grate cleaned out on the Thursday morning, but she told me that everything had been broken down into black flinders and dust. And there was a rare old lot of it. I know, because she showed it to me in the dustbin. There certainly was nothing there you could have made out with a microscope. As you know, my lord, generally these folk aren't thorough. They leave a few bits off burnt, maybe, but this chap had gone the right way about it, and no mistake. He must have torn everything into small scraps first, and burnt it on a hot fire, and beaten it into atoms with the poker. Well, I said to Mrs. Lefranc, this is a nice set-out, this is, and so it was, too. Any books or anything with writing in the fly-leaves? Oh, just a few novels with poor Alexis inside, and some with nothing at all, and one or two paperback books written in Chinese. Chinese? Well, it looked like it. Russian, maybe. Not in proper letters, anyhow. You can see them any time you like, but I don't expect you'll get much out of them. One or two history books there was, mostly about Russia and that, but no writing of any kind. Any money? No. Had he a banking account? Yes. Yes, he had a small account with Lloyd's. Matter of a little over £300, but he drew the whole lot out 3 weeks ago. Did he? Whatever for? It wouldn't cost him all that to buy a razor. No, but I said he'd been settling his debts. £300 worth of them? Why, don't say that. Fact is, we can't trace more than £20 odd. But he may have owed money in lots of places. As he's burnt all his papers, you see, it's a bit difficult to tell. We shall make inquiries, naturally. But I shouldn't be surprised if those £100 had gone to some girl or other. There's that Leila Garland, a hard-boiled little piece if ever there was one. She could tell a lot if she liked, I dare say. But we aren't allowed to ask anybody any questions these days. If they say they won't answer, they won't, and there's an end of it. You can't force 'em. Leila Garland, that's the girl he used to go with? That's it, my lord. And from what I can make out, she turned Mr. Alexis down good and hard. Terrible cut-up he was about it, too, according to her. She's got another fellow now, sort of friend of Alexis, but a cut above him, as far as I can make out. Sort of Dago fella. Leads the orchestra down at the Winter Gardens, and makes a pretty good thing out of it, I fancy. You know the sort, all la-di-da, snakeskin shoes. Nothing wrong with him, though, as far as that goes. He was quite frank about it, and so was the girl. Alexis introduced them, and presently the young woman got the idea that she could do better with the Dago than with Alexis. She says Alexis was getting very close with his money, and didn't seem to have his mind as much on Miss Leila as he might have. Possibly he had his eye on somebody else all the time, and that's where the money went. Anyhow, Leila makes up her mind to give him the push and takes up with the Dago Louis de Soto instead. Well, of course there was a scene, and Alexis threatens to make away with himself. Did he say anything about throat-cutting? Well, no, he didn't. Said he'd take poison. But what's the odds? He said he'd make away with himself, and he's done it, and here we are. Did you by any chance find any poison? You know, sleepy stuff or anything of that sort in his room? Not a thing, said the inspector triumphantly. But, Inspector, put in Harriet, who'd been listening to this conversation in becoming silence, if you think Alexis had another girl in tow, why should he commit suicide when Leila Garland turned him down? "Oh, I couldn't say, I'm sure, miss. Maybe the other one turned him down as well."
"And left him a low-lorn critter with all the world contrary with him," said Wimsey.
Yes. And then there was this Mrs. Weldon. We found out about her through these other girls. Wouldn't you say a prospect like that was enough to make any young fella cut his throat?"
"He could have gone away," said Harriet.
"And suppose he owed her money and she turned crusty and threatened to put him in court. What about that?"
"Well, perhaps the £300, began Wimsey.
"Oh, no, no," cried Harriet indignantly. "You mustn't think that. It's absolutely ridiculous. Why, the poor woman was infatuated with him. He could have turned her round his little finger. She'd given him anything he wanted. Besides, she told me he wouldn't take her money." "Ah, but supposing he'd have given her the go-boy, miss, she might have cut up rough about that."
"She would have been the one to kill herself then," said Harriet firmly. "She wouldn't have harmed him for the world, poor soul.
Put him in court? Oh, nonsense." "Now, you know very well, miss," said Inspector Umplety, "that it says in the Bible that the infernal regions, begging your pardon, knows no fury like a woman scorned. I've always remembered that from my school days, and I find it gives a very useful line to follow in our way of business. Now, if this Mrs. Weldon—"
"Rubbish," said Harriet. "She'd never have done anything of the sort.
I know she wouldn't."
"Ah," Inspector Umplety winked in a friendly manner at Wimsey,
"when the ladies get to knowing things by this feminine intuition and all that, there's no arguing with it. But what I say is, let's suppose it, just for the moment."
"I won't suppose it," retorted Harriet. "We seem to have reached a no thoroughfare," remarked Wimsey. "Let's leave that for the time being, Inspector. You can come and suppose it in the bar quietly later on, though I don't think it very likely myself. It's our turn to suppose something. Suppose a fishing boat had wanted to come in at the Flatiron just about low tide on Thursday. Could she do it?"
"Oh, easy, my lord. Some of these boats don't draw more than a foot of water. You could bring her in beautifully, provided you kept clear of the grinders, and remembered to reckon with the current."
"A stranger might get into difficulties, perhaps?"
"Oh, he might, but not if he was a good seaman and could read a chart. He could bring a small boat up within a dozen feet of the Flatiron any day, unless the wind was setting with the current across the bay, when he might get driven onto the rocks if he wasn't careful."
"I see. Well, that makes it all very interesting. We are supposing a murder, you see, Inspector, and we've thought of 2 ways of doing it. We'd be glad to have your opinion." Inspector Umplety listened with an indulgent smile to the rival theories of the man in the fishing boat and the man in the niche, and then said, "Well, miss, all I can say is I'd like to read some of those books of yours. It's wonderful the way you work it all in. What about that boat? Now, that's queer, that is. We've been trying to get a line on that, because whoever was in it must have seen something. Most of the fishing boats were out off Shelley Point, but there's a few of them I haven't checked up on. And, of course, it might be some of the visitors from Wolvercombe or Leston Hoe. We're always warning these amateurs to keep from the grinders, but do they? Oh, no. Oh, you'd think some of them was out for a day's suicide, the way they go on. But I've got an idea who it was, all the same." "How about those cottages along the coast where I went to try and get help?" asked Harriet. "Surely they must have seen the boat. I thought those sort of people knew every boat in the place by sight."
"Ah, that's just it," replied the inspector. "We've asked 'em, and they're all struck blind and dumb, seemingly. That's why I say I think I could put a name to the boat. But we'll find a way to make them come across with it, never fear. Now, they're a surly lot, those Pollocks and Moggeridges, and up to no good, in my opinion. They're not popular with the other fishers, and when you find a whole family boycotted by the rest of 'em, there's usually something at the back of it."
"At any rate," said Wimsey, "I think we've got the actual time of the death pretty well fixed by now. That ought to help."
"Yes," admitted Inspector Umplety. "If what you and the lady tell me is correct, that does seem to settle it. Not but what I'd like a doctor's opinion on it. No offence to you, but I think you're right all the same. It's a great pity you happened to fall asleep when you did, miss."
He looked reproachfully at Harriet. "But wasn't it lucky I was there at all?"
The inspector agreed that it was. "And taking this question of the time as settled," he went on, "we've got some information to hand now that may clear matters up a bit. At least, from all I can see, it just goes to show that this murder stuff is clean impossible. as I've said it was all along. But if we prove that, then we're all right, aren't we?"
The conference was taking place in the inspector's cosy little villa in the suburbs of the town. Rising, Mr. Umplety went to a cupboard and extracted a large sheaf of official reports. "You see, my lord, we haven't been idle. Even though suicide looks more probable than anything else on the face of things, we had to take all the possibilities into account, and we've gone over the district with, as you might say, a magnifying glass." After an inspection of the reports, Wimsey was obliged to admit that this boast seemed justified. Chance had helped the police very considerably. An application had recently been made by the local authorities to the county council to have the coast road between Leston Hoe and Wilvercombe put into better repair. The county council, conscious that times were bad and that money was tight, had courteously replied that it did not think there was sufficient traffic along the said coast road to justify the proposed expenditure. As a result of these negotiations, persons had been appointed, at a modest wage, by the county council to take a census of the vehicular traffic passing along the said road, and one of these watchers had been stationed during the whole of Thursday, 18 June, at the junction formed by the coast road and the high road from Leston Hoe to Heathbury. At the other end of the 12 miles or so which interested the detectives was Darley Halt, where, as Harriet had already discovered for herself, the gates were always shut unless particularly summoned to be opened for a passing vehicle. On either side of the railway gates was a wicket for foot passengers, but this was of the kind that does not admit anything so large even as a push-cycle. It was clear, therefore, that unless the hypothetical murderer had come on foot, he must have been seen at one end or other of the road, or else have come from some intermediate farm. During the past 4 days, the police had carefully investigated the bona fides of every traveller over this section of the road. Every car, motorcycle, push-cycle, van, lorry, wagon, and beast had been laboriously checked up and accounted for. Nothing had been unearthed to suggest suspicion of any kind. Indeed, all the persons using the road were local inhabitants, well known to all the police officers, and each one of them had been able to give an exact account of his or her movements during the day. This was not so surprising as it may appear, since nearly all of them were either tradesmen, accomplishing a given round in a given time, or farmers with business on their land or in the adjacent towns, who had witnesses to prove their departure and arrival. The only persons whose times could not very well be checked were those who loitered attendance upon cows and sheep in transit. But apart from the extreme improbability of these rustics having gone out of their way to cut a gentleman's throat with an Endicott razor, Inspector Umplety was quite ready to vouch personally for all of them. "In fact, my lord," he said, "you may take it from me that all these people we have checked up are all right. You can put them right out of your mind. The only possibility left now for your murderer is that he came by sea, or else on foot along the shore from either Wilvercombe or Leston Hoe. And as this young lady says, Wilvercombe is the more probable direction of the two, because anybody coming from Leston Hoe would have seen her and put his crime off to a more convenient season, as Shakespeare says." "Very well," said Wimsey. "All right. Well, we'll admit that. The murderer didn't take any sort of wheeled conveyance for any part of the journey. Still, that leaves a lot of possibilities open. Well, we'll wash out the Leston Hoe side altogether and only take the Wilvercombe direction. We now have at least 3 suggestions. 1, the murderer walked by the road from Wilvercombe or Darley, came down onto the beach at some point out of view from the Flatiron, and thence proceeded by the shore. 2, he came from one of those 2 cottages where the fishermen live, Pollock and Modridge, I think you said their names were. You don't mean to say you'll answer personally for those men, do you, Inspector?" "Oh, no. No, I don't. No, only they weren't there," retorted the Inspector with spirit. "Moggeridge and his 2 sons were over in Wilvercombe buying some stuff there. I've got witnesses to that. Old Pollock was out in his boat because Freddie Baines saw him, and his eldest boy was probably with him. We've got to pull those 2 in, and that's why I said the murderer might have come by sea. The only other Pollock is a boy of about 14, and you can't suppose it was him that did it, nor yet any of the women and children." "I see. Well then, 3. The murderer walked the whole way along the coast, from Darley or Wolvercombe. By the way, did you say there was somebody camping out along there, just beyond Darley Halt? Yes, said Harriet, a square-built sort of man who spoke, well, not quite like a countryman, like a gentleman of the country sort. Well, if anybody passed that way, he might have seen them. So we might, replied the inspector, but unfortunately we haven't laid hands on that particular gentleman, though we got inquiries out after him. He packed up and departed early on Friday morning, taking his belongings in a morgan. He'd been camping at the bottom of Inks Lane since Tuesday, and gave the name of Martin. Is that so? And he disappeared immediately after the crime? Isn't that a trifle suspicious? Oh, not a bit. Inspector Umplety was quite triumphant. He was having his lunch at the Three Feathers in Darley at 1 o'clock, and he didn't leave till 1:30. If you'll tell me how a man could walk 4.5 miles in half an hour, I'll get a warrant made out for Mr. Martin's arrest. Your trick, Inspector. Well, let's see. Murder at 2 o'clock, 4.5 miles to go. Well, that means that the murderer can't have passed through Darley later than 12:50 at the very outside. That's allowing him to do 4 miles an hour. And since he would have had to do at least part of the distance along the sand, it's probably an overestimate. On the other hand, he wouldn't be likely to do less than 3 miles an hour. That gives 12:30 as his earliest time. Unless, of course, he sat and talked to Alexis for some time before he cut his throat. That's just it, my lord. It's all so vague. In any case, Mr. Martin isn't much good to us because he spent Thursday morning in Wolvercombe. Also, he mentioned to the landlord of the Feathers. Oh, what a pity. He might have been a valuable witness. Well, I suppose you will go on looking for him, though it doesn't seem as if he's very much good to us. Did anybody notice the number of his Morgan? Yes, it belongs to a London garage, where they hire cars to be driven by the hirers. Mr. Martin came in there last Thursday week, paid his deposit in cash, and returned the bus on Sunday night. He said he'd given up his house and had no fixed address, but gave a reference to a Cambridge banker. His driving licence was made out in the name of Martin all right, and there was no trouble about the insurance, because the garage uses a form of policy that covers all cars irrespective of who is driving them. But wasn't there an address on the driving licence? Yes, but that was the address of the house he'd given up, so they took no notice of that. Do garage owners usually ask to see people's driving licences? Oh, I don't know that they do. Apparently this fellow showed it to them without being asked. That's curious. You'd almost think he was going out of his way to forestall criticism. How about the bank? Oh, that's all right. Mr. Evelyn Martin had been a depositor there for 5 years, introduced by another client. No irregularity. I suppose they didn't mention the name of his referee nor the amount of his deposit. Well, no. Banks don't care about giving away information. You see, we've absolutely nothing against this fellow Martin. Exactly. All the same, I'd rather like to have a chat with him. There are points about him which seem to me suggestive, as Sherlock Holmes would say. What do you think, my dear Robert Templeton? I think, replied Harriet promptly, that if I'd been inventing a way for a murderer to reach an appointed spot and leave it again, complete with bag and baggage, and without leaving more trail than was absolutely unavoidable, I should have made him act very much as Mr. Martin has acted. He would open an account under a false name at a bank, giving the bank's address to the garage proprietor as sole reference, hire a car and pay cash, and probably close the account again in the near future. As you say. Still, the dismal fact remains that Mr. Martin obviously did not do the murder, always supposing that the Feathers clock can be relied on. A little further investigation is indicated, I fancy. 5 years seems a longish time to premeditate a crime. You might perhaps keep an eye on that bank, only don't make a row about it, or you may frighten the bird away. That's so, my lord. All the same, I'd feel more enthusiastic, I don't mind saying, if I had any sort of proof that there really was a murder committed. Just at present, it's a bit thin, you'll allow. So it is. But there are quite a lot of small things that point that way. Taken separately, they aren't important, but taken together, they have a funny look. There's the razor and the gloves, and the return ticket, and the good spirits Alexis was in on the day before his death. And now there's this funny story of the mysterious gentleman who arrived at Darley in time to take a front seat for the crime, and then cleared off with such remarkable precautions to obscure his name and address. Inspector Umpleton's reply was cut short by the ringing of his telephone. He listened for a moment to its mysterious cluckings, and said, "I'll be along at once, sir," and rang off. "Something else funny seems to have turned up," he said. "You'll excuse me if I rush off. I'm wanted down at the station." Chapter 11. The Evidence of the Fisherman. There's a fellow with twisting root-like hair up to his eyes, and they're streaked with red and starting out under their bristling brows. His crooked tusks part like a hungry wolf's, his cursing mouth. His head is frontless, and a swinish mane grows o'er his shoulders. Brown and warty hands like roots with pointed nails. He is the man. Fragment. Monday, 22nd June. Wimsey had not very long to wait before hearing the latest development. He had returned to the Bellevue for lunch, and was having a preliminary refresher in the bar when he felt a smart tap on his shoulder. "Lord, Inspector, how you startled me. Oh, all right, it's a fair cop. What's it for this time?" "I just dropped along to tell you the latest, my lord. I thought you'd like to hear it. It's given us something to think about, I don't mind telling you." "Has it? Oh, you look quite agitated. I expect you're out of practice. It is exhausting when you're not used to it. Have one?" Thank you, my lord. I don't mind if I do. Now, look here. You remember about your young friend's banking account and the £300? Sure thing." "Well," the inspector dropped his voice to a hoarse whisper, "we've found out what he did with it." Wimsey registered expectation, but that was not enough. Inspector Umpleton evidently felt that he had got hold of a really choice morsel and was not going to let it go without full dramatic honours. "I'll buy it, Inspector. What did he do with it?" "Guess, my lord." "You can have 3 guesses, and I bet you anything you like you don't hit on it. Not in 20 guesses. "Then I mustn't waste your valuable time. Go on, have a heart. Don't keep me in such ghastly suspense. What did he do with it?" "He went," said the inspector ludicrously, "and turned it into gold." "Into what?" 300 gold sovereigns. That's what he turned it into. 300 round gold Jimmy-O-Goblins. Wimsey stared blankly at him. 300? Oh, look here, Inspector, a shock like this is more than frail flesh and blood can stand. There ain't so much gold in the country. I haven't seen more than 10 gold sovereigns together since I fought at my grandpa's side at the Battle of Waterloo. Oh, gold? How did he get it? How did he wangle it? They don't hand it out to you at the banks nowadays. Did he rob the mint? No, he didn't. He changed notes for it, quite honestly. But it's a queer tale for all that. Now, I'll tell you how it was, and how we come to know about it. You may remember that there was a photograph of Alexis published in the newspapers last week. Yes, enlarged from that hotel group they took at the gala night last Christmas. I saw it. That's right. Only one we could find. Alexis didn't leave anything about. Well, yesterday we had a quaint old bird call in at the station. Gladstone sort of collar, whiskery bits, 4-in-hand tie, cotton gloves, square-crowned bowler, big green gamp, all complete. Said he lived up Princemore way. He pulls a newspaper out of his pocket and points to the photograph. I hear you want information about this poor young man, he pipes up. Yes, we do, says the super. You know anything about it, Dad? Nothing at all about his death, says the old boy. But I had a very curious little transaction with him 3 weeks ago, he says, and I thought you perhaps ought to know about it, he says. Quite right, Dad, says the super. Go ahead. So he went ahead and told us all about it. It seems it was like this. You may remember seeing a while ago, not more than a month or so back, a bit in the papers about a queer old girl who lived all alone in a house in Seahampton with no companion except about 100 cats. A Miss Anne Bennett. But the name don't matter. Well, one day, the usual thing happens. Blinds left down, no smoke from the kitchen chimney, milk not taken in, cats yowling fit to break your heart. Constable goes in with a ladder
and finds the old lady dead in her bed. Inquest verdict is death from natural causes, which means old age and semi-starvation with neglected pneumonia on top of it. And, of course, plenty of money in the house, including 400 gold sovereigns in the mattress. It's always happening. Wimsey nodded. Yes, well, the long-lost next-of-kin turns up, and who should it be but this old chap from Princemoor, Abel Bennet. There's a will found leaving everything to him and begging him to look after the poor pussies. He's the executor, and he steps in and takes charge. Very good. On the day after the inquest, along comes our young friend Paul Alexis. Name correctly given and person identified by the photograph. He tells old Bennet a rambling kind of story about wanting gold sovereigns for some purpose or other. Something about wanting to buy a diamond from a foreign Roger who didn't understand banknotes. Some bosh of that kind. Well, he's got that out of a book, I expect, said Wimsey. I've seen something like it somewhere. Very likely. Old Bennet, who seems to have had more wits than his sister, didn't swallow the tale altogether, because, as he said, the young fella didn't look to him like a person who would be buying diamonds off Rajahs. But after all, it's not criminal to want gold, and it was none of his business what it was wanted for. He put up a few objections, and Alexis offered him £300 in Bank of England notes, plus a £20 bonus in exchange for 300 sovereigns. Old Abel wasn't averse to a bucksheet 20 quid and was willing to hand over on condition he might have the notes vetted for him at a Seahampton bank. Alexis was agreeable and pulled out the notes then and there. To cut a long story short, they went to the Seahampton branch of the London and Westminster and got the OK on the notes, after which Bennet handed over the gold and Alexis took it away in a leather handbag. And that's all there is to it. But we've checked up the dates with the bank people, and it's quite clear that Alexis drew his money out here for the purpose of changing it into gold as soon as ever he saw the account of Anne Bennet's death in the papers. But why he wanted it, or what he did with it, I cannot tell you. No more than the man in the moon. Well, said Wimsey, I always knew there was one or two oddities about this case, but I don't mind admitting that this beats me. Why on earth should anybody want to clutter himself up with all that gold? I suppose we can dismiss the story of the Rajah's diamond. A £300 diamond is nothing very out of the way, and if you wanted one, you could buy it in Bond Street without paying in gold or dragging in Indian potentates. Ah, that's a fact. Besides, where are you going to find a Rajah who don't understand Bank of England notes? These fellows aren't savages, not by any means. Why, lots of them have been to Oxford. Wimsey made suitable acknowledgment of this tribute to his own university. Well, the only explanation that suggests itself to me, he said, is that Alexis was contemplating a fit-in to some place where Bank of England notes wouldn't pass current. But I hardly know where that could be at this time of day. Central Asia? Oh, it may not be that, my lord. From the way he burnt everything before he left, it looks as though he didn't mean to leave any trace of where he was going. Now, you can't very well lose a Bank of England note. The numbers are bound to turn up somewhere or other if you wait long enough. Currency notes are safe, but it is quite possible that you might have difficulty in exchanging them in foreign parts once you were off the beaten track. It is my opinion Alexis meant to get away, and he took the gold because it was the only form of money that'll pass everywhere and tell no tale. He probably wouldn't be asked about it at the customs, and if he was, they would be very unlikely to search him. True. Well, I think you're right, Inspector. But I say you realise this knocks the suicide theory on the head, all right. Well, it's beginning to look like it, my lord, admitted Mr. Umplety handsomely. Unless, of course, the stuff was paid out to some party in this country. For instance, supposing Alexis was being blackmailed by someone who wanted to skip. That party might be wanting gold for the very reason we've been talking about, and he might get Alexis to do the job of getting it for him, so that he shouldn't appear in it himself. Alexis pays up, goes off the deep end, and cuts his throat. "Oh, you're very ingenious," said Wimsey. "But I still believe I'm right. Though if it is a case of murder, it's been so neatly worked out that there doesn't seem to be much of a loophole in it. Unless it's the razor. Look here, Inspector.
I've got an idea about that razor, if you'll let me carry it out. Our one hope is to tempt the murderer, if there is one, into making a mistake by trying to be too clever." He pushed the glasses aside and whispered into the inspector's ear. "Ah, there's something in that," said Inspector Umplety. "I don't see why it shouldn't be tried. It may clinch the matter straight off one way or t'other. You better ask the super, but if he's got no objections, I'd say go ahead. Why not come round and put it to him straight away?" On arriving at the police station, Wimsey and the inspector found the superintendent engaged with a crabbed old gentleman in a fisherman's jersey and boots, who appeared to be suffering under a sense of grievance. "Can't a man take his own boat out when he likes and where he likes? Sea's free to all, ain't it?" "Of course it is, Pollock, but if you were up to no mischief, why take that tone about it? You aren't denying you were there at the time, are you? Freddie Baines swears he saw you." "Ah, them Baineses," grumbled Pollock. "Nasty, peering, prying lot. What's it got to do with them where I was?" "Will you admit it, anyhow? What time did you get to the Flatiron?" "Perhaps Freddie Baines can tell you that, too. He seems to be bloody free with his information." "Never mind that. What time do you say it was?" "That ain't no business of yours. Police here, police there ain't no freedom in this blasted country. Have I or have I not the right to go where I like? Answer me that." "Look here, Pollock. All we want from you is some information. If you've got nothing to hide, why not answer a plain question?" "Well, what is the question?" "Were I off the Flatiron on Thursday? Yes, I were. What about it?" "You came along from your own place, I suppose?" "Well, I did, if you want to know. Where's the harm in that?" "None whatever." "What time did you set out?" "About 1 o'clock, maybe. Maybe more, maybe less. Round about the slack." "And you got to the Flatiron about 2. "Well, where's the harm in that?" "Did you see anybody on the shore at that time?" "Yes, I did." "You did?" "Yes, I got eyes in my head, haven't I?" "Yes, and you may as well have a civil tongue in your head. Where did you see this person?" "On the shore by the Flatiron. Round about 2 o'clock. "Were you close enough to see who it was?"
"No, I weren't. Not to come into your bleeding court and swear to a pimple, I wouldn't. You can put that in your pipe, Mr. Copy Superintendent, and smoke it."
"Well, what did you see?"
"I sees a fool of a woman capering about on the beach, going on as if she were loony. She runs a bit and stops a bit and pokes in the sand and then runs on a bit. That's what I see."
"No, I must tell Miss Vane that," said Wimsey to the inspector. "It'll appeal to her sense of humour." "Oh, you saw a woman, did you? Did you see what she did after that?"
"Well, she runs up to the Flatiron and starts messing about there."
"Was there anybody else on the Flatiron?"
There was a chap lying down. At least it looked so."
"And then?"
Then she starts yowling and waving her arms."
"Well?"
"Well, what? I didn't take no notice. I never takes notice of females."
"Now look, Pollock, did you see anybody else at all on the shore that morning?"
"Not a soul."
"Were you within sight of the shore all the time?"
"Yes, I were."
"And you saw nobody except this woman and the man lying down?"
"Ain't I telling you I see nobody?"
"About this man on the Flatiron. Was he lying down when you first saw him?"
"Yes, he were."
"And when did you first see him?"
"Soon as I come in sight of him, I see him."
"When was that?"
"Oh, how could I tell to a minute? Might be a quarter to 2, might be 10 minutes to. I wasn't taking particulars for the police. I were attending to my own business, same as I wish other folk would."
"What business?"
"Sailing the bloody boat, that's my business."
"At any rate, you saw the man some time before you saw the woman, and he was then lying on the rock. Was he dead, do you think, when you first saw him?"
"How were I to know if he were dead or alive? He didn't kiss his hand to me, and if he had, I shouldn't have seen him, d'ye see? I were too far out."
"But you said you were within sight of shore the whole time."
"So I were, but shore's a big thing. Man couldn't very well miss it. But that's not to say I could see every fool on it playing a kiss me hand."
"I see. Were you right out on the grinders, then?"
"What's it matter where I were? I weren't speculating about corpses, nor yet what females was after with their young men. I got something more to do than sitting about watching bathing parties."
"What had you to do?"
"That is my business."
Well, whatever your business was, it was out in the deep water off the grinders? Mr. Pollock was obstinately silent. Was anybody with you in the boat?
No, there weren't.
Then what was that grandson of yours doing?
Oh, him? Oh, he was with me. I thought you meant was there somebody else that didn't ought to have been there?
What do you mean by that?
Well, nothing, only policemen is a pack of fools, mostly.
Where is your grandson?
Over to Cork. Went last Saturday, he did.
Cork, eh? Smuggling goods into Ireland? Mr. Pollock spat profusely.
Course not. Business, my business.
Your business seems to be rather mysterious, Pollock. You'd better be careful. We want to see that young man when he gets back. Anyway, you say that when the young lady saw you, you had come in and were putting out again.
Why not?
What did you come in for?
That's my business, ain't it?
The superintendent gave up. At any rate, are you in a position to say whether you saw anybody walking along the shore between your cottage and the Flatiron?
Yes, I am. I see nobody. Not up to 1:45, anyway. That I couldn't swear one way or t'other, having my own business to mind, like I said.
Did you see any other boat in the neighbourhood?
No, I didn't.
Very well. If your memory should improve in the next few days, you better let us know. Mr. Pollock muttered something uncomplimentary and removed himself. Not an agreeable old gentleman, said Wimsey.
An old scoundrel, said Superintendent Glacier. And the worst of it is, you can't believe a word he says.
I'd like to know what he was really up to.
Murdering Paul Alexis, perhaps, suggested the inspector.
Or conveying the murderer to the scene of the crime for a consideration, said Wimsey. Yes, more likely, really. What motive should he have for murdering Alexis?
Well, there's £300, my lord. We mustn't forget that. I know I said 'twas suicide, and I still think so, but we've got a much better motive for a murder than we had before.
Always supposing Pollock knew about the £300, but how should he? Look, see here, said the superintendent. Suppose Alexis was wanting to leave England.
That's what I say, interjected Dumplety.
And suppose he'd hired Pollock to meet him somewhere offshore with his boat and take him across to a yacht or something. And suppose, in paying Pollock, he'd happened to show him the rest of the money. Couldn't Pollock have put him ashore and cut his throat for him and made away with the gold?
But why? Objected Dumplety. Why put him ashore? Wouldn't it have been easier to cut his throat aboard the boat and drop the body in the sea?
No, it wouldn't, said Wimsey eagerly. Ever seen him stick a pig, Inspector? Ever reckoned how much blood there was to the job? If Pollock had cut Alexis's throat on board, it would take a devil of a lot of swabbing to get the boat properly clean again. That's quite true, said the superintendent. But in any case, how about Pollock's clothes? I'm afraid we haven't got evidence to get a warrant and search his place for bloodstains. You could wash them off oilskins pretty easily too, remarked Wimsey. The two policemen acquiesced gloomily. And if you stood behind your man and cut his throat that way, you stand a reasonable chance of not getting so very heavily splashed. It's my belief the man was killed in the place where he was found, murder or no murder. And if you don't mind, Superintendent, I have a little suggestion that might work and tell us definitely whether it really was murder or suicide. He again outlined the suggestion, and the superintendent nodded. I see no objection whatever, my lord. Something might quite well come of it. In fact, said Mr. Glacier, something of the same kind has passed through my own mind, as you might say. But I don't mind its appearing to come from your lordship, not at all. Wimsey grinned and went in search of Solcombe Hardy, the Morning Star reporter, whom he found, as he expected, taking refreshment in the hotel bar. Most of the pressmen had withdrawn by this time, but Hardy, with the touching faith in Lord Peter Wimsey, had clung to his post.
"You're treating me damn badly, old man," he said, raising his mournful violet eyes to Wimsey's grey ones. "I know you must have something up your sleeve, or you wouldn't be hanging round the scene of the crime like this. Unless it's the girl. Oh, for God's sake, Wimsey, say it isn't the girl. You wouldn't play such a shabby trick on a poor, hard-working journalist. Oh, look here. If there's nothing else doing, give me a story about the girl. Anything will do, as long as it's a story. Romantic engagement of Pierre's son. That'd be better than nothing. But I must have a story. Now, look, pull yourself together, Sally, said his lordship, and keep your inky paws off my private affairs.
Come right away out of this haunt of vice and sit down quietly in a corner of the lounge, and I'll give you a nice pretty story all to yourself." "That's right," said Mr. Hardy, in a burst of emotion. "That's what I expected from a dear old friend. Never let down a pal, even if he's only a poor bloody journalist. Noblesse oblige. That's what I said to those other blighters. I'm sticking to old Peter, I said. Peter's the man for my money. You won't see a hard-working man lose a job for want of a good news story. These new men, they've no push, no guts. Fleet Street's going to the dogs, curse it. There's nobody left now, the old gang, except me. I know where the news is, and I know how to get it. I said to myself, you hang on to old Peter, I said, and one of these days he'll give you a story. Splendid fellow, said Wimsey. May we ne'er lack a friend or a story to give him. Are you reasonably sober, Sally? Sober? Exclaimed the journalist indignantly. Did you ever know a pressman who wasn't sober when somebody had a story to give him? I may not be a blasted pussyfoot, but my legs are always steady enough to go after story, and what more could anybody want? Wimsey pushed his friend gently into position before a table in the lounge. Here you are, then, he said. You take the stuff down and see that he gets a good show in your beastly rag. You can put in trimmings to suit yourself. Hardy glanced up sharply. Oh, he said, ulterior motive, eh? Not all pure friendship. Patriotism is not enough. Oh, well, as long as it's exclusive, the news, the motive is oh, damn the word, immaterial. Quite, said Wimsey. Now then, take this down. The mystery surrounding the horrible tragedy at the Flatiron deepens steadily with every effort made to solve it. Far from being a simple case of suicide, as at first seemed probable, the horrible death— All right, interjected Hardy, I can do that part of my head. Now, what I want is the story. Yes, but work up the mystery part of it. Go on, now. Lord Peter Wimsey, the celebrated amateur of crime detection, interviewed by our special correspondent in his pleasant sitting-room at the Hotel Bellevue. Is the sitting-room important? The address is. I want them to know where to find me. Right you are. Go ahead. At the Hotel Bellevue, Wolvercombe said that while the police still held strongly to the suicide theory, he himself was by no means satisfied. The point that particularly troubled him was that, whereas the deceased wore a full beard and had never been known to shave, the crime was committed— Crime? Suicide is a crime? Ah, so it is. Well, committed with an ordinary cutthroat razor which shows signs of considerable previous hard wear. Now, rub that in well, Sally. The history of this razor has been traced up to a point. Who traced it? I did. Can I say that? If you like. That makes it better. Lord Peter Wimsey explained with his characteristically modest smile that he had himself been at pains to trace the previous history of the razor, a search which led him— Where did it lead you, Wimsey? I don't want to tell him. Say that the search covered many 100 miles. All right. I can make that sound very important. Anything else? Yes. Now, this is the important bit. Get him to put it in black lettering, you know. No, it's not my business. Sub-editor. But I'll try. Carry on. Leaning over the table and emphasizing the point with an eloquent gesture of his aristocratic hands, Lord Peter Wimsey said, The trail, dictated Wimsey, breaks off at the crucial point. How did the razor get into the hands of Paul Alexis? If once I could be satisfied of that, the answer might at once set at rest all my doubts. If Paul Alexis can be proved to have bought the razor, I shall consider the suicide theory to have been proved up to the hilt. But until that missing link in the chain of evidence is reconstructed, I shall hold that Paul Alexis was foully and brutally murdered, and I shall spare no efforts to bring the murderer to the judgment he has so richly deserved. How's that, Sally? Not bad. Yeah, I can work that up into something. I shall add, of course, that you, knowing the enormous circulation of the Morning Star, are relying on the wide publicity it will give to this statement to, etc., etc., etc. I might even get them to offer a reward.
Why not? Anyway, pitch it to 'em hot and strong, Sally.
I will, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer. Between you and me, would you be satisfied that it was suicide if the reward was claimed?"
"I don't know," said Wimsey. "Probably not. In fact, I am never satisfied."
Chapter 12. The Evidence of the Bride's Son. How I despise all such mere men of muscle. Death's Jest Book. Monday, 22nd June. Wimsey looked at his watch. It was 1:30, and he'd had no lunch. He remedied the omission, took the car, and drove out to Darley. He had to wait for a few moments while the gates were opened at the halt, and took the opportunity to check up on the police inquiry. He found that the lame gatekeeper knew the mysterious Mr. Martin by sight, had in fact met him one evening in the Bar of the Feathers. A pleasant gentleman with a hearty way with him, suffered from some trouble with his eyes, which obliged him to wear dark glasses, but a very nice gentleman for all that. The gatekeeper was quite positive that Mr. Martin had not passed through the railway gates at any time on Thursday. Not in any car, or cart, or on a cycle, that was to say. As for passing on foot, he couldn't swear to it, and you couldn't expect it of him. Here, however, a new witness suddenly came forward. The gatekeeper's little daughter, Rosie. Just going on for 5, and a wonderful quick girl for her age, as her father proudly remarked, was emphatic that the nasty man with the black glasses had not been seen on the railway gates during the critical period of Thursday. Rosie knew him and disliked him, for she had seen him in the village the day before, and his horrid black glasses had frightened her. She and a small friend had been playing Bluebeard at the railway gates on Thursday. She knew it was Thursday because it was market day when the 10:15 stopped there. She had been Sister Anne on her tower, and had called out to her companion when she saw anybody coming along the road. They had played there from after dinner, 12:30 according to the gatekeeper, till nearly tea-time, 4 o'clock. She was absolutely sure the nasty man had not come through the railway wickets. If he had, she would have run away. This seemed to dispose of the last lingering possibilities that the mysterious Mr. Martin might have left the Feathers rather earlier than he was supposed to have done, walked to the crossing, and been picked up by a car on the other side. Wimsey thanked Rosie with grave courtesy, gave her a 6pence, and drove on. His next port of call was, of course, the Feathers. The landlord, Mr. Lundy, was ready enough with his information. What he had told the inspector was quite right. He had first seen Mr. Martin on Tuesday, the 16th, that would be. He had arrived about 6 o'clock, and left his Morgan parked on the village green, while he came in and took a glass of mild and bitter, and asked the way to Mr. Goodrich's house. Who was Mr. Goodrich? Why, Mr. Goodrich was the gentleman that owned the land by Hinks Lane, where Mr. Martin had been camping. All the land thereabouts belonged to Mr. Goodrich. "I want to be clear about this," said Wimsey. "Did Mr. Martin come here from the direction of Hinks Lane, or which way did he come?" "No, sir, no. He drove in along the Heathbury Road and left his car on the green, same as I said." "Did he come straight in here?" "Straight as a swallow to its nest," replied Mr. Lundy picturesquely. "We was open, you see, sir." "And did he ask anybody about where he could camp, or did he ask at once for Mr. Goodrich?" "He didn't ask no questions at all, sir. Only that where was Mr. Goodrich's house." "He knew Mr. Goodrich's name, then?" "Well, seemingly he did, sir." "Did he say why he wanted to see Mr. Goodrich?" "Oh, no, sir. Just asked the way and drank up his beer and off in the car again." "I understand he had lunch here last Thursday." "That's right, sir. Yeah, came in a big open car with a lady. She set him down here and drove off again, and he came in and sat down to lunch. He thought it could be about 1 o'clock, but the girl could tell better than he could." The girl knew all about it. Yes, as she had already told Inspector Umplety, Mr. Martin had come in about 10 minutes to 1. He mentioned to her that he had been to Wilvercombe, and thought he would make a change by lunching at the inn. His car, it seemed, had got something the matter with it, and a passing car had picked him up and taken him into Wilvercombe and back. Yes, he had lunched heartily. Roast leg of mutton with potatoes and boiled cabbage, and a rhubarb pie to follow. Wimsey shuddered at the thought of roast mutton and cabbage on a red-hot June day, and asked when Mr. Martin had left the inn.
"Oh, it'll be 1:30, sir, by the right time. Our clocks are all 10 minutes fast, same as the clock in the bar. That's set by the wireless every day. I couldn't say but what Mr. Martin might have stopped in the bar on his way out, but 1:30 was when he paid me for his lunch. I couldn't be mistaken about that, sir, because it was my day off, and my young man was taking me over to Eastbury on his motorcycle, and I was watching the clock, as you might say, to see how soon I'd get my work finished with. There wasn't nobody coming in after Mr. Martin, so I was able to clear away and get dressed, and very pleased I was about it."
This was clear enough. Mr. Martin had certainly not left the Three Feathers earlier than 1:30. Undoubtedly he was not the murderer of Paul Alexis. Nevertheless, having begun his investigation, Wimsey determined to carry it through to the bitter end. Alibis, he reminded himself, were made to be broken. He would suppose that, by means of a magic carpet or other device, Mr. Martin had been miraculously wafted from Darley to the Flatiron between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. In that case, did he come back that afternoon? And if so, when and how? There were not a great many houses in Darley, and a door-to-door inquiry, though laborious, seemed to be a fairly safe and certain method of answering these questions. He pulled up his socks and set to work. He had no difficulty in getting the villagers to talk. The death of Paul Alexis was a local event of an importance that almost swamped last Saturday's cricket match, and the revolutionary proposal to turn the disused Quaker meeting-house into a cinema, while the arrival of the Wolvercombe police to make inquiries about the movements of Mr. Martin had raised the excitement to fever pitch. Darley felt strongly that if this kind of thing was going to happen, it might get into the papers again. Darley had actually been in the papers that year already, when Mr. Gubbins, the vicar's warden, had drawn a consolation prize in the Grand National Sweep. The sporting half of Darley had been delighted but envious. The pious half had been quite unable to understand why the vicar had not immediately dismissed Mr. Gubbins from his privilege of handing around the plate and sitting on the church council, and thought that Mr. Gubbins's action in devoting a tithe of his winnings to the Restoration Fund merely piled hypocrisy on the head of debauchery. But now, with the hope that they might be found to have entertained an angel of darkness unawares, they foresaw all manner of publicity. Wimsey discovered several people who thought that Mr. Martin's manner odd, and had not liked his face, and who said so at considerable length. It was, however, only after nearly 2 hours' patient research that he discovered somebody who had actually seen Mr. Martin on Thursday afternoon. This was, of course, the most obvious person in the village, namely the proprietor of the little tin bungalow that did duty for a garage, and the only reason why Wimsey did not get this information a great deal sooner was that the said proprietor, one Mr. Paul Whistle, had gone out when he first called upon him to tackle the internals of a sick petrol gas engine at a neighbouring farm, leaving behind him only a young woman to attend to the pump. Mr. Paul Whistle, when he returned in company of a youthful mechanic, was most discouragingly informative. Mr. Martin, oh yes, he, Mr. Paul Whistle, had seen him on Thursday afternoon all right. Mr. Martin had come in just about 3 o'clock, weren't it, Tom? Yes, 3 o'clock, and asked him to come and have a look at his Morgan. They had gone round and found that the Morgan wouldn't start, not for toffee. After prolonged investigation and exercise on the starting handle, they had diagnosed trouble with the ignition. They'd taken everything out and looked at it, and eventually it occurred to Mr. Paul Whistle that the fault might be in the HT lead. On their removing this and putting in a new one, the engine had started up at once, sweet as a nut. There could be no doubt about the time, because Tom had entered it upon his timesheet, 3 p.m. till 4 p.m. It was now nearly 4:30, and Wimsey felt that he had a good chance of finding Mr. Goodrich at home. He was directed to his house, the big place up at the first turning off the Wilvercombe Road, and found the good gentleman and his family gathered about a table, well spread with bread and cakes and honey and Devonshire cream. Mr. Goodrich, a stout and hearty squire of the old school, was delighted to give any assistance in his power. Mr. Martin had turned up at the house at about 7 o'clock on the Tuesday evening, and had asked permission to camp at the bottom of Hinks Lane. Why Hinks Lane, by the way? Well, there used to be a cottage there that belonged to an old fellow called Hinks, a regular character, used to read the Bible through regularly every year, and it was to be hoped it did him good, for a graceless old scamp he was and always had been. But that was donkey's years ago, and the cottage had fallen into disrepair. Nobody ever went down there now except campers. Mr. Martin had not asked for information about camping grounds. He had asked straight out for permission to camp in Hinks Lane, calling it by name. Mr. Goodrich had never set eyes on Mr. Martin before, and he, Mr. Goodrich, knew pretty well everything that went on in the village. He was almost certain that Mr. Martin had never been in Darley before. No doubt somebody had told him about Hinks Lane. It was a regular place for campers. They were out of the way down there, and there were no crops for them to damage, and no gates for them to leave open, unless they were to go out of their way to trespass on Farmer Newcombe's pasture on the other side of the hedge. But there was no necessity for them to do so, as it didn't lead anywhere. The stream that ran through the pasture came out onto the beach, only 50 yards away from the camping ground, and was fresh, except, of course, at flood tide, when it was brackish. Now Mr. Goodrich came to think about it, he believed there had been some complaint from Mr. Newcombe about a broken hedge, but the story only came through Geary, the blacksmith, who was a notorious talker, and he, Mr. Goodrich, didn't see that it had anything to do with Mr. Martin. Mr. Newcombe was not altogether a satisfactory tenant in the matter of repairs to hedges, and when there were gaps, animals could sometimes stray through them. Apart from this, he, Mr. Goodrich, knew nothing to Mr. Martin's discredit. He seemed to have been quiet enough, and in any case, Hinks Lane being out of sight and sound of the village, campers couldn't make nuisances of themselves down there. Some of them brought gramophones, or concertinas, or ukuleles, according to their taste and social position. Mr. Goodrich had no objection to their amusing themselves, so long as they didn't disturb anybody. He never made any charge for camping on his ground. It didn't hurt him, and he didn't see why he should take payment for letting the poor devils who lived in town help themselves to a mouthful of fresh air and a drink of water. He usually asked them to leave the place as tidy as they could, and as a rule he had found them pretty decent in this respect. Wimsey thanked Mr. Goodrich and accepted his hospitable invitation to tea. He left at 6 o'clock, full of buns and cream, and just nice time to pay a visit to the camping ground and so round off the chapter of Mr. Martin. He drove down the stony little lane and soon found sign of Mr. Martin's recent presence. The land led out upon a flat expanse of rough turf, beyond which a belt of heavy stones and shingles sloped down to the edge of the sea. The tide was about a quarter full, and the beach became progressively less rough as it neared the water. Presumably at low tide there would be a narrow strip of sand left uncovered. The tracks of the Morgan's wheels were still faintly visible upon the coarse grass, and there was a patch of oily drippings to show where it had been parked. Close by there were the holes where the pole and pegs of a small bell tent had been driven in. There were the ashes of a burnt-out wood fire, and among them a ball of greasy newspaper which had obviously been used to scrub out a frying-pan. Rather reluctantly, Wimsey unfolded the distasteful sheets and glanced at the heading. Thursday's Morning Star. Nothing particularly exciting about that. Careful search among the ashes of the fire revealed no blood-stained fragments of clothing, not so much as a button of a garment, no half-burnt scraps of paper which might have contained a clue to Mr. Martin's real name and address. The only thing that was in any way remarkable was a piece of thinnish rope about 3 inches long, heavily blackened by the fire. Wimsey pocketed this for lack of better occupation and searched further. Mr. Martin had been a tidy camper on the whole, leaving no obviously offensive debris. On the right-hand side of the camping ground there was, however, the remains of a stunted thorn hedge, surrounding the battered remnants of Hinks' cottage. Half buried at the foot of this hedge, Wimsey discovered a repulsive cache containing a great number of old tins and bottles, some recent and some obviously abandoned by previous campers. The heels of some loaves, the bones from a neck of mutton, an old Dixie with a hole in the bottom, half a necktie, a safety razor blade,
still sharp enough to cut one's fingers on, and a very dead gull. An elaborate and back-aching crawl over the whole surface of the camping ground rewarded the earnest sleuth further with an immoderate quantity of burnt matches, 6 empty match-boxes of foreign make, the dottles of several pipes, 3 oat grains, a broken bootlace, brown, the stalks of about a pound of strawberries, 6 plumstones, the stub of a pencil, a drawing-pin, business end up, 15 beer corks and an instrument for removing the patent caps off other beer bottles. The rough grass showed no identifiable footprints. Weary and hot, Lord Peter gathered his loot together and stretched his cramped limbs. The wind, still blowing heavily in from seaward, was grateful to his perspiring brow, however much it might hold up the inspector's salvage operations. The sky was cloudy, but so long as the wind held, there was, he felt, not much likelihood of rain, and he was glad, for he didn't want rain. A vague possibility was forming itself in his mind, and he wanted to take a walk next day with Harriet Vane. At the moment he could do no more. He would go back and change, and eat, and be normal. He drove back to Wolvercombe. After a hot bath and the putting on of a boiled shirt and dinner jacket, he felt better and telephoned to the Resplendent to ask Harriet to dine with him. "So I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't. I'm dining with Mrs. Weldon and her son." "Her son?" "Yes, he's just arrived. Why not come round here after grub and be introduced?" "I don't know. What sort of a bloke is he?" "Oh, yes, he's here and would like to meet you very much." "Oh, I see, we're being overheard. Well, I suppose I'd better come and look the blighter over. Is he handsome?" "Yes, rather. Come along, about 9:15. "Well, you better tell him we're engaged, and then I shan't be obliged to assassinate him." "You will? That's splendid. Will you marry me?" "Of course not. We'll expect you at 8:45. "All right, and I hope your rabbit dies." Wimsey ate his solitary dinner thoughtfully. So this was the son, was it? The one who was out of sympathy with his mother. What was he doing here? Had he suddenly become sympathetic? Or had she sent for him and compelled him to come in by financial or other pressure? Was he perhaps a new factor in the problem? He was the only son of his mother, and she a rich widow. Here at last was a person to whom the removal of Paul Alexis might appear in the light of a godsend. Undoubtedly the man must be looked into. He went round to the Resplendent after dinner and found the party waiting for him in the lounge. Mrs. Weldon, who wore a plain black semi-evening dress and looked her full age in it, greeted Wimsey effusively. "My dear Lord Peter, I am so glad to see you. May I introduce my son, Henry? I wrote asking him to come and help us through this terrible time, and he has most kindly put his own business aside and come to me. So very sweet of you, Henry, dear. I have just been telling Henry how good Mrs. Vane has been to me, and how hard you and she are working to clear poor Paul's memory." Harriet had merely been mischievous. Henry was certainly not handsome, though he was a good, sturdy specimen of his type. He stood about 5'11", a strongly built, heavyish man with a brick-red, all-weather face. Evening dress did not suit him, for the breadth of his shoulders and the shortness of his legs gave him a rather top-heavy appearance. One would expect him to look at his best in country tweeds and leggings. His hair, rather rough and dull in texture, was mouse-coloured, and offered a pregnant suggestion of what his mother's might once have looked like before it knew the touch of peroxide. Indeed, he was, in a curious way, very like his mother, having the same low, narrow forehead and the same long and obstinate chin, though in the mother the expression was that of a weak, fanciful obstinacy, and in the son of stubborn and unimaginative obstinacy. Looking at him, Wimsey felt that he was hardly the sort of man to take kindly to a Paul Alexis for a stepfather. He would not sympathise with the sterile romance of any woman who was past the age of childbearing. Wimsey, summing him up with the man of the world's experienced eye, placed him at once as a gentleman farmer, who was not quite a gentleman, and not much of a farmer. At the moment the understanding between Henry Weldon and his mother seemed nevertheless to be excellent.
"Henry is so delighted," said Mrs. Weldon, "that you are here to help us, Lord Peter. Oh, that policeman is so stupid. He doesn't seem to believe a word I tell him. Of course he's a very well-meaning, honest man, and most polite, but how can a person like that possibly understand a nature like Paul's? I knew Paul. So did Henry, didn't you, dear?"
"Oh, yes," said Henry, "certainly, yes, very pleasant fellow."
"Henry knows how utterly devoted Paul was to me. You know, don't you, dear, that he never would have taken his own life and left me like that without a word. It hurts me so when people say such things. I feel I could—"
There, mother," muttered Henry, embarrassed by the prospect of emotion and possible breakdown in a public place. "You must try to bear up. Of course we know Alexis was all right. Damn fond of you, of course. Police are always silly fools. Don't let them worry you."
No, dear, I'm sorry," said Mrs. Weldon, dabbing her eyes apologetically with a small handkerchief. "It's all been such a shock to me. But I mustn't be weak and silly. We must all be courageous and work hard to do something about it." Wimsey suggested that a spot of something or other might do them all good, and further that he and Henry might make a concerted masculine raid on the bar, instructing the waiter to attend upon the ladies. He felt that he could dissect Henry more conveniently in a private interview. As the two men's backs disappeared in the direction of the bar, Mrs. Weldon turned her anxious eyes on Harriet. "How nice Lord Peter is," she said, "and what a comforting thing it is for us both to have a man to rely on." This sentiment was not very well received. Harriet averted her gaze from Lord Peter's back, on which it had been absent-mindedly and unaccountably fixed, and frowned. But Mrs. Weldon bleated on unheedingly. "It's beautiful how kind everybody is when one is in trouble. Henry and I haven't always been as close to one another as a mother and son should be. He takes after his father in a great many ways, though people say he is like me to look at, and when he was a little boy he had the dearest golden curls, just like mine. But he loves sport and outdoor life. You can tell that by his looks, can't you? He's always out and about, seeing after his farm, and that makes him look a little older than his years. He's really quite a young man. I was a mere child when I married, as I told you before. But though, as I say, we haven't always been as much in harmony as one would have liked, he has been perfectly sweet to me about this sad affair. When I wrote to him and told him how much I felt the dreadful things they were saying about Paul, he came at once to help me, though I know he must be terribly busy just now. I really feel that poor Paul's death has brought us closer together." Harriet said that must be a great comfort to Mrs. Weldon. It was the only possible answer. Henry, meanwhile, had his own view of the matter to put before Lord Peter.
"Bit of a staggerer for the old lady, this," he observed, over a glass of scotch. "Takes it hard. Between you and me, it's all for the best. How's a woman of her age going to be happy with a fellow like that, eh? Don't like these Popovsky blighters anyway, and she's 57 if she's a day. I'm 36 myself. Consider I'm well out of it. Makes a chap look a bit of a fool when his mother proposes to give him a 20-year-old lounge lizard for a step-papa. Suppose it's all over the place now. Bet everybody's grinning at me behind my back. Let 'em grin. All over now, anyway. Suppose the chappie did do himself in, didn't he?" "It looks like it," admitted Wimsey. Couldn't face the prospects, eh? Well, all his own fault. Hard up, I suppose, poor devil. The old girl's not a bad sort, really. She'd have given the fellow a damn good time if he'd stuck to his bargain. You can't trust these foreigners. Like collies. Lick your boots one minute and bite you the next. Don't like collies myself. Give me a good bull terrier any day." "Oh, yes, so frightfully British and all that, what?" "Thought I'd better push along and cheer mother up. Stop all this nonsense about Bolsheviks. Won't do to have her wasting her time with these tomfool notions. Enough to send the old dear clean off a rocker, you know. Once they get those notions in their heads, it's a job to get rid of them. Form of mania, don't you think? Like women's rights and crystal gazing." Wimsey agreed cautiously that an unreasonable conviction might, in process of time, amount to an obsession. "That's just what I mean. You got the word obsession, that's it. Well, I don't want the old lady to go wasting her time and money on an obsession. Look here, Wimsey, you're a sound sort of fella, brainy and all that. Can't you put off this Bolshevik idea? She's taken a notion that you and that Vane girl are encouraging her.
Now take it from me, old man, that kind of thing won't do at all."
Lord Peter delicately raised his eyebrows. "Of course," pursued Mr. Weldon. "I see your game all right. You're nuts on this kind of thing, and it's all a darn good advertisement, and gives you a jolly good excuse for bartering round with a girl. Well, that's quite all right. But it's not quite the game to go playing my mother up, if you see what I mean. So I thought I'd, let's give you a hint. You won't take offence." "I'm quite ready," said Lord Peter, "to take anything I'm offered." Mr. Weldon looked puzzled for a moment, and then burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Oh, that's good," he said. "Oh, dash good. What was yours? Martell 3-star? Here, Johnny, same again for this gentleman."
"Thank you, no," said Wimsey. "No, no, you misunderstood me."
"Oh, come, another little spot won't do you any harm."
"No?
Oh, well, if you won't, you won't. Mine's a Scotch and soda. Well, now we understand one another, eh?"
"Oh, yes, I think I understand you perfectly."
"Good. Well, I'm glad to have this chance of putting you wise. The whole thing's a nuisance, of course. Suppose we shall be stuck here now till they've found the body and held an inquest. Don't like these beastly watering places. Suits you all right, I dare say. I like a bit more open air and none of this jazz and dinner jackets."
"Quite right," said Wimsey.
"You think so, eh? I was putting you down for something more in the West End line. I suppose you're a bit of a sportsman too? Hunting, fishing, that sort of thing, eh?"
"I hunted pretty regularly with the Quorn and the Pytchley at one time, but I shoot and fish a bit," said Wimsey. "After all, I was brought up in the country, you know. My people have a place in the Shires, and our headquarters is down in Norfolk, Duke's Denver, on the borders of the Fen country."
"Oh, yes, of course. Oh, you're Denver's brother. Ha! Oh, never seen the place, but I live in that part of the world myself. Huntingdonshire, not far from Ely."
"Oh, yes, I know that part pretty well. Fruit farming country and all that. Flattish, of course, but uncommonly good sort of soil."
"Oh, nothing in farming these days," grumbled Mr. Weldon. "Look at all this Russian wheat they're dumping in. As if things weren't bad enough already with wages, what they are, and taxes and rates and tithe and insurance. I've got 50 acres of wheat. By the time it's harvested, I dare say it'll cost me about £9 an acre. And what shall I get for it? Oh, lucky if I get 5. Oh, how this damn government expects the farmer to carry on, I don't know. Damned if I don't feel like chucking it all together sometimes and clearing out of this bloody country. Nothing much to stick round here for. I'm not married, thank God. Too much sense. If you take my advice, you'll do likewise. You must be pretty smart to have escaped so long. Look as if you did yourself pretty well, too. Oh, luckily your brother's still a youngish man. Death duties and all that. Cripple the place, don't they? But I always thought he was a pretty warm man for a duke. How's he managed it?"
Wimsey explained that the Denver income was not derived from the Denver estate, which was a liability rather than an asset.
"Oh, I see. Ah. Oh, well, you're lucky. It takes a man all he can do to get his living off the land these days."
"Yes, I suppose. You have to stick to it uncommonly closely. Up early and late. Nothing escapes the master's eye, that sort of thing, what?"
Oh, yes.
"Must be trying to be obliged to leave things and come down to Wilvercombe. How long do you think you'll be here, eh?"
"Oh, I don't know. Depends on this inquest, doesn't it? I've left a man in charge, of course."
"Oh, just so. Hadn't we better get back and join the ladies?"
"Ah!" Mr. Weldon dug his elbow into Lord Peter's ribs. "Ha, ha, ha! Ladies, eh? You'll be careful, my boy. Getting to the dangerous age, aren't you? If you ain't careful, you'll find yourself booked one of these days."
"Oh, I dare say I shall manage to keep my head out of the noose."
"Out of the... Oh, yes. Ah, ha, ha, ha. The matrimonial noose. Yes. Ha, 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 ha. All right, well, I suppose we'd better go."
Mr. Weldon turned away from the bar rather abruptly. Wimsey, reflecting that the ability to swallow insults is a necessary part of the detective's make-up, restrained the temptation to connect his toe with Mr. Weldon's rather massive hinder end, and followed ruminating. A message from the waiter informed him that the ladies had adjourned into the dance lounge. Henry growled, but was relieved to find that his mother was, after all, not dancing. She was watching Harriet, who, clad in claret colour, was revolving smoothly in the practised arm of Antoine.
Wimsey politely begged Mrs. Weldon to favour him, but she shook her head. "Oh, no, I couldn't. No, not so soon. In fact, never again. Now that Paul... But I begged Miss Vane to enjoy herself and not mind about me. It's such a delight to watch her looking so happy." Wimsey sat down and did his best to enjoy the spectacle of Harriet's happiness. As the quick-step came to an end, Antoine, with professional tact, contrived to end his progress in the neighbourhood of their table, and then, bowing gracefully, melted away. Harriet, a little flushed, smiled amiably upon Lord Peter. "Oh, there you are," said his lordship. Harriet became suddenly conscious that every woman in the room was gazing furtively or with frank interest at Wimsey and herself, and the knowledge exhilarated her. Yes," she said. "Yes, here I am, frivoling. You didn't know I could do it, did you? I've always taken it for granted that you can do everything." "Oh, no, I can only do what I like doing." "Well, we'll see about that." The orchestra swung gently into a dreamy tune. Wimsey advanced upon Harriet and steered her competently out into the centre of the room. For the first few bars of the music they had the floor to themselves. "At last," said Wimsey, "we are alone. This is not an original remark, but I am in no condition to invent epigrams. I have been suffering agonies, and my soul is raw. Now that for a brief moment I have you all to myself—" "Well," said Harriet. She was aware that the wine-coloured frock became her. "What," said Wimsey, "do you make of Mr. Henry Weldon?" "Oh!" This was not quite the question Harriet had expected. She hastily collected her ideas. It was very necessary that she should be the perfect, unemotional sleuth. "His manners are dreadful," she said, "and I don't think his brains are much to write home about." "No, that's just it." "Just what?" Wimsey countered the question with another. "Why is he here?" "She sent for him." "Yes, but why is he here?" "Sudden spasm of filial affection." "She thinks so." "Do you think so?" "Possibly. Or more likely he doesn't want to get on the wrong side of her. It's her money, you know." "Quite. Yes, it's funny that that should only just have occurred to him. He's very like her, isn't he?" "Very. So much so that he gave me an odd feeling just at first, as though I'd met him somewhere." "Do you mean that they're too much alike to hit it off together?" "They seem to be getting along all right at present." "I expect he's glad to be relieved from the prospect of Paul and Alexis, and can't help showing it. He's not very subtle. That's what feminine intuition makes of it, is it?" "Oh, bother feminine intuition. Do you find him romantic or obscure?" "No, I wish I did. I only find him offensive." "Oh? And I'd like to know why." Silence for a few moments. Harriet felt that Wimsey ought to be saying, "How well you dance." Since he did not say it, she became convinced that she was dancing like a wax doll with sawdust legs. Wimsey had never danced with her, never held her in his arms before. It should have been an epoch-making moment for him. But his mind appeared to be concentrated upon the dull personality of an East Anglian farmer. She fell a victim to an inferiority complex and tripped over her partner's feet. Sorry," said Wimsey, accepting responsibility like a gentleman. It's my fault," said Harriet. "I'm a rotten dancer. Don't bother about me. Look, let's stop. You haven't got to be polite to me, you know." Worse and worse. She was being peevish and egotistical. Wimsey glanced down at her in surprise and then said, smiling, "Darling, if you danced like an elderly elephant with arthritis, I would dance the sun and moon into the sea with you. I have waited 1,000 years to see you dance in that frock." "Idiot," said Harriet. They made the circuit of the room in silence and harmony. Antoine, guiding an enormous person in jade, green, and diamonds, swam comet-like into their orbit and murmured into Harriet's ear across an expanse of fat white shoulder, "Qu'est-ce que je vous ai dit? L'élan s'est trouvé." He slid away dexterously, leaving Harriet flushed. What did they apply to say? "He said I dance better with you than with him." Curse his impudence! Wimsey scowled over the heads of the intervening couples at Antoine's elegant back. "Tell me now," said Harriet. The ending of the dance had found them on the opposite side of the room from the Weldons, and it seemed natural to sit down at the nearest table. "Tell me what is biting you about Henry Weldon."
Henry Weldon? Wimsey jerked his mind back from an immense distance. Oh, yes, of course. Why is he here? Not to worm himself into his mother's good graces, surely. Why not? Now is his time. Alexis is disposed of, and he sees his opportunity. Now that he had nothing to lose by it, he can afford to come along and be frightfully sympathetic, and help to investigate things and be filial and affectionate and so on. Then why is he trying to drive me out of the place? You? Me. How do you mean? Weldon went out of his way in the bar this evening to be as offensive as he possibly could, without using actual violence or bad language. He informed me, in an indirect but unmistakable manner, that I was poking my nose in where it was not wanted, exploiting his mother for my private ends, and probably sucking up to her for her money. In fact, he drove me to the indescribable vulgarity of reminding him who I was and why I did not require anybody's money. Why didn't you sock him one over the jaw? It was a temptation. I felt you would love me better if I did, but you would not, in your calmer moments, really wish me to put my love before my detective principles. Certainly not. But what's his idea? Oh, that's clear enough. He made it very clear. He wants it to be understood that this detecting business is to stop, and that Mrs. Weldon is to be restrained from lavishing time and money in pursuit of non-existent Bolsheviks. I can understand that. He's looking to inherit the money. Of course. But if I were to go and tell Mrs. Weldon the things he's been saying to me, she'd probably disinherit him. And where would be the use of all this display of sympathy then? Yes, I knew he was a stupid man. He evidently thinks it's very important to stop all these inquiries. So much so that he's prepared not only to risk my splitting on him, but also to spend an indefinite time here hanging round his mother to see that she doesn't make inquiries on her own. Well, I dare say he's nothing else to do. Nothing else to do? Oh, my dear girl, he's a farmer. Well, and this is June. What about it? Why isn't he attending to his haymaking? Oh, I didn't think of that. About the last week of the year that any decent farmer would be willing to waste are the weeks from hay to harvest. I can understand he's running over for a day, but he seems to be prepared to make a session of it. This Alexis business has become so important that he's ready to chuck everything, come down to a place he detests, and hang about interminably in a hotel in attendance on a mother with whom he has never had very much in common. I think it's funny. Yes, it is rather funny. Has he ever been here before? No, I asked him when we met. It's the kind of thing one does ask people. He said he hadn't. I expect he kept away while all the Alexis business was going on. He'd hate it. And content himself with forbidding the banns at a distance? Yes, though it doesn't seem the most effective way. No? But the banns have been fairly effectively forbidden, haven't they? Yes, but are you casting Henry for the part of the murderer? I should like to, but I don't feel I can somehow. No? No. That's why I wanted to find out whether you thought Henry was subtle. You don't, and I agree with you. I don't think Henry has the brains to have murdered Paul Alexis. Chapter 13. Evidence of trouble somewhere. Fool, would thy virtue shame and crush me down, and make a grateful blushing bondslave of me? Death's Jest Book. Tuesday, 23 June. Lord Peter Wimsey, reading his Morning Star over the eggs and bacon, felt better than he had done for some weeks. The Morning Star had come up to scratch nobly and was offering £100 reward for information about the razor that had slain Paul Alexis. Bunter, returning from his fruitless journey to Eastbourne, had come on to join his master at Wolvercombe, bringing with him a fresh supply of shirts, collars, and other garments. Harriet Vane had danced with Lord Peter in a wine-coloured frock. Wimsey considered rightly that when a woman takes a man's advice about the purchase of clothes, it is a sign that she is not indifferent to his opinion. Various women, at various times, and in various quarters of the globe, had clothed themselves by Wimsey's advice, but sometimes also at his expense. But then he had fully expected them to do so. He had not expected it of Harriet, and was as disproportionately surprised and pleased as if he'd picked up a sovereign in the streets of Aberdeen.
Like all male creatures, Wimsey was a simple soul at bottom. Not only had he this satisfactory past and present to contemplate, he anticipated an interesting day. Harriet had consented to walk with him that afternoon from the Flatiron to Darley in search of clues. Low water being billed to take place at 4:45, they had arranged to drive out to the Flatiron, arriving there at 3:30. After a little light refreshment, the expedition would set out, searching conscientiously for whatever the shore might have to show them, while Bunter brought the car back by road to Hinks Lane, after which all three would return to their base at Wilvercombe in their original formation. All was very clear, except that Harriet did not see, and said as much, what clues were likely to remain on the open shore after nearly a week of exceptionally high tides. She admitted, however, that she needed exercise, and that walking was better exercise than most. And most immediate of pleasant things to look forward to, Harriet had further agreed to receive Lord Peter Wimsey after breakfast at the Resplendent for a conference. It was necessary, in Wimsey's opinion, that the progress made so far should be tabulated and brought into some sort of order. 10 o'clock was the hour fixed for this meeting, and Wimsey was lingering lovingly over his bacon and eggs, so as to leave no restless and unfulfilled moment in his morning. By which it may be seen that his lordship had reached that time of life when a man can extract an Epicurean enjoyment even from his own passions, the halcyon period between the self-tormenting exuberance of youth and the fretful carpe diem of approaching senility. The great wind had fallen at last. It had rained a little during the night, but now the sky was fair again, with only the gentlest of breezes ruffling the blue expanse of sea that was visible from the Bellevue's dining-room windows. Inspector Umplety had been out with his helpers to explore the grinders at 4 o'clock that morning, and had just looked in on Wimsey to say that they had found nothing yet. "And why he doesn't come ashore somewhere before this, I don't know," he grumbled. "We've had a look-out kept along the coast from Fishy Nest right up to Seahampton, and on both sides of the estuary. Must have got hooked up with something. If we don't get it within another week, we'll have to give it up. Can't waste public money fishing for drowned dagoes. The ratepayer's grumbling enough as it is, and we can't keep the witnesses hanging round here forever. Well, so long. We shall have another shot at low tide." At 10 o'clock, Wimsey and his collaborator sat down before a neat pile of scribbling paper. Harriet was inclined to be brief and businesslike. "What system are we going to adopt about this? Do you favour the Michael Finsbury method with double entry, as in the wrong box? Or one of those charts made out in columns with headings for suspect, alibi, witnesses, motive, and so on, worked out in percentages? Oh, don't let's have anything that means ruling a lot of lines and doing arithmetic. Let's behave like your Robert Templeton and make a schedule of things to be noted and things to be done. Now, that only means 2 columns. Oh, very well, I'm glad you approve of it. I always make Templeton start with the corpse. Right, here goes. Paul Alexis, in brackets Goldschmidt. Things to be noted. 1. Russian by birth, English by adoption, partly American by education. Early history unknown, but claimed to be a war refugee of noble descent. Things to be done. Investigate origin. N.B. The only people who knew much about him are dead. Anyway, this is a job for the police. And does it really matter? Probably not, unless Mrs. Weldon's Bolshevik theory is correct. Things to be noted. 2. Personal characteristics, said to be delicate. Arthritis. Good dancer, vain of his appearance. Wore beard on account of tendency to pimples. Careful of his dress, but flamboyant in taste. Said to be romantic and emotional. Things to be done. Had he temperament to commit suicide? Find out, if possible, from colleagues, and or his mistress. Things to be noted. 3. In February last, engaged himself to marry Mrs. Weldon, a rich widow, apparently desirous to secure himself against loss of profession consequent on increasing ill health, not anxious to push on marriage on account of opposition put forward by widow's son, or possibly on account of personal reluctance. Marriage fixed for fortnight or so after time of P.A.'s death. Things to be done. Find out if Alexis really took any steps about the marriage at all. Things to be noted 4. Poor, but not mercenary or dishonest, since he refused to soak Mrs. W. Had balance of £320, which he changed into gold about 3 weeks ago. N.B. He was only able to do so as a result of curious accident. Can we say it was essential to any scheme he had in mind? Things to be done. Find the £300 in gold. Its destination will throw light on his intentions. N.B. I think I know where it is. P.W. Do you where? H.V. Think it out for yourself. P.W. Things to be noted 5. About time of above transaction, his mistress left him for another man. N.B. He affected distress, but his colleagues seemed to think he was an assenting party. If so, did he intend A. to facilitate his marriage with Mrs. W., B. to start a new liaison with someone else, C. to provide for his mistress in the event of his own disappearance or suicide? Things to be done. Interview Leela Garland and her new young man. Things to be noted 6. Shortly before his death, he hinted to Mrs. W. that something pleasing and mysterious was about to happen to him. Things to be done. Find out if he mentioned this to anyone else. Query. How does the turning of the £300 into gold bear on this point? It is suggestive of departure from the country, rather than suicide. Things to be noted 7. On the day preceding his death, he paid all his bills and burnt his papers. Does this suggest suicide, or an intention to leave the country? Things to be done. Find out if he had a passport and visas. Police. Things to be noted 8. On the morning of his death, he took a return ticket to Darley Halt and thence walked, or just possibly was conveyed, to the Flatiron Rock. N.B. He packed no clothes and took his latchkey with him. Things to be done. I think we may take it for granted that none of the persons interviewed by the police took P.A. to the Flatiron. Find out whether anybody passed him on the road. He may not have walked alone. Police. Things to be done 9. At 2:10 p.m. on Thursday, 18 June, he was found dead on the rock with his throat cut. A loud cry was heard at 2 o'clock, and the condition of the body when found showed that life had been only a few minutes extinct. A razor, which he never used, was found by the body, and he was wearing gloves. Things to be done. Find the body. How professional it looks, said Harriet. A nice little set of problems for Robert Templeton. The only thing I can do much about is interviewing this Leela person and her new young man. I fancy I might get more out of them than the police could. Well, there's nothing I can do that the police can't do better, said Wimsey mournfully. We'd better go on to the next. Mrs. Weldon. Things to be noted. 1. Personal characteristics. Age 57, silly, obstinate, genuinely attached to Alexis, incurably romantic. Things to be done, nothing to be done about it. Things to be noted 2. Rich widow. 1 son, formerly on cool terms with him, and complained of lack of sympathy. Now has summoned him to her side, and seems full of affection for him. Things to be done, find out where her money came from, whether it is at her sole disposal, what she proposed to do with it, A, before meeting Alexis, and B, after marrying Alexis, what she means to do with it now. Things to be noted 3. She attributes death of Alexis to Bolshevik plot. Things to be done, get information from Scotland Yard about Bolshevik agents. No theory is too silly to be dismissed without investigation. Henry Weldon. Things to be noted 1. Personal characteristics, tallish, broad, powerful, resembles his mother facially, obstinate, ill-mannered, countrified. Apparently not very intelligent. Things to be done, kick him, P.W. Well, no, that wouldn't be politic. String him along and see if he really is as stupid as he makes out. H.V. All right, but kick him afterwards, P.W. Things to be noted. 2. He has suddenly left his farm at the busiest time to suck up to his mother and pretend to help her clear P.A.'s memory. But actually he is doing his best to drive P.W. to chucking up the investigation. Things to be done. Find out what the state of his finances is and what his farm is like. Also his local reputation. Query, why not give Bunter something to do? Things to be noted 3. The news of P.A.'s death was in the papers on Friday morning. H.W. arrived Wolvercombe Monday evening, in answer to a letter presumably sent by Mrs. W. on Friday and addressed to Huntingdonshire. Things to be done. Find out where Henry Weldon was on Thursday. Esdras Pollock. Things to be noted. 1. Personal characteristics. Age 70 or more, sturdy for his age, bent, grey, smells of fish. Manners none, and customs beastly. Unpopular with the fishing population. Things to be done. Pump fishing population. Things to be noted, too. He was in his boat off the Flatiron at 2:10 p.m. on Thursday with his grandson. Things to be done. A fact. Things to be noted. 3. He is reluctant to say what he was doing there, and the grandson has disappeared to Cork. Things to be done. Trace grandson. Police. Things to be noted. 4. He states that he hugged the shore between his cottage and the Flatiron and saw nobody along the shore, but when questioned about the events on the Flatiron at 2 o'clock, contradicts himself and says that he was then in deep water. N.B. He saw what H.V. was doing all right at 2:10. Things to be done. Try the grandson on this when traced. Police. Things to be noted. 5. When pressed, says he first saw P.A. on the rock about 2 o'clock, and that he was then alone and already lying down. Things to be done. How about a little 3rd degree? Once again, trace and interrogate grandson. Police. Things to be noted. 6. Curiously enough, when asked if anyone was with him in the boat, says nobody, but when grandson is mentioned, admits grandson. Who did he think was meant? Things to be done. Find out whether P.A. could have reached Flatiron in Pollock's boat. Find out what has happened to the £300 in gold. Search boat for bloodstains. Police. Perkins of London. Things to be noted. 1. Personal characteristics. Small, weakish, round-shouldered. Wore spectacles and was apparently short-sighted. Complained of blistered heel. Cockney accent. Appeared to be of timid disposition. Things to be done. Find him. Things to be noted. 2. Met H.V. on road at 4:15, about half a mile on the far side of Pollock's cottage, i.e. about 1.5 miles from Flatiron and 3 miles from Darley. Said he'd walked from Wolvercombe. Things to be done. Find out if anybody noticed him on the way. Note. It is only 7 miles from Wolvercombe to the place where H.V. met him. When did he start out? Where did he sleep? Tuesday night. Police must have done something about this. Ask Umplety. Things to be noted. 3. On hearing from H.V. about body, turned back and accompanied her, ostensibly to protect her, but was about as useful as a raincoat under machine-gun fire. Things to be done. Find him and see what he's made of. Things to be noted. 4. Went willingly to Pollock's cottage, but was annoyed with H.V. for addressing Martin. Things to be done. Find him. Find Martin. Things to be noted. 5. Disappeared mysteriously while H.V. was telephoning police. Took car to Wolvercombe Station and undiscoverable. Things to be done. Find him, find him, find him, curse you! Meaning the police. Wimsey put his head to one side. Really, every character seems more suspicious than the last. Who else is there? How about this cast-off Leela Garland, for instance? Or this chap Antoine? Or Leela's new man? We can't do much about them till we've seen them. No, but either Leela or the man, what's his name, De Soto, might have a motive for getting rid of Alexis. Well, we've already put down that they've got to be looked into. Is that all? Oh, no. No, we now come to my own pet particular prize suspect, the sinister Mr. Martin. Harold and Martin. Things to be noted. 1. Personal characteristics. Tall, massive, dark hair. Black spectacles. Tattoo mark on right wrist. Dressed in khaki shirt and shorts, with wide-brimmed soft hat. Things to be done. Keep your mind on the tattoo mark. You can fake them, you know, HV, bar PW. Things to be noted, too. Arrived at Darley 6 o'clock, Tuesday 16th, with hired Morgan, coming from Heathbury direction. Things to be done. A fact. Why a Morgan? Things to be noted, 3. Though no one had ever seen him in the village before, knew all about Hinks Lane and Mr. Goodrich. Things to be done. Find out if anyone saw him in Heathbury or anywhere else and told him. Things to be noted, 4. Seen at 3 Feathers about 1 o'clock on Thursday 18th and lunched there. Things to be done. A fact, apparently. Things to be noted, 5. Left Feathers not earlier than 1:30. Things to be done. Also a fact, alas. Things to be noted, 6. Seen by Mr. Polwhistle and Tom at garage and in Hinks Lane from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Things to be done. Yet another fact, unless they are abominable liars. Things to be noted, 7. Obtained car from London garage on previous Friday by means of reference to Cambridge Bank. No settled address. Cambridge Bank confirms he has had account there for 5 years. Things to be done. Watch bank. Try to get information out of manager somehow. Things to be noted, 8. It is certain that he didn't reach the Flatiron by road on Thursday. He had no time to walk by the shore before 2 o'clock. Aeroplanes are not practical politics. Things to be done? Bust this alibi if you can, Sherlock. Things to be noted, 9. Search at his camping ground revealed a number of miscellaneous objects. See the Wimsey collection. No complaints about him, except that Farmer Newcombe complains of gap made in his fence. Things to be done? Walk along shore from Flatiron to Darley this afternoon. Nice little job for HV and PW. And that, said Wimsey triumphantly, adding a flourish at the foot of this schedule, rounds off the inquiry charmingly. It does. Harriet frowned. Then, "Have you ever considered this?" she asked, with a not-too-steady voice. She scribbled for a moment. Harriet Vane. Things to be noted. 1. Personal characteristics. Once tried for murder of her lover and acquitted by the skin of her teeth. 2. May have known Paul Alexis in London. 3. Says she found Alexis dead at 2:10, but can bring no evidence to prove that she didn't see him alive. 4. Took an unconscionable time getting to the Flatiron from Leston Hoe. 5. Took 3 hours to walk 4.5 miles to inform the police. 6. Is the sole witness to the finding of the razor, the time of the death, and the conditions at the Flatiron. 7. Was immediately suspected by Perkins, and is probably still suspected by the police, who have been searching her room. Wimsey's face darkened. Have they, by God? Yes, now don't look like that. They couldn't very well do anything else, could they? Well, I'd have something to say to Umplety. No, you can spare me that. But it's absurd. It is not. Do you think I have no wits? Do you think I don't know why you came galloping down here at 5 minutes' notice? Of course, it's very nice of you, and I ought to be grateful, but do you think I like it? Wimsey, with a grey face, got up and walked to the window. You thought I was pretty brazen, I expect, when you found me getting publicity out of the thing. So I was. There's no choice for a person like me to be anything but brazen. Would it have been better to wait till the papers drag the juicy bits out of the dustbin for themselves? I can't hide my name. It's what I live by. If I did hide it, that would only be another suspicious circumstance, wouldn't it? But do you think it makes matters any more agreeable to know that it is only the patronage of Lord Peter Wimsey that prevented men like Umplety from being openly hostile?" "I have been afraid of this," said Wimsey. "Then why did you come?" "So that you might not have to send for me." "Oh!" There was a strained pause, while Wimsey painfully recalled the terms of the message that had originally reached him from Salcombe Hardy of the Morning Star. Hardy, a little drunk and wholly derisory, announcing over the telephone, "I say, Wimsey, that Vane woman of yours has got herself mixed up in another queer story." Then his own furious and terrified eruption into Fleet Street, and the violent bullying of a repentant and sentimental Hardy, till the Morning Star report was hammered into a form that set the tone for the comments of the press. Then the return home to find that the Wolvercombe police were already besieging him, in the politest and most restrained manner, for information as to Miss Harriet Vane's recent movements and behaviour. And finally, the certainty that the best way out of a bad situation was to brazen it out. Harriet's word, even if it meant making a public exhibition of his feelings and the annihilation of all the delicate structure of confidence which he had been so cautiously toiling to build up between this scathed and embittered woman and himself. He said nothing, but watched the wreck of his fortune in Harriet's stormy eyes. Harriet, meanwhile, having worked herself up into committing an act of what she obscurely felt to be injustice, was seized by an unreasonable hatred against the injured party. The fact that until 5 minutes earlier she had felt perfectly happy and at ease with this man, before she'd placed both him and herself in an intolerable position, she felt somehow as one more added to the list of his offences. She looked round for something really savage to do to him. "I suppose you think I haven't been humiliated enough already, without all this parade of chivalry? You think you can sit up there all day like King Cophetua, being noble and generous, and expecting people to be brought to your feet? Of course everybody will say, 'Look what he did for that woman. Isn't it marvellous of him? Isn't that nice for you?' When you think if you go on long enough I ought to be touched and softened? Well, you're mistaken, that's all. I suppose every man thinks he's only got to go on being superior, and any woman will come tumbling into his arms. It's disgusting." "Thank you," said Wimsey. "I may be everything you say, patronising, interfering, conceited, intolerable, and all the rest of it. But do give me credit for a little intelligence. Do you think that I don't know all that? Do you think it's pleasant for any man who feels about a woman as I do about you to have to fight his way along under this detestable burden of gratitude? Damn it! Do you think I don't know perfectly well that I'd have a better chance if I was deaf, blind, maimed, starving, drunken, or dissolute, so that you could have the fun of being magnanimous? Why do you suppose I treat my own sincerest feelings like something out of a comic opera if it isn't to save myself the bitter humiliation of seeing you try not to be utterly nauseated by them? Can't you understand that this damned dirty trick of fate has robbed me of the common man's right to be serious about his own passions? Is that a position for any man to be proud of? Don't talk like that. I wouldn't, if you didn't force me. And you might have the justice to remember that you can hurt me a damn sight more than I can possibly hurt you. I know I'm being ungrateful. Hell! All endurance has its limits, and Wimsey had reached his. Grateful! Good God, am I never to get away from the bleat of that filthy adjective? I don't want gratitude. I don't want kindness. I don't want sentimentality. I don't even want love. I can make you give me that, of a sort. I want common honesty. Do you? But that's what I've always wanted. I don't think it's to be got. Listen, Harriet, I do understand. I know you don't want either to give or to take. You've tried being the giver, and you found that the giver is always fooled. And you won't be the taker because that's very difficult, and because you know that the taker always ends by hating the giver. You don't want ever again to have to depend for happiness on another person. That's true. That's the truest thing you ever said. All right. I can respect that.
Only you have got to play the game. Don't force an emotional situation and then blame me for it. But I don't want any situation. I want to be left in peace. Oh, but you're not a peaceful person. You'll always make trouble. Why not fight it out on equal terms and enjoy it? Like Alan Breck, I'm a bonny fighter, and you think you're sure to win. Not with my hands tied.
Oh, well, all right. But it all sounds so dreary and exhausting, said Harriet, and burst idiotically into tears. Oh, good heavens, said Wimsey, aghast. Harriet, darling, angel, beast, vixen, don't say that. He flung himself on his knees in a frenzy of remorse and agitation. Call me anything you like, but not dreary. Not one of the things you find in clubs. Have this one, darling. It's much larger and quite clean. Look, say you didn't mean it. Great Scott, have I been boring you interminably for 18 months on end? A thing any right-minded woman should shudder at? I know you once said that if anybody ever married me, it would be for the sake of hearing me piffle on, but I expect that kind of thing palls after a bit. I'm babbling, I know I'm babbling. What on earth am I to do about it? Ass. Oh, it's not fair. You always make me laugh. I can't fight. I'm so tired. You don't seem to know what being tired is. Look, stop. Let go. I will not be bullied. Oh, thank God there's the telephone. Damn the telephone. It's probably something very important. She got up and went to the instrument, leaving Wimsey on his knees, looking and feeling sufficiently absurd. It's you. Somebody wants you over at the Bellevue. Let him want. Somebody come in answer to the thing in the Morning Star. Good Lord. Wimsey shot across the room and snatched the receiver. That you, Wimsey? Ah, look, thought I'd know where to get you. Look, this is Sally Hardy. There's a fellow here claiming the reward. Look, hurry up, he won't come across without you, and I've got my story to think of. I've got him here, in your sitting room. Who is he, and where's he come from? Seahampton. Says his name's Bright. Bright? By Jove, yes, I'll come along right away. Hear that, my child? The man Bright has materialized. See you this afternoon at 3:30. He bolted out like a cat that hears the cry of meat, meat. Oh, what a fool I am, said Harriet. What an utter, drivelling fool. And I haven't done a stroke of work since Wednesday. She pulled out the manuscript of the Fountain Pen Mystery, unscrewed her own pen, and sank into an idle reverie. Chapter 14. The Evidence of the Third Barber. Not for him blooms my dark nightshade, nor doth hemlock brew murder for cups within her cavernous root. Not him is the metal blessed to kill, nor lets the poppy her leaves fall for him. To heroes such are sacred. He may live as long as 'tis the gout and drops his pleasure. He wished to play at suicide. Death's Jest Book. Tuesday, 23rd June. On the doorstep of the Hotel Bellevue, Wimsey encountered Bunter. The person that was asking for your lordship is in your lordship's sitting-room, said Bunter. I had the opportunity of observing him when he was inquiring for your lordship at the reception counter, but I did not introduce myself to his notice. Oh, you didn't, eh? No, my lord, no. I contented myself with privately informing Mr. Hardy of his presence. Mr. Hardy is with him at present, my lord. You always have a good reason for your reactions, Bunter. May I ask why you have adopted this policy of modest self-effacement? In case of your lordship's subsequently desiring to have the person placed under surveillance, suggested Bunter, it appeared to me to be more preferable that he should not be in a position to recognise me. Oh, said Wimsey. Am I to infer that the person presents a suspicious appearance? Or is this merely your native caution breaking out in an acute form? Well, perhaps you're right. I'd better go up and interview the bloke. How about the police, by the way? We can't very well keep this from them, can we? He reflected for a moment. Better hear the story first. If I want you, I'll phone down to the office. Have any drinks gone up? I fancy not, my lord.
Oh, strange self-restraint on Mr. Hardy's part. Tell them to bring up a bottle of scotch and a siphon and some beer. For malt does more than Milton can to justify God's ways to man. At the moment there seems to be a good many things that call for justification, but perhaps I shall feel better about them when I've heard what Mr. Bright has to tell me. Have at it. The moment Wimsey's eyes fell upon the visitor in his sitting-room, he felt an interior conviction that his hopes were in a fair way to be realized. Whatever the results, he had, at any rate, been upon the right track in the matter of the razor. Here, with the sandy hair, the small stature, the indefinite crookedness of shoulder so graphically described by the Seahampton hairdresser. The man was dressed in a shabby reach-me-down suit of blue serge, and held in his hand a limp felt hat, considerably the worse for wear. Wimsey noticed the soft skin, well-kept fingernails, and the general air of poverty-stricken gentility. "Well, Mr. Bright," said Hardy as Wimsey entered. "Ah, here is the gentleman you want to see. Mr. Bright won't come across with his story to anybody but you, Wimsey, though, as I've explained to him, if he's thinking of claiming the Morning Star Award, he'll have to let me in on it." Mr. Bright glanced nervously from one man to the other, and passed the tip of his tongue once or twice across his pallid lips. "I suppose that's only fair," he said, in a subdued tone, "and I can assure you that the money is a consideration. But I'm in a painful position, though I haven't done any wilful harm. I'm sure if I had ever thought what the poor gentleman was going to do with the razor— Look, suppose we begin from the beginning," said Wimsey, throwing his hat upon a table and himself into a chair. "Come in. Oh, yes, drinks. What will you take, Mr. Bright?" Well, it's very kind of your lordship," murmured Mr. Bright with humility, "but, well, I'm afraid The fact is, when I saw that piece in the paper, I came away rather hurriedly. In fact, without my breakfast, well, that is to say, I am rather sensitive to alcohol taken upon an empty stomach." "Bring up some sandwiches," said Wimsey to the waiter. "It is, of course, very good of you, Mr. Bright, to have put yourself to so much inconvenience in the interests of justice." "Justice?" "Well, I mean in order to help us with this inquiry. And, of course, you must allow us to refund your expenses." "Oh, well, thank you, my lord. Yeah, I won't say no. In fact, I'm not in a position to refuse. I won't disguise that my means are very limited. As a matter of fact," went on Mr. Bright, with more frankness in the absence of the waiter, "as a matter of fact, I had to go without any food in order to pay for my ticket. I don't like making this confession. It's very humiliating for a man who once had a flourishing business of his own. I hope you won't think, gentlemen, that I have been accustomed to this sort of thing." "Well, of course not," said Wimsey. "Bad times may happen to anybody. Nobody thinks anything of that nowadays. Now, about this razor. By the way, your full name is William Bright, my lord. I'm a hairdresser by profession. I used to have a business up Manchester way, but I lost money by an unfortunate speculation." "Whereabouts in Manchester?" put in Salcombe Hardy. "In Massingbird Street, but it's all been pulled down now. I don't know if anybody would remember about it, I'm sure. It was before the war." "Any war record?" asked Hardy. "No." The hairdresser blushed painfully. "I'm not a robust man. I couldn't get past for active service." "All right," said Wimsey. "About the razor. What are you doing now?" Well, my lord, I am, as you might say, an itinerant hairdresser. I go from one place to the other, especially seaside towns during the season, and take temporary posts. Where did you work last?" The man glanced up at him with his hunted eyes. "I haven't had anything, really, for a long time. I tried to get work in Seahampton. In fact, I'm still trying. I went back there last Wednesday after trying Wilvercombe and Leston Hoe. I had a week's employment in Leston Hoe. Ramage's is the name of the place. I had to leave there." "What for?" Hardy was brusque. "There was trouble with a customer." "Theft?" "Certainly not. He was a very quick-tempered gentleman. I had the misfortune to cut him slightly." "Drunk and incompetent, eh?" said Hardy. The small man seemed to shrink together. "They said so, but on my word of honour." "What name were you going by there?" "Walters." "Is Bright your real name?" Under the lash of Hardy's brutality, the story came out in all its sordid triviality. Alias after alias.
A week's trial here and there, and then dismissal on the same humiliating grounds. Not his fault. A glass of spirits affected him more than it did the ordinary person. Simpson was his real name, but he had used a great many since then. But to each name the same reputation had stuck. It was his sad weakness, which he had tried hard to overcome. Hardy poured himself out a second glass of whisky, and carelessly left the bottle on the window-sill, out of Mr. Bright's reach. "In the matter of the razor," said Wimsey patiently. "Yes, my lord. But I got that razor in Seahampton from the place where I tried to get work. Merriweather, the name was. I needed a new razor, and he was willing to sell this one cheap." "You'd better describe the razor," suggested Hardy. "Yes, sir. Well, it was a Sheffield blade with a white handle, and it came originally from a retailer in Jermyn Street. It was a good razor, but a bit worn. I came on to Wilvercombe, but there was nothing doing here, except that Morton down on the Esplanade said he might be requiring help later on. Then I went to Leston Hoe. I told you about that. Well, after trying one or two other places there, I came back here and tried Morton again, but he'd just engaged somebody. He would tell you about it if you asked him. There was nothing doing anywhere else." I grew very low in my spirits. Mr. Bright paused and licked his lips again. "This was last Monday week, gentlemen. On the Tuesday night I went down to the sea, just over there at the end of the town, and sat on a seat to think things over. It was getting on for midnight. The words were coming more fluently now, the glass of whisky having no doubt done its work. I looked at the sea, and I felt the razor in my pocket, and I wondered whether it was worthwhile struggling on. I was terribly depressed. I had come quite to the end of my resources. There was the sea, and there was the razor. You might think that the use of a razor would come natural to a hairdresser, but I can assure you, gentlemen, that the idea of using it for that purpose seems just as horrible to us as it would to you. But the sea, washing up against the wall of the Esplanade, it seemed to call me, if you can understand what I mean. It sounded as if it was saying, 'Chuck it, chuck it, chuck it up, Bill Simpson.' Fascinating and frightening at the same time, as you might say. All the same, I've always had a horror of drowning. Helpless and choking, and the green water in your eyes. We all have our special nightmares, and that one's mine. Well, I'd sat there for a bit trying to make up my mind when I heard somebody walking along, and presently this young fellow came and sat down on the seat beside me. He was in an evening dress, I remember, with an overcoat and a soft hat. He had a black beard. That was about the first thing that I noticed, because it's not very usual on a young man in this country, except he might be an artist, perhaps. Well, we got into conversation. I think he started it by offering me a cigarette. It was one of those Russian ones with a paper tube to it. He spoke friendly, and I don't know how it was, I found myself telling him all about the fix I was in. You know how it is, my lord. Sometimes you'll get talking to a stranger where you wouldn't to anybody you knew. It struck me he didn't feel so very happy himself, and we had a long talk about the general damnableness of life. He said he was a Russian and in exile, and told me about the hard times he had as a kid. Done a lot of stuff about Holy Russia and the Soviet. Seems as if he took it to heart a lot. And women and all that. It seemed as though he'd had some trouble with his best girl. And then he said he only wished his difficulties could be solved as easy as mine, and how I ought to pull myself together and make a fresh start. You give me that razor, he said, and go away and think it over. So I said the razor was my livelihood, such as it was. And he laughed and said, in the mood you're in, it's more likely to be your deathlyhood. A funny way he had of talking, and quick and sort of poetic, you know. So he gave me some money, £5 it was, in Treasury notes, and I gave him the razor. What'll you do with that, sir? I said. It's no good to you? I'll find a use for it, he said, never you fear. And he laughed and put it away in his pocket. Then he got up and said, funny we should drop across one another tonight, and something about two minds with but a single thought. And he clapped me on the shoulder and told me to buck up, and gave me a pleasant nod, and away he went, and that's the last I saw of him. I wish I'd known what he wanted with the razor. I wouldn't have given it to him. But there, how was I to know, I ask you, gentlemen?"
"Sounds like poor Alexis right enough," said Wimsey thoughtfully. "He didn't actually say who he was, I suppose," suggested Hardy.
No, he didn't. But he said he was a professional dancing partner at one of the hotels, and wasn't it one hell of a life for a man that ought to be a prince in his own country, making love to ugly old women at twopence halfpenny a time? Oh, very bitter he sounded. "Well," said Wimsey, "we're very much obliged to you, Mr. Bright. That seems to clear the whole thing out quite satisfactorily. I think you'll have to let the police know about it." Mr. Bright looked uneasy at the mention of the police. "Better come along now and get it over," said Wimsey, jumping to his feet. "You can't very well get out of it. And hang it all, man, there's nothing in it for anybody to worry you about." The hairdresser agreed reluctantly, and fastened his pale eyes on Sally Hardy.
"It all sounds okay to me," said the latter, "but we'll have to check up on your story, you know, old man. You might have invented it. But if the cops can prove what you say about yourself, that's their business, really. Then there'll be a good fat check for you that ought to keep you going for some time, if you'll steer clear of that, little weakness of yours. The great thing," added Sally, reaching for the whisky, "is never to let weaknesses interfere with business." He poured himself out a stiff peg and, as an afterthought, mixed another for the hairdresser. Superintendent Glacier was delighted with Bright's story, and so was Inspector Umplety, who had clung to the suicide theory all along. "Well, we should get this business cleared up," said the latter confidentially. "We'll check up on this Bright lad's movements, but they're probably right enough. They fit in okay with what the man said at Seahampton, and we'll keep an eye on Bright. He's ought to give us an address, and he's promised to stay in Wilvercombe, because, of course, he'll be wanted for the inquest, when we get an inquest. The body's bound to turn up soon. I can't understand why he's not been found before this. He's been 5 days in the water now, and he can't stay there forever. They float first, you know, and then they sink. So they have to come up again when the gases start to form. I've seen 'em blown up like balloons. Must have got caught up somewhere, that's about the way of it. But we'll be dragging the bay near the grinders again this afternoon, and we're sure to get something before long. I'll be glad when we do. Makes one feel kind of foolish to be carrying on an investigation without a body to show for it." "Satisfied?" asked Hardy, as Wimsey returned from the police station. He telephoned his story to town and was absorbing a little refreshment after his labours. "I ought to be," replied his lordship. "The only thing that worries me, Sally, is that if I'd wanted to invent a story to fit this case, that is exactly the story I should have invented. I wonder where Mr. Bright was at 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon." "What an obstinate devil you are," said Mr. Hardy. "Fact is, you're so damn keen on a murder, you'll smell murder everywhere. Forget it." Wimsey was silent, but when he got rid of Sally Hardy, he drew out of his pocket a small leaflet entitled Tide Tables, and studied it carefully. "I thought so," he said. He took a piece of paper and wrote out a schedule of things to be noted and things to be done under the name of William Bright. It embodied the substance of Bright's story and of the conversation with the police, but the left-hand column ended with this observation. He states that the tide lapping against the esplanade seemed to call him in a very convincing and poetic manner. But at midnight on Tuesday, 16 June, the tide was not lapping against the esplanade. It was the extreme bottom of the ebb. And in the right-hand column he wrote, "Keep an eye on him." After a little more thought, he took a fresh sheet of paper and wrote a letter to Chief Inspector Parker of Scotland Yard, asking for information about Bolshevik agents. One could never tell. Queer things have happened before this, queerer things even than Bolshevik conspiracies. Incidentally, he mentioned Mr. Haviland Martin and his bank account. Parker, with the Bolsheviks as an excuse, might find ways and means to unlock even a bank manager's lips. Superintendent Glacier might not like this horning in on his province, but Parker had married Lord Peter's sister, and may not a man write a private letter to his own brother-in-law? Chapter 15. The Evidence of the Lady-Love and the Landlady.
You are an adept in these chamber passions, and have a heart that's Cupid's arrow cushion, worn out with use. Death's Jest Book. What's this? Did you not see a white convulsion rut through his cheek and fling his eyelids up? There's mischief in the paper. Fragment. Tuesday, 23rd June. In the meantime, Harriet's novel was not getting along very well. Not only was there the tiresomeness about the town clock, or ought it to be called the toll-booth clock, but also she had arrived at the point where, according to the serial editor who was paying for the first rights, the heroine and the detective's friend were expected to indulge in a spot of love-making. Now, a person whose previous experience of love has been disappointing, and who has just been through a harassing scene with another suitor, and is further busily engaged in investigating the rather sordid love affairs of a third party who has been brought to a violent and blood-bolted end, is in no mood to sit down and deal competently with the raptures of two innocents holding hands in a rose garden. Harriet shook her head impatiently and plunged into her distasteful task. "I say, Betty, I'm afraid you must think I'm a pretty average sort of idiot. But I don't think you're an idiot at all, you idiot." Would even the readers of the Daily Message think that amusing? Harriet feared not. Well, better get on with it. The girl would have to say something encouraging now, or the stammering young imbecile would never come to the point. "I think it's perfectly wonderful that you should be doing all this to help me." Here she was, remorselessly binding this hideous load of gratitude on the unfortunate girl. But Betty and Jack were a pair of hypocrites anyway, because they both knew perfectly well that Robert Templeton was doing all the work. However, as if there was anything in the world I wouldn't try and do for you, Betty. Well, Jack, Betty, darling, I suppose you couldn't possibly— Harriet came to the conclusion that she couldn't. Not possibly. She picked up the telephone, got through to telegrams, and dictated a brief, snappy message to her long-suffering agent. "Tell Bootle I absolutely refuse induce love interest. Vane." After that she felt better, but the novel was perfectly impossible. Wasn't there anything else she could do? Yes. She again seized the telephone and put an inquiry through to the office. Was it possible to get in touch with Monsieur Antoine? The management seemed quite used to putting clients in touch with Monsieur Antoine. They had a telephone number which ought to find him. It did. Could Monsieur Antoine put Miss Vane in touch with Miss Leela Garland and Mr. de Soto? Certainly, nothing was more simple. Mr. de Soto was playing at the Winter Gardens, and the morning concert would be just finishing. Miss Garland would probably be joining him for lunch. In any case, Antoine would charge himself with all that, and would, if Miss Vane desired it, call for her and accompany her to the Winter Gardens. It was most good of Monsieur Antoine. On the contrary, it was a pleasure. In a quarter of an hour's time, then? Parfaitement. "Tell me, Monsieur Antoine," said Harriet, as their taxi rolled along the esplanade, "you are a person of great experience. Is love, in your opinion, a matter of the first importance?" "Oh, it is, alas, of a great importance, mademoiselle, but of the first importance, no." "What is of the first importance?" "Mademoiselle, I tell you frankly that to have a healthy mind and a healthy body is the greatest gift of le bon Dieu. And when I see so many people who have clean blood and strong bodies spoiling themselves and distorting their brains with drugs and drink and foolishness, it makes me angry. They should leave that to the people who cannot help themselves, because to them life is without hope." Harriet hardly knew what to reply. The words were spoken with such personal and tragic significance. Rather fortunately, Antoine did not wait. "L'amour! Oh! These ladies come and dance and excite themselves and want love and think it is happiness, and they tell me about their sorrows. Me! And they have no sorrows at all, only that they are silly and selfish and lazy. Their husbands are unfaithful and their lovers run away, and what do they say? Do they say I have 2 hands, 2 feet, all my faculties? I will make life for myself? No! They say, give me cocaine, give me the cocktail, give me the thrill, give me my gigolo, give me l'amour. Like a mouton bleating in a field. Oh, if they knew. Harriet laughed. "You're right, Monsieur Antoine.
I don't believe l'amour matters so terribly after all. But understand me, said Antoine, who, like most Frenchmen, was fundamentally serious and domestic. I do not say that love is not important. It is no doubt agreeable to love and to marry an amiable person who will give you fine, healthy children. This Lord Peter, par exemple, who is obviously a gentleman of the most perfect integrity.
Oh, never mind him, broke in Harriet hastily. I wasn't thinking about him. I was thinking about Paul Alexis and these people we're going to see.
Ah, c'est différent. Mademoiselle, I think you know very well the difference between love which is important and love which is not important. But you must remember that one may have an important love for an unimportant person. And you must remember also that where people are sick in their minds or their bodies, it does not need even love to make them do foolish things. When I kill myself, for example, it may be out of boredom or disgust, or because I have the headache or the stomach ache, or because I am no longer able to take a first-class position and do not want to be third-rate. I hope you are not thinking of anything of the sort. Oh, ha, ha! Oh, I shall kill myself one of these days, said Antoine cheerfully, but it will not be for love. No, I am not so détraqué as all that.
The taxi drew up at the Winter Gardens. Harriet felt a certain delicacy about paying the fare, but soon realized that for Antoine the thing was a commonplace. She accompanied him to the orchestra entrance, where, in a few minutes' time, they were joined by Leila Garland and Louis de Soto, the perfect platinum blonde and the perfect lounge lizard. Both were perfectly self-possessed and incredibly polite. The only difficulty, as Harriet found when they were seated together at a table, was to get any reliable information out of them. Leila had evidently taken up an attitude and stuck to it. Paul Alexis was a terribly nice boy, but too romantic altogether. Leila had been terribly grieved to send him away. He took it so terribly hard. But after all, her feeling for him had been no more than pity. He had been so terribly timid and lonely. When Louis came along, she realized at once where her affections really lay. She rolled her large periwinkle eyes at Mr. de Soto, who responded by a languishing droop of his fringed lids. "I was all the more sorry about it," said Leila, "because poor darling Paul—" "No, darling, honey." "Oh, of course not, Louis. Only the poor thing's dead. Anyway, I was sorry because poor Paul seemed to be so terribly worried about something, but he didn't confide in me. And what is a girl to do when a man won't confide in her? I sometimes used to wonder if he wasn't being blackmailed by somebody." "Why? Did he seem to be short of money?" "Well, yes, he did. Of course, that wouldn't make any difference to me. I'm not that sort of a girl. Still, it's not pleasant, you know, to think that one of your gentleman friends is being blackmailed. I mean, a girl never knows when she may not get mixed up in something unpleasant. I mean, it isn't quite nice, is it? Far from it. How long ago did he start being worried?" Well, now, let me see. I think it was about 5 months ago. Yes, it was. I mean, that was when the letters started coming." "Letters?" "Yes. Long letters with foreign stamps on them. I think they came from Czechoslovakia or one of those queer places. It wasn't Russia, anyway, because I asked him and he said no. I thought it was very funny because he said he'd never been in any foreign country except Russia when he was quite a little boy, and in America, of course." "Have you told anybody else about these letters?" No. You see, Paul always said it would do him harm to have them mentioned. He said the Bolsheviks would kill him if anything got out. I said to him, 'I don't know what you mean by that.' I said, 'I'm not a Bolshevik,' I said, 'and I don't know any people of that sort, so what harm could it do to tell me? But now he's dead, it can't do any harm, can it? Besides, if you ask me, I don't believe it was from Bolsheviks at all. I mean, it doesn't seem likely, does it?' I said to him, 'If you expect me to swallow that story, you're expecting a lot,' I said. But he wouldn't tell me, and of course that did make a little coolness between us. I mean to say, when a girl is friends with a man like me and Paul, she does expect a little consideration." "Well, of course she does," said Harriet warmly. "It was very wrong of him not to be perfectly frank with you. I really think in your place I'd have felt justified in trying to find out who the letters were from." Leila played delicately with a piece of bread. "Well, as a matter of fact," she admitted, "I did take a tiny peep once. I thought I owed it to myself, but they were all nonsense. You couldn't make a word of them." "Were they in a foreign language?" "Well, I don't know. They were all in printing letters, and some of the words hadn't any vowels in them at all.
You couldn't possibly pronounce them."
"Oh, it sounds like a cipher," suggested Antoine.
"Yes, that's just what I thought. I did think it was terribly funny. But surely," said Harriet, "an ordinary blackmailer wouldn't write letters in cipher." "Oh, but why shouldn't they? I mean, they might have been a gang, you know, like in that story, The Trail of the Purple Python. Have you read it? The Purple Python was a Turkish millionaire, and he had a secret house of steel-lined rooms and luxurious divans and obelisks." "The obelisks?" "Oh, well, you know, ladies who weren't quite respectable. And he had agents in every country in Europe who bought up compromising letters, and he wrote to his victims in cipher and signed his missives with a squiggle in purple ink. Only the English detective's young lady found out his secret by disguising herself as an obelisk, and the detective, who was really Lord Humphrey Chillingfold, arrived with the police just in time to rescue her from the loathsome embrace of the Purple Python. It was a terribly exciting book. Paul read lots of books like that. I expect he was trying to pick up ideas for getting the better of the gang. He liked the talkies, too. Of course, in those stories, the hero always comes out on top. Only poor dear Paul wasn't really a bit like a hero. I said to him one day, "It's all very well," I said, "but I can't see you venturing into a Chinese opium den full of gangsters with a pistol in your pocket and being gassed and sandbagged and then throwing off your bonds and attacking the underworld king with an electric lamp. You would be afraid of getting hurt," I said to him, and so he would. Mr. de Soto snickered appreciatively.
"You said a mouthful, honey. Poor Alexis was a friend of mine, but courage was just what he didn't have. I told him if he didn't stand out of my way and let little Leela pick her own sweetie, I would give him a sock on the jaw. I give you my word he was scared stiff."
"So he was," said Leela. "Well, of course, a girl couldn't feel any respect for a man that didn't stand up for himself."
"Oh, remarkable," said Antoine. "And this young man, so timid, so complaisant, cuts his throat with a big, ugly gash because you turn him down? C'est ennui."
"Well, I suppose you believe this Bolshey story," said Leela, offended.
"I believe nothing. I am agnostic. But I say that your portrait of Alexis is not very logical."
"Antoine always talks about logic," said Leela. "But what I say is people aren't logical. Look at all the funny things they do, especially men. I always think men are terribly inconsistent."
"You bet they are," said Mr. de Soto. "You're just dead right, sweetest. They have to be, or they wouldn't be bothered with naughty little girlies like you. Ha, 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 ha."
"Yes, but the letters," said Harriet, sticking desperately to her point. "How often did they come?" "Oh, about once a week, sometimes oftener. He kept them locked up in a little box. He used to answer them, too. Sometimes when I went round to see him, he'd have his door locked, and old Ma Lefranc said he was writing letters and wasn't to be disturbed. Naturally, a girl doesn't like her gentleman friend to behave like that. I mean, you do expect him to pay a little attention to you and not shut himself up writing letters when you come to see him. I mean, it wasn't the sort of thing you could expect a girl to put up with."
"Of course you couldn't, baby," said Mr. de Soto.
Antoine smiled and murmured unexpectedly,
"Mais si quelqu'un fait moi de la pâte de Cassandre, ouvre-lui tous la porte et ne la fais attendre. Soudain entre dans ma chambre et me vient accoustrer."
Harriet smiled back at him, and then, struck with an idea, asked Leela, "When did the last of these letters arrive?" "I don't know. I wasn't friends with them any more after I got friendly with Louis. But I expect Ma Lefranc would tell you. There isn't much goes on that Ma Lefranc doesn't know about." "Did you and Alexis live together when you were friendly?" demanded Harriet bluntly. "Oh, of course not. Well, what a dreadful thing to ask a girl. Well, I mean in the same house." Oh, no. No, we used to go and see each other quite often, but of course, after Louis and me became friends, I said to Paul that it would be better if we didn't see each other any more. You see, Paul was so fond of me, and Louis would have been imagining things. Wouldn't you, Louis?"
"You bet your life I would, honey."
"Haven't you told the police about these letters?" "No, I've not," replied Miss Garland decidedly. "I don't say I mightn't have told them if they'd asked properly, but the way that fat Umplety went on, you'd have thought I wasn't a respectable girl. So I said to him, 'I know nothing about it,' I said, 'and you've got nothing against me,' I said, 'and you can't make me answer your silly questions unless you take me down to your dirty old police station and charge me,' I said.
Miss Garland's carefully modulated tones escaped from control and became shrill. "And," I said, "it wouldn't be a scrap of good if you did," I said, "because I know nothing about Paul Alexis, and I haven't seen him for months," I said, "and you can ask anybody you like," I said, "and what's more, if you get bullying a respectable girl like this," I said, "you'll get yourself into trouble, Mr. Rumplety-Bumplety," I said. "So now you know where you get off." That's what I said. And it's a good thing there's a law in this country to protect girls like I. "Ain't she the snail's ankles?" asked Mr. de Soto admiringly. There seemed to be no further information to be gathered from Leila Garland, whom Harriet put down in her own mind as a regular little gold-digger and as vain as a monkey. As for de Soto, he looked harmless enough, and didn't seem to have any pressing reason for doing away with Alexis. One never knew, of course, with these slinky people of confused nationality. Just as she was thinking this, de Soto drew out his watch. "You'll excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I have a rehearsal at 2:00. As always, Tuesdays and Thursdays." He bowed and left them with his lithe walk between a lounge and a swagger. Had he deliberately mentioned Thursdays in order to direct attention to an alibi for Thursday the 18th? And how did he know the time for which an alibi was required? That particular detail had not been allowed to get into the papers, and it was not likely to do so until the inquest. And yet, could one attach any importance to the remark? An alibi depending on an orchestra rehearsal was so easily established, or refuted. Then an explanation occurred to her. The police would already have asked de Soto about his movements last Thursday. But surely they would not have emphasized the crucial time to that extent. They had agreed that the less anybody knew about the time, the better. It would be helpful in the inquiry if anyone were to come forward, ostentatiously flourishing an alibi for 2:00. Harriet returned with Antoine, still not quite knowing what to do with de Soto. It was still only 2:15. She timed to carry out a new plan which she'd formed. She put some clothes in a suitcase and went round to interview Paul Alexis's landlady, Mrs. Lefranc. The door of the cheap-looking lodging-house was opened to her by an ample personage with brazen hair who was dressed in a pink wrapper, much-laddered artificial silk stockings, and green velvet mules, and wore about her heavily powdered neck a string of synthetic amber beads like pigeons' eggs. "Good morning," said Harriet. "I'm looking for a room." The lady eyed her shrewdly and said, "Professional, dearie?" To say yes was tempting but unsafe. Mrs. Lefranc looked as though what she didn't know about professionals could have been written on a threepenny bit. Besides, Harriet was becoming well known in Wilvercombe. She could scarcely hope to hide her identity forever. "No," she said, "no, I write books. In fact, Mrs. Lefranc, I am the person who found poor Mr. Alexis last week. I've been staying at the Resplendent, but it's terribly expensive, and I thought if your room was still vacant I might be able to take it." "Well, there," said Mrs. Lefranc. She opened the door a little wider, but seemed to be divided between suspicion and curiosity. "Well, there. Well, I hardly know what to say. You aren't one of those journalists?" "Oh, dear, no," replied Harriet. "Because," said Mrs. Lefranc, "with those fellows you never know where you are. Worried to death I've been with them poking their long noses into my private affairs. But, of course, you can't help but feel an interest, dearie, can you, seeing it was you that found him, poor boy? Now come along in. Excuse my negligee, won't you? If I'm not up and down, keeping an eye on that girl, I don't know where we'd all be. I don't get time to posh myself up of a morning. How long would you be wanting the room for?" "I don't quite know. It depends on when they have the inquest." "Ah, yes. They've got to find him first, poor lamb, haven't they? You know, I've got such a warm heart I can't sleep at nights for thinking of him washing about in all that nasty sea. Mind the coal scuttle, dearie. The times I'd tell that girl not to leave it on the stairs. It's a lovely room on the first floor, quite the best in the house, and you'll find the bed comfortable. Oh, poor Mr. Alexis always said it was like a home to him, and I'm sure he was like a son to me." Mrs. Lefranc led the way up, her green mules flapping and displaying large holes in the heels of her stockings. "There, dearie," said Mrs. Lefranc, throwing open the door. "I'm sure you couldn't find better in Wilvercombe. And it's nice and quiet. You'll be able to do your writing beautiful. I've had it all cleaned up and his clothes and things put away. And if you was to dislike his books and bits of things about, I could easily put them to one side. But there,
I dare say you won't mind them. It's not as if he died in this room, is it, poor soul? And I'm sure Mr. Alexis was far too much the gentleman to commit a rash act on anybody's premises. That kind of thing do give a place a bad name, there's no denying it, and one is apt to be blamed for things that aren't in any woman's control, try as she may to make her visitors happy. But as to the books, well, of course, if it had been anything infectious, they'd have had to been destroyed. As to who they belong to now, I don't know, I'm sure. The police can't tell me either. And I dare say they've as much right here as anywhere, with me being like a mother to him this year past and more. But anything infectious there is not, for he never was subject to any such complaint, enjoying good health as a rule, barring the pain in his joints, which he had to lay up for at times, and the agony he went through was cruel. I'm sure my heart bled for him, and the amount of antipyrine he took for it would surprise you, and he never would have a doctor. But there, I don't blame him. My sister had a rheumatic something cruel, and the amount she spent on doctors and the electric treatment, and nothing to show for it, except her knees swelled up like a pumpkin, and she lost the use of the limb altogether, which was a cruel thing for a woman in her profession. A trapeze artist she was. I've got a photograph in my room if you'd like to see it one day, dearie. And the wreaths our old pals sent to her funeral was beautiful to see. Covered the earth, they did, and they had to have an extra carriage on purpose for 'em. But, as I was saying, if you don't care about the books, I'll take them away. I'm not going to have that Weldon woman or Leela Garland, the little cat, coming here trying to get hold of 'em. The room was pleasant enough, large and airy, and much cleaner than Harriet could have hoped from Mrs. Lefranc's appearance. The furniture was, of course, hideous, but though shabby, solid and in good order. The books were just as Inspector Umpleby had described them, mainly novels in cheap editions, with some Russian paperbacks and a few volumes of Russian court memoirs. The only striking relic of the former tenant was a very beautiful little icon hung at the head of the bed, certainly old and probably valuable. For form's sake, Harriet entered upon a long haggle with Mrs. Lefranc about terms, emerging victorious with an inclusive charge of 2.5 guineas per week, or 12 shillings, and find yourself. "And it's not everybody I do that for," said Mrs. Lefranc. "Only I can see you're one of the quiet sort. If there's a thing I don't want in my house, it's trouble. I'm sure all this dreadful business is trouble enough for anybody. The cruel shock it was to me," said Mrs. Lefranc, gasping a little and sitting down on the bed as though to demonstrate that the shock had not yet spent its force. "I was that fond of poor Mr. Alexis. I'm sure you must have been." "Oh, such a thoughtful boy," pursued Mrs. Lefranc, "and the manners of a prince he had. I'm sure many's the time when I was run off my feet with the girl and the lodgers and all that, he'd say, 'Cheer up, Ma.' They all called me that. 'Cheer up, Ma. Have a little cocktail with me, and here's to better days.' Just like a son he was to me, I'm sure." Whatever Harriet may have thought of this touching reminiscence, which sounded quite unlike anything she'd heard of Paul Alexis, she did not ignore the hint. "How about a spot or something now?" she suggested. I'm sure," said Mrs. Frank. "I wasn't meaning—" "Oh, well, there. Well, it's no end sweet of you, dearie, but I couldn't touch anything this time of the day. Not but what there's the jug and bottle at the Dragon just round the corner, which comes very convenient, and there is no doubt as a drop of gin do help your dinner to settle." Harriet bent her energies to overcoming the resistance of Mrs. Lefranc, who presently put her head over the staircase and called to the girl, "Slip round to the Dragon for a suitable quantity of gin." "They know me," she said with a wink. "What with these ridiculous laws about bottles and half bottles, if they don't know you, they get you all locked up before you knew where you were. You'd think they wanted to make folks drunk by Act of Parliament, wouldn't you? What with one thing and another, and the police sticking their noses in and asking questions, as though my house wasn't always as well conducted as the Archbishop of Canterbury's. And they know it too, for I've been here 20 years and never a complaint. Hard for a decent woman to keep her head above water these days. And one thing I can say, I have never stinted anybody. My house is just like home to 'em, and so you'll find it, dearie." Under the influence of gin and water, Mrs. Lefranc became less and less guarded. She had her own version of the Leela Garland complication. "What there might be between these two," she observed, "I couldn't tell you, dearie. It's not my business, so long as my visitors conduct themselves quietly. I always say to my girls, I am not against ladies seeing their gentlemen friends, and contrariwise, provided there's no trouble caused. We've all been young once, I say to 'em, but you will please to remember we want no trouble here. That's what I say, and there's never been a mite of trouble in this house till now. But I must say I wasn't sorry when that little cat took herself off. No, I wasn't. Nor I didn't like that Dago of hers either. I hope she's making him pay through the nose. You couldn't give that girl enough. Not but what she didn't make herself pleasant enough and bring me a bunch of flowers or a little present when she came to see Mr. Alexis, though where the money came from I was not asking. But when poor Mr. Alexis told me that she had taken up with that De Soto fellow, I said, "Ho, you're well rid of her." That's what I said, and if you asked me, he knew it well enough. You don't think he killed himself on her account, then? "Oh, I do not," said Mrs. Lefrank, "and I'm sure I puzzled my head awful enough wondering why he did it. Wasn't on account of the lady he was engaged to, I know that. To tell you the truth, dearie, he never expected that to come off. Of course, a young man in his position has to humour his ladies, but her family never would have stood it. Mr. Alexis as good as told me that would never come off, and not so long ago either. You see, Ma, he said to me, no longer ago than last Sunday week, one of these days I may do still better for myself. Oh, yes, I says to him, you will be marrying the Princess of China, you will, like Aladdin in the panto. No, I've thought about it over and over again, and I'll tell you what I think. I think it was his speculations went wrong. Speculations? Yeah, those speculations of his in foreign countries. The letters he used to get, all stuck over with foreign stamps and addressed in funny handwriting. I used to chaff him about 'em. Reports, he said they were. And if they came right, he'd be one of the biggest men in the world. He used to say, Ma, when my ship comes in, I'll give you a tiara stuck full of diamonds and made you housekeeper to royalty. Oh, dear. Oh, many's the laugh we've had together over it. Not but what there was a time when I could have had tiaras and necklaces if I wanted 'em. One of these days I'll show you my newspaper critiques. Airy Fairy Lillian, they used to call me when I was principal boy in old Rosenbaum's shows, though you mightn't think it to look at me now, dearie, for my figures spread a bit, there ain't no denying. Harriet admired and sympathised, and led Mrs. Lefrank gently back to the subject of the foreign letters. Well, dearie, there was one of them that come 2 days before this dreadful thing happened. It must have been a long one, for he was shut up hours and hours with it, working out his position, he used to call it. Well, I think there must have been bad news in it, though he didn't let on. But he was queer all that day and the next. Seemed as though he didn't see you or hear when you spoke to him. And laughing. Hysterical, I should call it, if he'd been a girl. He kissed me on the Wednesday night when he went up to his bed. Joking he was and talking wild, but I didn't pay any attention. That was rather his way, you know. One of these days, he said, you'll find I've opened my wings and gone. Ha-ha! Little did I think, oh, dear me, poor boy. I can see him now, that was just his way of breaking it to me. I heard him about in his room all night, burning his papers he was, poor dear lad. He'd had a dreadful disappointment, and he didn't want anybody to know. And in the morning he gave me his week's money. I know it's a bit early, he said, because, of course, it wasn't due till Saturday, but if I give it to you now, it'll be safe, he said. If I took it out with me, I might spend it. Of course, I know what was in his mind, poor dear. He knew he was going out, and he didn't want me to suffer. He always was considerate. But when I think now that a word might have saved him... Mrs. Lefrank burst into tears. I did think he might have been going away sudden to see after his speculations, but he didn't pack up anything, so of course I put that out of my mind. And as for him doing what he did do, how could I have thought it? He seemed in such high spirits. Well, there, I might have guessed my mind hadn't been so full of other things. Only what with the girl giving notice as she did that morning, and one thing and another, I didn't pay attention. But they often do seem to be in high spirits before they put an end to themselves. There was poor Billy Carnaby. He was just the same. Gave an oyster and champagne party, the whole cast on his last night with his last penny, and him, the life and soul of it, making us split our sides. and then went off and blew his brains out in the gentleman's lavatory." Mrs. Lefrank cried bitterly for a few moments. "But there," she exclaimed, suddenly pulling herself together and blowing her nose, "life's a funny thing, and you can't account for it, can you? Let's be happy while we can. We'll all be having a little white stone over us before long, and it don't matter so much how or when. When was you wanting to take the room, dearie?" "I'll be coming in tonight," said Harriet. "I don't know whether I'll want my board or not, but if I leave my suitcase and pay you the 12 shillings for the room in advance, that'll be all right, won't it?" "That's okay, dearie," said Mrs. Lefrank, obviously cheered. "Just you come when you like. You'll be happy with my Lefrank. There now, you think I've been talking enough to fetch the hind leg off the donkey, but what I say is, a good cry now and again does you good when the world ain't using you well. All my young people brings their troubles to me. I only wish poor Mr. Alexis had told me all his worries, and he'd be here now. But he was a foreigner when all's said and done, and they aren't like us, are they? Mind that dustpan, dearie. Time and again I tell them not to leave things on the stairs, but you might as well talk to the cat. 5 mice she left on my doormat yesterday morning, if you'll believe me. Oh, not that they ever come upstairs, dearie, and don't you think it. But the cellars is overrun with them, the dirty little beasts. Well, so long, dearie. And by the way, here's your latchkey. Lucky I had a new one cut. Poor Mr. Alexis took his away with him when he went, and goodness knows where it is now. I let my visitors come in when and how they like. You'll find yourself comfortable here."
Chapter 16. The Evidence of the Sands. This is the oft-wished hour when we together may walk upon the seashore. Death's Jest Book. Tuesday, 23rd June. If either Harriet Vane or Lord Peter Wimsey felt any embarrassment at meeting again after their burst of free speech, they didn't show it. Both had a story to tell, and were thus spared the awkwardness of being gravelled for lack of matter. Cipher letters? Is it possible that Mrs. Weldon is all right and that we are all wrong? Makes it look more like murder, anyhow, which is one up to us. I don't think much of Mrs. Lefrank's suggestion about speculations, but it's perfectly obvious that Alexis had some scheme in hand, and it may be that the scheme went wrong. I don't know. Were there perhaps 2 different sets of circumstances? Is it an accident that Alexis should have been killed just as his plans were maturing? He seems to have been surrounded by a bunch of curiously unpleasant people, liars and half-wits and prostitutes and dagoes. Yes, I can't say we're moving in very exalted circles. Antoine is the decentest one of them, but probably you don't approve of Antoine. Is that meant for a challenge? I know all about Antoine, vetted him last night. To see if he was nice for me to know? Not altogether. Part of the process of exploring the ground. He seems a modest, sensible fellow. It's not his fault that he suffers from lack of vitality and incipient melancholia. He's supporting a mother in an asylum and looks after an imbecile brother at home. Does he? Apparently. But that doesn't mean that his own wits are not quite reliable at the moment. He was a little more frank about Alexis's love affairs than he could be to you. Alexis seems to have taken a fairly robust view of his association with Mrs. Weldon, and to have got rid of Leela with more than ordinary tact and ability. De Soto is a bad egg, of course, but good enough for Leela, and he's probably vain enough to believe quite sincerely that he took her from Alexis var me. But why all this? Well, never mind, let's have our tea. Hello. Great activity out at sea. 2 boats stationed off the grinders. Fishermen? Fishers of men, I fancy, replied Wimsey grimly. It's Umplety and his merry men. Pass me the field-glasses, Bunter. Ah, yes, they look very busy. They've got the drags out. Have a squint. He passed the glasses to Harriet, who exclaimed, They're hauling something up. They must be pretty heavy. The inspector's lending a hand, and one of the men is hanging on at the other end for dear life to trim the boat. Oh, did you see that? Oh, what a pity. Something gave way suddenly, and Inspector Umplety has gone head over heels backwards into the boat.
Now he's sitting up and rubbing himself. Dear Umplety. Wimsey helped himself to a sandwich. They're dragging again. He's left it to the fishermen this time. Ah, look, they've got it. They're hauling. It's coming up. Look, sit down and have your tea. Look, don't be silly, don't be silly. They're pulling away like anything. There's something black just showing. Here, let's have a look. Harriet surrendered the glasses. They were Wimsey's, after all, though if he thought she would be upset by a distant view of what she had once seen so unpleasantly close, Wimsey looked and began to laugh. Here, look here, take him, quick. It's a bit of old iron. Yeah, he looks like a boiler or something. Oh, don't miss Umplety's face, it's worth seeing. Oh, yes, that's what it is, a sort of cylinder. Well, I wonder how that got there. They'll examine it very carefully. Oh, perhaps they think they'll find the body inside it. No go. No, they've dropped it back again. Oh, what a disappointment. Oh, poor Umplety. I see, these are lovely sandwiches. Did want to make them. He's a genius. Yes. Look, hurry up. I want to have another look at the cleft in the rock before we start. The cleft, however, remained an enigma. Wimsey's attention was concentrated on the ring bolt. I'll swear, he said, that this hasn't been here more than a fortnight. It looks perfectly new, and the ring isn't worn anywhere. What the devil he could have wanted that for? Well, let's be going. I'll take the high road and you take the low road. That is, I'll scramble among the loose stuff at the high water mark, and you walk along by the sea's edge, and we'll work to and fro between the two. Anybody who finds anything shouts, and we compare notes. Right-ho. To walk along a solitary shore with one's heart's idle in the calm of a summer's afternoon may be classed as an agreeable occupation, but it loses much of its charm when the couple have to proceed separated by the whole width of the beach, searching with backs bent double and eyes fixed on the ground for something which neither can define and which in all probability is not there. Harriet, mystified, but resolutely believing that Wimsey had some idea in his mind, kept steady to her job. Wimsey, though he searched carefully, paused a good many times to scan sea and shore, and appeared to be computing distances and memorizing landmarks. Each explorer carried a satchel in which to store treasure trove, and the conversation, such as it was, rather resembled the dialogue of a Russian tragedy. Thus, Harriet, oi! Peter, hello! They meet, centre. Harriet, a boot! I found a boot! Peter, alas, alas! What boot's it to repeat? Harriet, hobnailed and frightfully ancient. Peter, only one boot? Harriet, yes, if it had been 2 boots, it might mark the place where the murderer started to paddle. Peter, 1 foot on sea and 1 on shore. The tide has risen and fallen 10 times since then. It isn't a good boot. No, it's a bad boot. It's a rotten boot. Can I throw it away? No, after all, it is a boot. Harriet, it's an awfully heavy boot. Peter, I can't help that. It's a boot. Dr. Thorndyke likes boots. Harriet, oh, death, where is thy sting? They separate, Harriet carrying the boot. Peter, oi! Harriet, hello. They meet again. Peter, here is an empty sardine tin, and here is a broken bottle. Harriet, have you the pen of the gardener's aunt? Peter, no, but my female cousin has some ink, some paper, and some papers. Use do, de la, de L apostrophe. Harriet, how long has the bottle been there? Peter, the edges are much abraded by the action of the water. Harriet, do murderers eat sardines? Peter, do cats eat rats? Harriet, I have cut my foot on a razor shell. Paul Alexis had his throat cut with a razor. Peter, the tide is going out. They separate. Harriet, after a long and unproductive pause, meeting Peter with a sodden goldplate packet in one hand and half a Bible in the other. Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Do murderers read the Bible? Peter, any book had served as well. Any book had stopped the bullet. That may be. I cannot tell. Harriet reading. Last of all the women died also.
probably from backache. Peter. My back aches, and a drowsy numbness stills my brain as though of hemlock. Harriet, suddenly practical. Look at the cigarette card. Peter, it belongs to the new series. Harriet, then it may be quite recent. Peter, wearily. All right, keep it. We'll call it a clue. How about the Holy Writ? Harriet, in a marked manner. You can keep that. It might be good for you. Peter, very well. In a still more marked manner. Shall we begin with the Song of Songs? Harriet, get on with your job. Peter, I am. How far have we come? Harriet, how many leagues to Babylon? Peter, we have walked 1.5 miles, and we are still in full view of the Flatiron. They separate. Peter, oi. Harriet, hello. Peter, I just wanted to ask whether you'd given any further thought to that suggestion about marrying me. Harriet, sarcastically, I suppose you were thinking how delightful it would be to go through life like this together. Peter, well, not quite like this. Hand in hand was more my idea. Harriet, what is that in your hand? Peter, a dead starfish. Harriet, poor fish. Peter, no ill feeling, I trust. Harriet, oh dear, no. They toiled along, presently coming abreast of the spot where the lane led down from Pollock's cottage. Here the beach became more shingly, with a number of biggish stones. Wimsey took the search more seriously here, scrutinizing the stones above and around high water mark very carefully, and even going part of the way up the lane. He seemed not to find anything of importance, and they went on, noticing that the high ground hid the cottages from sight of the beach. A few 100 yards farther on, Harriet gave tongue again. Oi, oi, oi! Hello! Look, I really have found something this time. Peter came galloping down the sand. If you're pulling my leg, I'll wring your neck. Let your Uncle Peter look. We are interested. Distinctly interested. It ought to mean good luck, anyway. You're holding it wrong way up. All the luck will drop out of it if you're not careful, and a black day will be for somebody. Look, hand it over. He ran his fingers gently round the hoop of metal, clearing the sand away. It's a shoe. It hasn't been here very long, perhaps a week, perhaps a little more. Belongs to a nice little cob, about 14 hands. Pretty little animal, fairly well bred. Rather given to kicking her shoes off. Pecks a little with the off fore. Holmes, this is wonderful. How do you do it? Perfectly simple, my dear Watson. The shoe hasn't been worn thin by the amma on the Ard-Eye Road. Therefore it's reasonably new. It's a little rusty from lying in the water, but hardly at all rubbed by sand and stones, and not all corroded, which suggests that it hasn't been here long. The size of the shoe gives the size of the nag, and the shape suggests a nice little round, well-bred hoof. Though newish, the shoe isn't fire-new, and is worn down a little on the inner front edge, which shows that the wearer was disposed to peck a little, while the way the nails are placed and clinched indicates that the smith wanted to make the shoe extra secure. Which is why I said that a lost shoe was a fairly common accent with this particular G. Still, we didn't blame him or her too much. With all these stones about, a slight trip or knock might easily wrench a shoe away. Him or her? Can't you go on and tell the sex and colour while you're about it? I'm afraid even I have my limitations, my dear Watson. Do you think the shoe was lying where it fell, or would the sea have moved it much? I found it just here, close by the water's edge, buried in deep sand. Well, it wouldn't float, but the tide might drag it a bit, one way or the other, and each successive tide would tend to bury it farther. It's very lucky you found it at all. But we can't tell exactly at what point the horse passed along, if you mean that. The shoe wouldn't just drop off. It would be thrown, or would spin away on one side or the other, according to the speed and direction and all that sort of thing. So it would. Well, that's quite a pretty little piece of deduction. Peter! Were you looking for a horseshoe? No. I was expecting the horse. But the shoe is a piece of pure, gorgeous luck. And observation. I found it. You did. And I could kiss you for it. You needn't shrink and tremble. I'm not going to do it. When I kiss you, it'll be an important event. One of those things which stand out among their surroundings like the first time you tasted lychee.
It will not be an unimportant sideshow attached to a detective investigation."
"I think you're a little intoxicated by the excitement of the discovery," said Harriet coldly. "You say you came here looking for a horse? Naturally, didn't you?" "No, I never thought about it. You miserable little cockney. No, you never thought of a horse except as something that holds up the traffic. Your knowledge of horses is comprised in the rhyme which says, 'I know 2 things about the horse, and one of them is rather coarse.' Didn't it ever occur to you that a horse is made to run, run, and cover a given distance in a given time? Did you never even have a bob on the Derby? Wretched girl, wait till we are married. You shall fall off a horse every day till you learn to sit on it." Harriet was silent. She suddenly saw Wimsey in a new light. She knew him to be intelligent, clean, courteous, wealthy, well-read, amusing and enamoured, but he had not so far produced in her that crushing sense of utter inferiority which leads to prostration and hero-worship. But she now realized that there was, after all, something godlike about him. He could control a horse. She had a fleeting vision of him, very sleek, very smart, in a top hat and a pink coat, and gleaming white breeches, loftily perched on an immense fiery animal which pranced and jiggled about without even disturbing the lofty nonchalance of his demeanour. Her imagination, making a terrific effort, promptly clothed her in a riding habit of perfect cut, placed her on an animal still larger and fierier, and set her at his side, amid the respectful admiration of the assembled nobility and gentry. Then she laughed at this snobbish picture. "Oh, I could do the falling off part all right. Hadn't we better be getting on?" Yes, I think we'll do the rest by horsepower. I can't see the coast road from here, but we shall probably find the faithful Bunter in attendance not very far off. We can't hope to find anything more along here. 2 horseshoes would be a work of supererogation." Harriet heartily welcomed this decision. "We needn't crawl up the cliff," Wimsey went on. "We'll turn up and get to the road by the lane. We'll chuck the Bible in the boot. I don't think they'll get us anywhere. Where are we going?" "To Darley, to find the horse. I fancy we shall find that he belongs to Mr. Newcombe, who had occasion to complain of gaps in his hedges. We shall see." The 2 or 3 miles to Darley were quickly covered, with only the necessary pause while the gates were opened at the halt. At the top of Hincks Lane they got out and walked down to the camping-place. "I would draw your attention," said Wimsey, "to the 3 grains of oats found at this spot, and also to the 2 inches of burnt rope found in the ashes. Bunter, have you brought those things?" "Yes, my lord." Bunter rummaged in the bowels of the car and brought out a small paper bag and a halter. These he handed over to Wimsey, who immediately undid the bag, and from it poured a couple of handfuls of oats into his hat. "Well," he said, "we've got the halter. Now we've only got to find a horse to put in it. Let's go round by the shore to look for the stream our friend Mr. Goodrich spoke of." The stream was soon found, a small trickle of fresh water emerging through a bank beneath a hedge, some 50 yards from the encampment and wandering away across the sand towards the sea. "No good looking for marks on this side of the hedge. I fancy the tide comes pretty well up to the foot of the grass. Wait a minute, though. Yeah, here we are. Yes, on the very edge of the stream, right up against the hedge. A beauty, with nail marks all complete. Ha, ha, ha! Lucky last night's rain didn't wash it out, but the grass overhangs it a bit. But there's no gap in the hedge here. He must... Oh, of course he would. Yes, now, if we are right, this won't correspond to the shoe we've found. It'll be the other foot. Yes, this is the left foot. Our horse stood here to drink, which means that he, or she, was running loose around here about the ebb of the tide, horses not liking their water salt. The left foot was there. The right should be about here. It's here, look, the print of the naked hoof, without shoe and rather light in the ground. Lame, of course, after coming shoeless for nearly 3 miles over a stony beach. But where is the gap? Let us walk on, my dear Watson. Here, if I mistake not, is the place. 2 new stakes driven in, and a bunch of dead thorns shoved in and secured with wire. I agree that Mr. Newcombe is not a good hand at mending hedges. Still, he has taken some precautions, so we'll hope that our horse is still in the field. We scramble up the bank,
We look over the hedge. 1, 2, 3 horses, by Jove.
Wimsey let his eye rove meditatively over the large field. At its far side was a thick clump of spinney, from which the little stream emerged, meandering quietly through the coarse grass. "Look how nicely those trees screen it from the road and the village. A pleasant private spot for horse stealing. How tiresome of Mr. Newcombe to have filled this gap. Aha! What is this, Watson? I'll buy it. There is another gap a few yards down which has been filled in a more workmanlike manner, with posts and a rail. Nothing could be better. We approach it, we climb the rail, and we are in the field. Permit me. Oh, you're over. Good. Now, which animal would you put your money on? Not the black. He looks too big and heavy. No, not the black, certainly. The chestnut might do as regards size, but he has seen his best days and has hardly got class enough for our work. The jolly little bay cob rather takes my fancy. Coop, 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 pretty, said Wimsey, advancing delicately across the field, shaking the oats in the hat. Coop, 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 coop. Harriet had often wondered how people ever managed to catch horses in large fields. It seemed so silly of the creatures to allow themselves to be taken. And indeed she remembered instinctively having once stayed in a country rectory where it always took at least an hour for the boy to catch the pony, with the result that the pony trap frequently failed to catch the train. Possibly the boy had not gone the right way about it, for, as by the miracle by which the needle turns to the pole, all 3 horses came lolloping steadily across the field to poke soft noses into the hatful of oats. Wimsey stroked the chestnut, patted the black, weeded out the bay from between them, and stood for a little, talking to it and running a hand gently over its neck and shoulders. Then he stooped, passing his palm down the off-fore leg. The hoof came obediently up into his hand, while the muzzle went round and gently nibbled his ear. "Hi, you," said Wimsey, "that's mine. Look here, Harriet." Harriet edged round to his side and stared at the hoof. "New shoe." He put the foot down and reached in turn for the other legs. Better make sure they haven't made an all-round job of it. No. Old shoes on 3 feet, and new shoe on off 4, corresponding exactly to the specimen picked up on the beach. You notice the special arrangement of the nails. The bay mare brings home the bacon all right. Now wait a bit, my girl, and we'll try your paces. He slipped the halter neatly over the bay mare's head and swung himself up. Come for a ride? Your toe on my foot, and up she comes. Shall we ride away into the sunset and never come back? Yeah, look, better get on with it. Suppose the farmer comes. How right you are. He gave the halter a shake and cantered off. Harriet mechanically picked up his hat and stood squeezing the crown absently in and out with her eyes on the flying figure. Allow me, miss. Bunter held out his hand for the hat. She relinquished it with a little start. Bunter shook out the remaining oats, dusted the hat with care in and out, and restored it to its proper shape. "Handy to ride or drive," said Wimsey, coming back and stepping down from his mount. "Might do 9 miles an hour on the road. On the shore, through shallow water, say 8. I'd like, my God, how I'd like to take her along to the Flatiron. Better not. We're trespassing." He pulled the halter off and sent the mare off with a clap on the shoulder. "Well, it all looks so good," he mourned. "But it won't work. It simply won't work. You see the idea? Here is Martin. He comes and camps here. Evidently he knows all about this place beforehand, and knows that horses are kept out in this field in summer. He arranges for Alexis to be at the Flatiron at 2 o'clock. I don't know how, but he works it somehow. At 1:30 he leaves the feathers, comes down here, gets the mare, and rides off along the shore. We see where he spilt the oats with which he got her to come to him, and we see the gap he made getting through the hedge. He rides along through the edge of the water, so as to leave no marks. Then tethers the mare to the ring that he has driven into the rock. He kills Alexis and rides back in a deuce of a hurry. In crossing the rough pebbles below Pollock's cottage, the mare casts a shoe. That doesn't worry him, except that it lames the nag a bit and delays him. When he gets back, he doesn't return the mare to the field, but lets her run. Like that, it will look as though she broke out of the field on her own, and will easily explain the gap, the lameness, and the shoe, if anybody finds it. Also, if the horse should be found still blown and sweaty, it will appear perfectly natural. He is back at 3 o'clock, in time to go round to the garage about his car, and at some subsequent period he burns the halter. It's so convincing, so neat, and it is all wrong. Why? The time's too tight, for one thing. He left the inn at 1:30. After that, he had to come down here, catch the mare, and ride 4.5 miles. We can't very well allow him to do more than 8 miles an hour under the conditions of the problem, yet at 2 o'clock you heard the scream. Are you sure your watch was right? Positive. I compared it with the hotel clock when I got to Wolvercombe. It was dead right. And the hotel clock is set by wireless time, naturally. Everything always is. Worse than that, all the hotel clocks are controlled by a master clock, which is controlled directly from Greenwich. That was one of the first things I asked about. Competent woman. Suppose he'd had the horse all ready before he went to the Feathers, tied up to the fence or something. Yes, but if these Darley people are right, he didn't go from here to the Feathers. He came by car from the Wolvercombe side. And even if we allow that, he's still got to make rather over 9 miles an hour to get to the Flatiron by 2 o'clock. Oh, I doubt if he could do it. Though, of course, he might if he leathered the poor beast like fury. That's why I said I'd like to do the ride. And the scream I heard may not have been the scream. I thought it was a girl, you know, and perhaps it was. I took about 5 minutes to gather my stuff together and come out into view of the Flatiron. You might put the death at 2:05, I think, if you felt you had to. All right. But that still leaves it all quite impossible. You see, you were there at 2:10 at the very latest. Where was the murderer? In the cleft of the rock. Yeah, but not the horse. Yes, I see. There wouldn't be room for a horse, too. Oh, how exasperating. If we put the murder too early, we wouldn't have time to get there. And if we put it too late, he wouldn't have time to get away. Oh, it's maddening. Yes, and we can't really put the murder earlier than 2 o'clock because of the blood. Putting the horse's speed and the condition of the blood and the scream all together, we get 2 o'clock as the earliest possible, and on the whole, the most probable time for the murder. Right. You come on the scene at latest at 2:05. Allow, which is very unlikely, that the murderer dashed up at full gallop, cut Alexis's throat and dashed off again at full speed without wasting a second, and allow him, which is again most unlikely, to do as much as 10 miles an hour through water. At 2:05 he will have done just under a mile on his way back. But we proved this afternoon that you have a clear view of over 1.5 miles from the Flatiron in the direction of Darley. If you'd been there, you couldn't have failed to see him. Or could you? You didn't start really looking till 2:10 when you found the body. No, I didn't. But I've got all my faculties. If the murder was done at 2 o'clock when the scream woke me, I couldn't possibly not have heard a horse galloping hell for leather along the shore. It would make a pretty good row, wouldn't it? It certainly would. Tramp, tramp along the land they rode, splash, splash along the sea. Oh, it won't do, my gal, it won't do. And yet that mare went along that bit of beach not so very long ago, or I will eat my hat. Eh? Oh, thank you, Bunter. He took the hat, which Bunter gravely proffered him. And there's the ring-bolt in the rock. That didn't come up there by chance. The horse was taken there, but when and why is a puzzle. Never mind, let's check up on our facts, just as though the thing were coming out all right. They left the field and walked up Hinks Lane. We won't take the car, said Wimsey. We'll just wander along, chewing straws and looking idle. Yonder is the village green, I fancy, where, as you once informed us, under a spreading chestnut tree the village smithy stands. Let us hope the smith is at work. Smiths, like electric drills, are made to be stared at. The smith was at work. The cheerful clink of his hammer fell cheerily on the ears as they crossed the green, and the huge dappled quarters of a cart-horse gleamed in the shaft of sunlight that fell across the open door. Harriet and Wimsey lounged up,
Wimsey dangling the horseshoe in his hand. "Arter, sir," said the yokel in charge of the cart-horse civilly. "Noon," replied Wimsey. "Fine day, sir." "Ah," said Wimsey. The yokel looked Wimsey over thoroughly and decided that he was a knowledgeable person and no foolish chatterer. He hitched his shoulder a little more comfortably against the doorpost and fell into a reverie. After about 5 minutes, Wimsey judged that the time had come when a further observation might well be received. He said, jerking his head in the direction of the anvil, "Not so much of that as there used to be." "Ah," said the man. The smith, who had removed the dull shoe from the anvil and replaced it in the forge for reheating, must have caught the remark, for he glanced towards the door. He said nothing, however, but put all his energy into working his bellows. Presently, the shoe being once more on the anvil, the man with the horse shifted his shoulders again, pushed his cap back, scratched his head, replaced the cap, spat, but with perfect politeness, thrust his hand deep into the right-hand pocket of his breeches, and addressed a brief word of encouragement to the horse. Silence, punctuated only by the clink of the hammer, followed, till Wimsey remarked, "You'll get the hay in all right if this lasts." "Ah," said the man with satisfaction. The smith, raising the shoe and the tongs, and again returning it to the fire, wiped his brow with his leather apron, and broke into the conversation. He followed Humpty Dumpty's method of going back to the last remark but one. "I recollect," he said, "when there warn't none of these here motor cars, only the one Squire Goodrich had. What year would that be now, Jim?" "Mafficking year, that were." "Ah, so 'twere." Silence, while all meditated. Then Wimsey said, "I can remember when my father kept 23 horses, not counting the farm stock, of course." "Ah," said the blacksmith, "that'd be a big place, sir." Yes, it was a big place. It was a treat for us kids to go down to the smithy and see them shod." "Ah." "I still know a good bit of work when I see one. This young lady and I picked up a cast shoe just now on the beach. You don't get as much of that sort of luck these days as you used to." He dangled the shoe on his fingers. "Offshore," he added casually. "Nice little well-bred cob, about 14 hands. Kicks our shoes off and pecks a bit on his foot. Is that right?" The smithy extended a large hand, courteously wiping it first upon his apron. "Aye," he said, "that be right enough. Bay cob. That belongs to Mr. Newcombe. I should know it." "Your work?" "Ah, sartin sure." "Ah. Not been lying about very long, either." "No." The smithy licked his finger and rubbed the iron lovingly. "What day were that Mr. Newcombe found the mare loose, Jem?" Jem appeared to do a complicated arithmetical calculation and replied, "Friday. Friday, it did be Friday morning. That when it were, Friday." "Ah, to be sure, so 'twere." The smith leaned on his hammer and considered the matter. By slow degrees he brought out the rest of the story. It wasn't much, but it confirmed Wimsey's deductions. Farmer Newcombe always kept horses in that field during the summer months. No, he never mowed that meadow on account of the agricultural and botanical detail of which Harriet did not grasp the significance. No, Mr. Newcombe wouldn't be about in that meadow much. No, nor yet the men, on account of its lying a long way from the rest of his land. Interminable historical detail dealing with the distribution of tenancies and glebe round about the district, in which Harriet became completely lost. Nor they wouldn't need to, not to water the horses on account of the stream. Lengthy and rather disputatious account, to which Jem contributed, of the original course of the stream in Jem's grandfather's time, before Mr. Grenfell made the pond over to Drake's Spinney. And it wasn't Mr. Newcombe neither to see the mare running wild Friday morning, but Bessie Turvey's youngest, and he came and told Jem's Uncle George, and him and another of them got her in, and terrible lame she were. But Mr. Newcombe, he did ought to have mended that gut before. Prolonged recital of humorous anecdote ending, and Lord, how old Parson did laugh, to be sure. After which the explorers drove back in state to Wilvercombe to hear that the body had not turned up yet, but that Inspector Umplety had a pretty good idea where it might be. And dinner, and dancing, and so to bed. Chapter 17. The Evidence of the Money.
Oh-ho, here's royal booty on my soul. A draught of ducats. Fragment. Wednesday, 24th June. Faithful to her self-imposed duty, Harriet next morning sought out Mrs. Weldon. It was not altogether easy to get rid of Henry, whose filial affection seemed positively to tie him to his mother's apron-strings. A happy thought made Harriet suggest that she and Mrs. Weldon might go and see what the Resplendent could do for them in the way of a Turkish bath. This was checkmate for Henry. He took himself off, murmuring that he would go and have a haircut. In the mood of relaxation and confidence that follows on being parboiled, it was easy enough to pump Mrs. Weldon. A little diplomacy was needed, so as not to betray the ulterior object of the inquiry, but no detective could have had a more unsuspecting victim. The matter proved to be very much as Harriet had supposed. Mrs. Weldon was the only daughter of a wealthy brewer, who had left her a very considerable fortune in her own right. Her parents having died when she was a child, she had been brought up by a strict nonconformist aunt in the little town of St. Ives in Huntingdonshire. She had been courted by a certain George Weldon, a prosperous farmer owning a considerable property at Leamhurst in the Isle of Ely, and had married him at 18, chiefly in order to get away from the aunt. That rigid lady had not altogether opposed the marriage, which was reasonably suitable, though not brilliant, but she had shown sufficient business ability to insist that her niece's money should be tied up in such a manner that Weldon could not touch the capital. Weldon, to do him justice, had made no objection to this. He seemed to have been a perfectly honest, sober, and industrious man, farming his land thriftily and well, and having, so far as Harriet could make out, no drawbacks beyond a certain lack of imagination in matrimonial matters. Henry was the only child of the marriage, and had been brought up from the beginning with the idea that he was to follow in his father's footsteps. And here again Weldon Senior took a very proper view of the matter. He would not have the boy brought up in idleness, or to ideas beyond his proper station in life. He was a farmer's son, and a farmer he should be, though Mrs. Weldon herself had often pleaded that the boy should be brought up to one of the professions. But old Mr. Weldon was adamant, and indeed Mrs. Weldon was obliged to admit that he had very likely been right after all. Henry showed no special aptitude for anything but the open-air life of the farm. The trouble was that he did not apply himself even to that as well as he should have done, and was inclined to run after girls and race meetings, leaving his work to be done by his father and the farmhands. Already, before the elder Weldon's death, there had been a good deal of antagonism between Henry and his mother, and this became intensified later on. The farmer had died when Henry was 25. He left the farm and all his own savings to his son, knowing that his wife was well provided for. Under Henry's management, the farm had begun to go down. Times had grown harder for farmers. More and more personal supervision was needed to make farming pay. Henry gave it less and less. There were experiments in horse breeding, which had not turned out well, owing to lack of judgment in buying and handling the stock. Mrs. Weldon had, by this time, left the farm, which she had always disliked, and was living a nomad life in spas and watering places. Henry had several times come to her for loans and had received them, but Mrs. Weldon has steadily refused to make over any of her capital to him, although she might have done so, her trustees being now dead and the trust wound up. She had, after all, learnt something from the nonconformist aunt. Finally, when she found out that Henry had got himself into rather disgraceful trouble with an innkeeper's wife in a neighbouring village, she quarrelled with Henry, loudly and finally. Since then, she had heard little from him. She understood, however, that the intrigue with the innkeeper's wife had come to an end, and in February of the current year she had told him about her forthcoming marriage to Alexis. Henry had come down to Wolvercombe, stayed for the weekend, met Alexis, and expressed his disapproval of the whole business. This did not mend matters, and relations had been strained until the death of Alexis had urged the lonely woman to seek comfort in the ties of blood. Henry had come, expressed contrition for his former waywardness, received forgiveness, and shown that he was, after all, her loving son. Harriet mentioned Mrs. Lefranc's theory that Alexis had committed suicide owing to the failure of unknown and important speculations. Mrs. Weldon scouted the theory. "What could it matter to him, my dear? Paul knew perfectly well that when we were married I should settle my money on him, with the exception, of course, of a little provision for Henry. Of course, in the ordinary way, Henry would get everything, and I'm afraid he was a little upset when he heard that I was going to get married, but, well, you know, it was not right that he should feel like that. His father left him very well off, and always impressed upon him that he ought not to look for anything from me. After all, I was still quite a young woman when my husband died, and George, he was a very fair-minded man, I will say that for him, always said that I should be quite within my rights in spending my own father's money as I liked, and marrying again if I chose. And I have lent Henry a great deal of money which he has never repaid. I told Henry when I got engaged to Alexis that I should make him a free gift of everything that I had lent him and make a will giving him the life interest in £30,000, the capital of which was to go to Henry's children, if he had any. If he hadn't any, then the money was to come back to Paul, if Paul outlived Henry, because, of course, Paul was the younger man. Were you going to settle all the rest on Mr. Alexis? Why not, my dear? It was not as though I could have any more children. But Paul didn't like that idea. He used to say, so charmingly and absurdly, that if I did that, what would happen to me if he ran away and left me? No, what I was going to do was this. I was going to settle £30,000 on Paul when we were married. It would have been his absolutely, of course. I shouldn't like my husband to have to come and ask me for permission if he wanted to alter the investments or anything. Then, at my death, Henry would have had the income from the other 30,000 and his debts washed out, and Paul would have had all the rest, which would have been about £100,000 altogether, including his own 30,000. Because, you see, Paul might have married again and had a family, and then he would need the money. I don't see that there was anything unfair about that, do you? Harriet felt that a great deal might be said about an arrangement which cut off the only son with the life interest on £30,000, with reversion to a young stepfather, and left full control of over 3 times that sum to the stepfather, and which also placed the hypothetical family of the son in a vastly inferior position to the equally hypothetical children of the stepfather by a hypothetical new wife. Still, Mrs. Weldon's money was her own, and Alexis had at least stood between her and the major folly of stripping herself of every farthing in his favour. One expression had caught her attention, and she returned to it. "I think you showed considerable judgment," she said, not specifying whether the judgment was good or bad. "It would be much better for your son if he is inclined to squander his money, only to have the life interest in his share. Then he would always have something to fall back upon. I suppose that arrangement still holds good under your present will." "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Weldon. Well, at least it will do so. I must confess that I have been a little remiss up to the present. I haven't actually made a will. I have always enjoyed such wonderful health. But it will have to be done, of course. You know how one puts things off." The old story, thought Harriet. If all the wise wills projected in people's minds were actually executed, there would be fewer fortunes inherited only to be thrown away. She reflected that if Mrs. Weldon died the next day, Henry would step into sole control of something over £130,000. "You know," she said, "I think I should make that will if I were you. Even the youngest and healthiest people may get run over or something." "Oh, yes, yes, you are so very right. But now that Paul is dead, I don't feel that I have the energy for business. It would matter